Huangpu Qingtian's eyes showed fear for the first time. The dreadful aura of the Thunderbird posed a definite and tangible threat to his life. This hadn't been brought about before, not even when Zhuofan was bashing him around, because he had a fallback, the dragon vein soul. He was destined to rule, heaven's gift on earth, with no man capable of defeating him. And yet, run! Yu Yushan's trio knew the tables had turned. The Thunderbird was a very real danger to anything in existence. The 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were no exception, ending up as nothing more than bone meal. That prediction had them running frantically for their lives. Funnily enough, their grand boss was doing the same thing for the first time ever. Not that it would do much good at this late an hour. They barely added 100 meters between them when the Thunderbird flapped its crackling wings and was upon Huangpu Qingtian. Huangpu Qingtian was traumatized. Facing this world destroyer and its all-powerful aura, all he could do was shout, "Transformation, Earth Dragon Claw!" A flash of golden light shone, and his entire right arm was enveloped in light among the dragon roars. It was at this instant that the Thunderbird ran into him. The berserk purple lightning pulverized anything it touched. Boom! The sky itself turned purple from the sheer magnitude of the blast. Purple lightning spread like wildfire, catching the 3 slowpokes and sending them sprawling, heavily wounded. The array holding Zhuofan prisoner began to shake for the first time. The 365 profound heaven experts spat blood at the same time, weakened. Everyone was shocked at how the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, the peak of power in the profound heaven stage, couldn't even take on the afterblast of the Thunderbird. The microcosmic orbit array, said to contain even a radiant stage expert, suffered under the tyrannical purple lightning. Every one of the 365 profound heaven experts controlling it were left with heavy wounds. The power of the Thunderbird was obvious. They all watched the thick dust, eyes widened. Not even Regent Estate could contain the shock they felt. Who could conceive it possible for Zhuofan to employ such power to annihilate everyone? What then of Huangpu Qingtian, who took the full blast? Everyone watched the screen with bated breath. PFF. Zhuofan spurted blood and the lightning faded from his body. Focusing all the purple lightning into one blow and forcing a profound ranked martial art to go a rank higher had left him teetering on the edge of collapse. His body was far too weak to handle an earth-ranked martial art, or he'd have already trained in one. But to defeat Huangpu Qingtian, he threw caution to the wind and used every ounce of his strength. This left him on the brink of destruction. Zhuofan was now weaker than your average bone-tempering expert. Even after killing Huangpu Qingtian, he would still be in danger on Beast King Mountain. Though he wasn't of a mind to care. As long as Huangpu Qingtian was dead and done, nothing else mattered. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuofan took a deep breath and moved, slowly, towards the cloud of dust. All that purple lightning did a number on his body, with no less than 20 wounds on his body deep enough to show the bone. His staggering walk was that of a demon from hell. Yu Yushan's trio were shaken to their core. They tried to get away, but any movement only aggravated their injuries. They were going nowhere fast. They could only stare at the demon trudging towards them. Damn it! The 300 people outside. Release the damn array and come save us! Yu Yushan shouted. Yan Bongyi and Lin Xianfeng did the same. Release the array already. The hellish image had them traumatized and horrified to the point of peeing themselves. The viewers watched it all in heavy silence. At the end of it all, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were mere men, fearing death and clinging to life. All that metal they had was now gone. All of Tianyu held the 7 houses in reverence, practically worshipped them. But if there was one thing the esoteric debate showed, what Zhuofan's fight showed, was that the grand disciples of these houses were nothing but disgraces. The effect was immediate. The surviving clans had their opinion of the 7 houses sharply diminished, while towards the Luo clan, they held no little amount of respect. In this great battle, the Luo clan rose above the masses through their acts. Their steward even more so, fighting adversity without a hint of fear. His tall and imposing figure facing heaven itself. It got everyone's blood pumping. Everyone dreamt to be a hero at some point. Everyone yearned to fight back the authority breathing down on them. But none had the nerve to do it. Yet Zhuofan, a mere third-rate clan steward, did it for them, fulfilling their wish and brutalizing the 7 houses' experts. It had gone beyond mere fighting oppression as he went against Providence itself, against the heaven-made king, Huangpu Qingtian, and his kingly symbol Dragon Vein Soul. Not even a destined king was infallible, dead just the same before the third-rate clan's Zhuofan. Everyone turned to the weakened Zhuofan with eyes filled with respect. Even the vassals of other houses had their views changed. Lung Wuchang noticed and clenched his beard, even pulled a hair. But he was too engrossed in his scowl to notice. Fang Qiubai sported a big smile. By defeating Huangpu Qingtian, Zhuofan had cut the 7 houses' prestige in one fell swoop. His Majesty would be ecstatic at the news. The emperor had planned for Zhuofan to cut down the regent estate's momentum. But the man had gone leagues beyond his duty. Zhuofan had passed his mission with flying colors. Regent estate's very reputation was severely affected. It was a great help for when they had to quell the 7 houses. Fang Qiubai smiled and nodded. Having the dragon vein soul doesn't mean a thing. Huangpu Qingtian was still dragged through the mud before everyone. He won't have the gall to be cocky now. I forbid it. Fang Qiubai's bright smile faded. While Lung Wuchang and the rest of the regent estate watched their vassals tense up, as a cold voice came from within the dust cloud. Rumble. Zhuofan couldn't fight the shudder. His face darkened as he looked ahead in stunned silence. Yu Yushan's trio looked as well, with tears of joy welling in their eyes. Eldest young master lives. This can't be. Fang Qiubai was aghast. He suffered the brunt of all that raw power no radiant stage expert could take. How the hell? The dust scattered and revealed a bloody and panting Huangpu Qingtian with his entire right arm turned into a dragon claw, like a true monster. It was this claw that ruined Zhuofan's mighty blow. Transformation! Fang Qiubai and Zhuofan cried at the same time and color drained from their faces. The act implied changing one's soul and body. Special cultivation methods could turn one into a merciless beast when trained to perfection. And Huangpu Qingtian, who had the dragon vein soul, would ultimately turn into a dragon. Huangpu Qingtian only had a claw, but it was a true dragon claw, an earth dragon's claw, tough beyond imagination, leaps above even a 6th-grade spiritual weapon. How? To reach transformation he had to have trained 9 dragons' diamond body to perfection. But he's still in the 1st level. How did he do it? Fang Qiubai was incredulous. Not even Tianyu's founding emperor could do it. Lung Wuchang sighed, seeing Huangpu Qingtian safe, and smiled at Fang Qiubai. Ha ha ha. It's a simple matter of talent. Fang Qiubai was overwhelmed. Has Huangpu Qingtian's talent reached such a monstrous level that he could transform before training 9 dragons' diamond body to completion? That made him the most dangerous being in existence. When he finished 9 dragons' diamond body, not even Gu Santong could face him. It will mark the day when the regent estate will become the ruling family. Lung Wuchang easily gleaned into his thought process, looking at the national elemental stone with a smile. The true winner has finally been decided. Whoosh! Huangpu Qingtian sprung at Zhuofan, clawing at him. Zhuofan panicked. Try as he might, he was too weak to even dodge. But he was still defiant, gnashing his teeth and gathering the last vestige of power. Wraith Styles' second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Roar! A dragon roar began but was cut off. Huangpu Qingtian's own claw had a firm grip on the enemy's claw. Not a chance. Zhuofan's last act scared him. Huangpu Qingtian no longer looked at Zhuofan with the usual haughty attitude. Instead he looked at him with fear. Zhuofan was the first to ever shake him so much. So for the first time he went all out. He felt Zhuofan was at his weakest moment, on his deathbed. But against Zhuofan he would never feel safe until the very last breath left his body. Ah! Huangpu Qingtian wailed and ripped Zhuofan's right arm clean off. Blood spurted like a fountain and Luo Yunchang cried in fear. Zhuo Fan's eyes bulged out and his features twisted. But he pushed through the pain and pierced at Huangpu Qingtian with his wings. Despite how hopeless it was, clang! A metallic screech was heard as the lightning wings struck the claw Huangpu Qingtian easily used to defend. Panting, Huangpu Qingtian tightened his claw, staring Zhuo Fan in the eye. Zhuo Fan met his gaze, bewildered. Why couldn't the lightning wings pierce it? I told you. You have no chance. Huangpu Qingtian's face twisted with savagery and tore off one of Zhuo Fan's wings. Blood spurted from his back and Zhuo Fan broke out in sweat, falling down. The pain in his back blinded him for a moment, but he gnashed his teeth through the pain. Ah! Luo Yunchang cried out, tears falling like a river. The other women turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch. Yet their eyelids never stopped trembling. Zhuo Fan shook from the pain. He made a fist wanting to get up with his only arm, but Huangpu Qingtian stomped on his other wing. Looking down on him, the savage dragon claw slowly lifted him up. Game over. The punk is done for. Lung Wuchang sighed, despite the stunned face he pulled. That was too close. I didn't foresee the punk having so much of that strange purple lightning. If not for the eldest young master having that last move, I fear everything would have been in vain. Regent Estate's glory would have hit rock bottom, and the vassals would no longer worship us. He saw that the others now looked at the crippled Zhuo Fan with worry and lamentation. As if to say, fighting Regent Estate was fighting heaven. The only outcome was death. Lung Wuchang was pleased. This was exactly what he wanted. Zhuge Chongfeng looked on with regret. A pity. With the kid's power, if he just wasn't so hot-blooded and lost his mind, he would have had an even chance at victory. Ha ha ha! Prime Minister, is this how you work? There are no ifs in this world. Failure means annihilation. Lung Wuchang smiled at him. Zhuge Chongfeng's eyes glinted. I only mourn the loss of a talent. Pity for him to go down this way. Naturally, he only has himself to blame for this outcome. The Prime Minister is most right. We, the schemers, fear becoming berserk ourselves and digging our own graves. Lung Wuchang and Zhuge Chongfeng shared a look, then laughed. On the battlefield, a shadow watched it all from a corner, finding himself at an impasse. Out of Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingtian, he only wanted the strongest. And although they were equally powerful, Zhuo Fan had the greater potential. But now Zhuo Fan had lost and was about to die. Should he go save him? Sigh. Everything's so twisted. A headhunter feared not searching the world for thousands of miles yet to come out empty, but being forced to choose one of two prized horses. It's too vexing. But soon the shadow came to a decision. He wanted the strongest that hadn't changed. Zhuo Fan had the greatest potential, but defeat spoke by itself. He didn't pity him regardless of how great the kid was. Huff. Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingtian were panting, staring at each other in hatred. They both were spent of yuan qi, body riddled with wounds, but it was obvious that Zhuo Fan was far worse for wear. Zhuo Fan, your very existence is a threat to me. You must die. Huangpu Qingtian moved a trembling dragon claw and aimed for Zhuo Fan's chest. Squinting, Zhuo Fan's blood bubbled from his right arm and his back, his face ashen, but the fire in his eyes burnt strong. Huangpu Qingtian, you will die for touching Ninger. Oh really? And how are you going to do that from under my heel? Huangpu Qingtian mocked. Huangpu Qingtian's heart seized the next second. He could see Zhuo Fan had no intention of dying, but he looked back like a wild animal ready to tear into him. There's still some fight left in him. Huangpu Qingtian's unease only grew. Even if he dismembered Zhuo Fan, as long as the man's eyes burned, the threat still existed. With a roar, Huangpu Qingtian stabbed his claw at Zhuo Fan's heart. Ah! With a cry, Luo Yunchang could no longer bear to watch. Fang Qiubai squinted, overwhelmed by anxiety. Zhuo Fan's death proclaims the Regent Estate as the winner. It will only make them stronger. Kid, you must live at all costs. Fang Qiubai shouted inside. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. As Huangpu Qingtian's claw inched forward, Zhuofan's right eye flashed with 2 golden halos and space-warped. Huangpu Qingtian's claw would take Zhuofan's heart at this rate, but so too would Void Annihilation punch a hole through the enemy's chest. Truly was a life for a life. But Zhuofan still had Blood Infant. As long as Blood Infant was in his blood, even without a heart, he wouldn't die. For him, it was more of a heavy wound in exchange for a life. Even though Huangpu Qingtian was oblivious to these subtleties, he still didn't find it worth it to go down like this. Startled by the warped space, Huangpu Qingtian dodged and his claw stabbed the ground next to Zhuofan. They both get to live a while longer. Yet Void Annihilation brushed past Huangpu Qingtian's left arm and peeled his flesh. Blood oozed out like water. Huangpu Qingtian had no time to react as Void Annihilation continued on its path and smashed into the array. Boom! Like a hole punched through the sky, the 6th grade array, Microcosmic Orbit Array, shattered. The 365 profound heaven experts acting as the core of the array died on the spot. They spurted up blood. Their eyes rolled into their heads and they breathed their last. What just happened? Huangpu Qingtian looked at the wound on his arm, then at the crumbling array, but was left dumbfounded. He had no idea what had occurred. All that he knew was that Zhuofan landed a sneak attack on him. But how could a mere sneak attack be so powerful? Zhuofan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He's still alive. Since he had failed, Zhuofan knew Huangpu Qingtian had to be on guard and a second chance wouldn't come. With his last attempt failing, he was all out of means to catch Huangpu Qingtian unaware. I have no choice but to use my last plan. Humph, Lung Wuchang, I didn't think it was you in the end who managed to outplay me. You may be the unwanted contriver, but not even you could foresee my last resort. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and he ignored the pain as he moved, ripping his last wing that Huangpu Qingtian had pinned down. Huangpu Qingtian cried inside. He wants to run. And he pierced the dragon claw at Zhuofan's throat, just as Zhuofan vanished through the use of shift. With the array gone, Zhuofan had regained his freedom and no one could stop him now. Void Annihilation overcame the flaw of Divine Eye of the Void's first stage by breaking any restrictions. Zhuofan didn't use it all this time because he had no intention of escaping, hellbent on finishing off Huangpu Qingtian. The array had him trapped, but so too was Huangpu Qingtian. He could have run away anytime anyway, something that Huangpu Qingtian wasn't privy to and not even Lung Wuchang predicted this. It was unclear at this point who played who. Whoosh! Zhuofan flashed 1,000 meters away and took out Shower from the ring. He had it carry him as it flew away. Not a moment too soon as Zhuofan blacked out. Huangpu Qingtian took a few steps after him and spat blood. He glanced at the flesh gouged from his left arm seeping blood, then at the hell's cape around him, littered with broken corpses. They had 10,000 men, paid such a heavy price and still couldn't finish the job. The frustration fueled his raging howl. Fang Qiubai eased his breath. Noon expected the kid to break the array. He had them scared. Lung Wuchang was stunned and sighed. The kid is far more treacherous than I gave him credit for. Sir Lang, it seems to me the kid has escaped with his life and your meticulous planning failed. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng laughed. Lung Wuchang shook his head. He didn't look too pleased yet his voice was calm. Prime Minister, I thank you for your concern. The kid had exceeded my calculations, but I have taken this outcome into account. With him on his deathbed, he is like a fish in a barrel, waiting to be squashed. Don't get so confident, Sir Long. The kid is a true miracle worker. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng mocked. Lung Wuchang fell silent, but his eyes were completely focused on the national elemental stone, waiting for the next plan to come into play. Caw. In the glow of the twilight sun, cawing entered the ears of the people there, as a murder of crows circled the bloodbath. Huangpu Qingtian stared in Zhuofan's last direction, panting and frustrated. He had prepared the ambush, put so much effort into it, only to be routed and failing to take Zhuofan's life. Such disgrace lowered his royal prestige in the public's eye. What right did he have now to go vie for his father's position after such a gruesome slaughter? Ah! Huangpu Qingtian vented his frustration by wailing. The regret and anger only festered in his core. The crows landing nearby flew away startled. Yu Yushan's trio was grounded and unable to move. Watching Huangpu Qingtian's irritation, they knew when to keep to themselves, afraid they'd direct his anger on themselves. Eldest young master? A weak voice ventured. Looking over they saw Yen Fu bringing a dozen survivors of vassal clans. Fear clearly painted on his face. Snapping his eyes on him, Huangpu Qingtian spat. Humph! Such fortune upon you. So many have died, along with hundreds of profound heaven experts. But you, bone-tempering fools and Yen Fu, the ants, still breathe. Yen Fu and the others shuddered, but he was the first to fall to his knees, followed by the rest. Their heads lowered, silent as the grave. Eldest young master, forgive us. That M-monster put fear into us and we escaped before the array was activated. So you lived. Huangpu Qingtian sneered. Yen Fu trembled, nodding stiffly. Huangpu Qingtian only had contempt for them. But Yen Bongyi's round of abuse cut him off before he could continue. Yen Fu, you are the stain of Pilking Hall. That monster killed your master, and when you had the chance to ambush him, what did you do? You chose the path of a sniveling coward. Eldest young master, I failed to teach my junior brother proper manners. If you want to punish him, you may go ahead and even kill this disgrace to avoid shaming us further. Yen Bongyi barked. Yen Fu gulped, shivering from fear yet hatred growing inside him. It wasn't as much chastising but more for the sake of the audience of Hall Lord Yen Bagong. With everyone running away in fear just now, if Huangpu Qingtian were to think of killing them, who was there to stop him? Even if they were killed out in the open, would Pilking Hall seek Regent Estate for justice? Absolutely not. That in turn would make the world look down on Pilking Hall. And this was where Yen Bongyi's words came into play. By mocking Yen Fu, he saved the face of Pilking Hall, letting Huangpu Qingtian vent, while also giving Regent Estate a resounding round of ass-kissing, showing his endless devotion towards Regent Estate. In the case Huangpu Qingtian killed Yen Fu then and there, he'd be safe, since Pilking Hall now authorized Huangpu Qingtian to deal with the main offender. Regardless of the outcome, Pilking Hall's honor was safeguarded and the two houses would never be closer. All at the low price of throwing Yen Fu to the wolf. And that wasn't even the best part. Yen Bagong would definitely reward him for having saved Pilking Hall's honor. Yen Fu's rage only grew inside him, but he still laid there waiting. Huangpu Qingtian glanced at Yen Bongyi, aware of his ploy, then smiled. It's fine. We have lost too many in this battle and we need all the help we can get. We can't just have Yen Fu, a rare alchemist, killed. It will be of great help to us now that he's alive. Eldest young master's mercy knows no bounds. Let me express 1,000 thanks in my junior brother's stead. Yen Bongyi put on the good guy act then berated. Yen Fu, what are you gawking at? Thank the eldest young master for his mercy. It is all thanks to the eldest young master's infinite generosity that I don't have you punished as well. Yen Fu groaned, wishing nothing more than to give the man a few slaps. You threw me away, my own clansman. Not even pleading for me and now you're acting the savior? Even going as far as asking me for thanks. As if Huangpu Qingtian respects you so much that he spared my life. Humph, just you wait. I'll be sure to return the favor. Don't you worry. And yet Yen Fu's face was filled with respect and gratitude. Thank you, eldest young master, for your mercy. Thank you, senior brother, for your care. Nodding, the two accepted in glee, putting on the face of chastising naughty children. What are the rest of you standing around for? Look after their injuries. Huangpu Qingtian pointed at Yu Yushan's trio. Yen Fu nodded, taking first a pill for Huangpu Qingtian. Then he and the rest went to nurse the other three. Huangpu Qingtian nodded at Yen Fu's meek figure. The kid has good eyes to know who gets the first pill. But then Huangpu Qingtian sighed over the biggest worry. Letting Zhuofan escape. It would be hard looking for him in the wide expanse of Beast King Mountain. Huangpu Qingtian scowled and took out a jade slip. It was the last jade slip Lung Wuchang gave him, warning him repeatedly to never open it unless he ran out of options. The state he was in wasn't just out of options. Even with 1,000 ways he still wouldn't have anything remotely good he could use. With Zhuofan's cunning, the same trick wouldn't work twice. Not to mention he had no clue where to even begin the search. Sighing, Huangpu Qingtian paused in hesitation, then ultimately read the jade slip. Just what could Sir Lung have prepared in this late hour? What ingenious trick could we use? Finished reading the jade slip, his eyes shined and he laughed. I see it now. Sir Lung is a true mastermind to take even that into account. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan. No matter how sly you are, you shall never escape my grasp. A brimming sacred pill. The faint sound behind him caught his undivided attention. Huangpu Qingtian whipped his head to see Yan Fu trembling and facing away from everyone. The excitement got to him as he shouted, Yan Fu, what are you doing? And nothing. Yan Fu stiffly turned around to show a painful smile while hiding his hand behind him. Squinting, Huangpu Qingtian said coldly, What are you holding? Show it to me. Sweating buckets, Yan Fu hesitated for a long time before putting on a smile and presenting a storage ring with both hands. Congratulations, eldest young master. I found the brimming sacred pills, all 4 of them. Where? Huangpu Qingtian's eyes shined as he snatched the rings. Emptying them, he was looking at 4 vials in his palm. The brimming sacred pills. Yan Fu pointed at an arm soaked in blood. I took it from that arm. I thought, isn't that Zhuofan's arm? Huangpu Qingtian stared Yan Fu down. You found it quite fast and even knew it was his. Were you perhaps watching our fight? Waiting for the right moment to steal our things? Eldest young master. I would never even dream of it. Yan Fu fell to his knees in fear. Wouldn't dream of it? Huangpu Qingtian had a sinister smile as he eyed the 4 vials. Then how do you explain the missing seals from all 4 of the vials? Did you plan on switching the pills? Is that it? Huangpu Qingtian used discerning field on the spot, only relaxing when he found the genuine goods in the vials. Yan Fu was scared to death and pleaded, Eldest young master, please, I only wanted to confirm they were real. As an alchemist, I just couldn't help but want to see an 8th grade pill. The hard stare was making him sweat buckets. Huangpu Qingtian spoke. Listen here. Leave the others' possessions alone for now. The only items you are ever allowed to use are those I give you. You aren't even allowed to look. Understand? Why yes. I shall take it to heart, eldest young master. Yan Fu bobbed his head. Grinning, Huangpu Qingtian gave a pleased nod. Then he turned to the somewhat recovered trio and showed them the pills. See that? I told you. All the pills I lost will one day return to me. Brimming sacred pill. The 3 perked up. Huangpu Tianyuan was moved. He was worried that the rotten bastard would only go after one, but instead he had obtained all 4. With such a fortune, he, the estate lord, would surely get one as well. The smile had yet to reach his eyes as he watched Huangpu Qingtian share the 3 pills with his allies. The 3 looked at him puzzled. Huangpu Qingtian snickered. Take it and let's go hunt down Zhuofan together. What? The 3 were stunned. The brimming sacred pill was as rare as it got. Yet Huangpu Qingtian was just going to hand it over? Huangpu Tianyuan went slack-jawed. Since when is that brat so generous? You should keep them to yourself when it counts the most. If you ever feel like being generous, do that in your own house, not with some brats. Snorting, Huangpu Qingtian could tell what they were thinking and said, Remember this well. The future of the world is ultimately ours. The future is ours. Those simple words had their ambition grow unchecked. Yu Yushan's trio looked at Huangpu Qingtian's smile and felt the brimming sacred pill in their hand heavy as MT Tai. The pill and those words were the perfect sales pitch. He said the same thing to all 6 dragons and 1 phoenix before the wood exit, that they held the future in their grasp. They would soon surpass their own house lords and their glory. And now that they took his offered pill, they agreed to be wholly on Huangpu Qingtian's side. They would follow him blindly from now on, and the house's structure and interests would change as a result. This implied that when they became house lords, they would still align with Huangpu Qingtian and listen to his orders. This single brimming sacred pill represented not just their allegiance but their houses as well, and everything that came along with it. Their forces, their wealth, their souls. Huangpu Qingtian's plan of roping in the 3 future house lords was far more ingenious than how Huangpu Tianyuan earned the current house lord's favor. As long as the 3 held him in the highest regard, so too would the future 3 houses. Whether or not the 3 current house lords would object by writing them off as inheritors, Huangpu Qingtian wasn't the least bit worried. Once these 3 became his men, they would have regent estate behind them. And regent estate would do all in its power to get them the house lord position. If those geezer were tired of living, they were most welcome to refuse. Yu Yushan's trio looked at each other in sorrow, feeling the weight of the pill growing by the second. They were over the moon having gotten the brimming sacred pill, albeit at the price of betraying their own house. But if they refused, how would Huangpu Qingtian react? The 3 were pulled from 2 directions but soon came to a decision and bowed. We thank the eldest young master for his generosity. Today's decision had sealed the fate and future of their houses in one direction, as vassals. But refusing it would most likely end with them buried on this mountain. Tallying up both choices' ups and downs, the 3 favored satisfying their own interests. So what if they defected their clans in front of everyone? As long as the regent estate had their backs, their own house lords and elders wouldn't even touch them. Not to mention their house lord position was guaranteed. It was just about being Huangpu Qingtian's loyal dog. How bad could it be? Then again, they'd be below one man, but lords over the masses. At that time, a mere hint of accusing them for this decision would earn the offender a quick trip 6 feet under. That worked to calm their worries and they showed pure respect. Huangpu Qingtian nodded and laughed. Ha ha ha. Twitching, Huangpu Tianyuan watched the wise and powerful son of his, while cackling with a mask of rage. Looking at the 3 house lords, he saw the glum hanging heavy on their faces. Huangpu Qingtian not only carried out the regent estate's plan to unify the houses, but spurred the juniors to fight for their elders' power. Even a blind man could see Huangpu Qingtian was strengthening his position for when the time came to take his father's place. Be that as it may, regent estate's plan to unite the houses without conflict was of far greater benefit. Regent estate's elders were totally for it, evident by their prideful looks. Regent estate's house lord status was reserved for the most capable. The father and son could fight all they wanted, as long as the future lord worked for the better of regent estate. And watching Huangpu Qingtian employ hidden schemes and tricks along with the power invested in him, just like a true emperor, the elders loved him even more. Who would blame him now for calling them geezers? As long as you can make the regent estate thrive for thousands of years, you can even call us a bag of bones. Huangpu Tianyuan eyed the prideful elders behind him and sighed dejected. If this keeps up, the brat will soon come back with Zhuofan's head and earn great merit, higher than anyone. And what will become of me then? Squinting, Huangpu Tianyuan could no longer bear the stress and frustration and said, Sir Long, how sure are you of your plan to finish Zhuofan off? If it were anyone else, I'd guarantee it right away. But with how crafty he is, I can only go as far as 90%. Lung Wuchang spoke lightly. Huangpu Tianyuan's heart froze. Such assurance is insane. The man was now worried for Zhuofan's fate and for the first time, resenting Lung Wuchang's sharp mind. Just what plan do you have to be so certain? Is there anyone out there able to survive you? An ant perhaps. Sighing, Huangpu Tianyuan's mood sank into the pits of despair. Lung Wuchang smiled inside. He knew fully well the thoughts this house lord had, but didn't mind them in the least. His genius mind was a rarity in this world. No matter what house lord took office in regent estate, it wouldn't change a thing. He would still be their right-hand man or left-hand man, all because of his strength. This was why he did not care what Huangpu Tianyuan thought. Zhuofan was the only one on his mind right now. Zhuofan was the first ever to have escaped his foolproof plans. He found it impossible to gauge Zhuo Fan's actions, and this unwanted contriver felt the same threat he felt from Zhuge Changfeng. In this, Huangpu Qingtian and his interests were aligned to end Zhuo Fan. Alright, now that you've made your decision, hurry and take it. After you enter the radiant stage, we will go hunt that pest down. Huangpu Qingtian smiled at the trio. They were all puzzled, and Yu Yushan was the first to inquire. Eldest young master, we do not know where to start. Do you perhaps know his location? But even so, why don't we go after him this instant instead of waiting to break through? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan is bedridden, and he'll make sure to hide where no one can find him. Not even me. But Sir Lung knows he will sooner or later appear at one place, and that is where we'll wait for him. With him licking his wounds, we won't be disturbed for a while. It is our best chance to bolster our power. When everything is set and we ambush him, he will have no room to escape. Huangpu Qingtian laughed. The three nodded amazedly. If Sir Lung said it, it must be so. The three placed a simple defensive array around them and ate the brimming sacred pill. Huangpu Qingtian smiled, placing Yen Fu and the others as guards. He placed his own defenses around and ate his own pill. The four of them were peak profound heaven experts, soon to be radiant stage experts, courtesy of brimming sacred pill. Huangpu Qingtian's soul strength would be multiplied tens of times, and not even Zhuo Fan with his shift would be able to escape his grasp. Zhuo Fan's end was nigh. In another place, a purple lightning bird stood before a dark cave. The crackling lightning was enough deterrence for any approaching spiritual beast. A man covered in blood laid in the cave, unmoving, with his wings and arm ripped away. It was the first time Zhuo Fan had been in such a dangerous state. Xiaoer sometimes looked back in worry. It wanted to get Zhuo Fan some food and water, but was worried it would come back to find a spiritual beast gorging on his body. So he stood watch. 10 days came and went as man and beast monopolized the cave in complete silence. Only on the 15th day, a groan came from Zhuo Fan as he opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight coming from outside made him squint. Shriek. Xiaoer flapped its wings and cheered. With a smile, Zhuo Fan forced himself up and said, "Don't worry. As long as Blood Infant is safe, I won't die." "How long was I out, Xiaoer?" he asked. Shriek. Xiaoer flapped its wings and cried out. Zhuo Fan frowned and smiled. "Half a month? Just in time. Come. It's time for us to settle a debt." Shriek. Xiaoer barred his way, anxiously flapping its wings. "You'll die if you go now." Smiling, Zhuo Fan patted its head. "Don't write off your old man just yet. I've got more than just a strong arm. A sharp head on my shoulders. Xiaoer, by my reckoning I won't even have to lift a finger to kill them all." Xiaoer cocked its head, unable to read between the lines. But seeing the crafty smirk, it dawned on the bird. "I didn't lose my right arm for nothing." Touching the stump, Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. A lonely and lazy figure was approaching the water exit in Beast King Mountain. From the empty right sleeve it was clear he only had one arm. Zhuo Fan! The people beyond the National Elemental Stone had been waiting for him to show up for 20 days. After the fight back at the Earth exit, Zhuo Fan had vanished, only appearing before another exit now. Zhuo Fan's coming had them gasping. He's still alive. But the pale face and the wobbling gait let them know he was far from healed. Being in such a damaged state, it would have been common sense to look for a quiet corner somewhere to lay low and lick his wounds. Yet here he was walking around. It made no sense. Luo Yunchang's eyes moistened. "Why must you?" Uncaring of the audience commenting on his appearance, Zhuo Fan walked forth. When he was 100 meters off of the water exit, he stopped. He looked down at the empty ground and sighed. Everyone was startled. What's he doing? Only Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yunchang knew. Zhuo Fan paid homage to Xianxia. This was where she died 20 days ago. Taking a deep and long breath, Zhuo Fan forced back his sadness and grief. "Ninger, don't worry. Big Brother Zhuo will soon make everyone follow you for what they did to you. May it bring you peace." Ha ha ha. Bold words. How are you going to get revenge with that weak and crippled body? Are you a comedian now? A whistle reached his ears. 4 people now stood before Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Qingtian and his allies. Then a dozen people walked out of the woods to surround him, Yan Fu and the surviving vassals. What was truly shocking was Huangpu Qingtian's group had entered the Radiant stage in preparation to deal with Zhuo Fan. Everyone knew they got the brimming sacred pill and that they had a good chance of advancing, but seeing it was another matter entirely. Seeing the 4 practically reborn, bolstered in power and speed, the people feared for the worse. In the long history of Tianyu, there had never been anyone entering the Radiant stage before the age of 30. But now there were 4 of them, shocking the masses. Huangpu Tianyuan was the one suffering the most. If his son had brought just one brimming sacred pill home, the House Lord would have achieved his lifelong dream of entering the Radiant stage as well. But this wretched son of mine would rather leave his old man to die. Damn you! It was because of this he knew that when the 4 would return, their Radiant stage cultivation would be a threat to every House Lord, ultimately to be replaced. The 4 House Lords looked at each other crestfallen. Chu Qingcheng was worried sick, choked with emotion. How was Zhuo Fan going to survive being wounded like that and up against 4 Radiant stage experts? Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian shook their heads. Fate has caught up to the kid. He has nowhere else to go. Lung Wuchang was the only one with a smile on his face. Like everything went according to plan, Zhuo Fan looked at the 4. Yet people found it odd how laid back he was about this whole trap thing. All he did was mutter, "Ninger, do you see? Everyone who hurt you is here. Big brother Zhuo will avenge you." Yu Yushan looked puzzled. Zhuo Fan, have you lost it? There are 4 Radiant stage experts here while you aren't even healed. There is a huge gulf between us and yet you dare spout things like revenge? Humph! You have lost in all aspects. Lin Xianfeng shouted. Frowning, Zhuo Fan glanced at him, then showed a vague smile. Ha ha ha. No. It's you who has lost everything. Cut the crap, you lunatic. Even the blind can see we 4 are invincible. Wake up and smell the roses. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed as he cursed, but Zhuo Fan's odd mirthless smile unnerved him. Huangpu Qingtian felt the same. With how sly he is, what did he plan to remain so calm in front of us? Huangpu Qingtian looked around for clues. But nothing was picked up when he released his soul and his worry only grew. Is he bluffing? Lung Wuchang was also frowning. Zhuo Fan was becoming more and more of an enigma. With a mocking smile on his lips, Zhuo Fan sighed. Lung Wuchang sure is something. Able to guess I'll stop by to pay my respects to Ninger before leaving Beast King Mountain. He even had you set up an ambush. Truly a feat only unwanted contriver can pull. What? How can you know everything? Huangpu Qingtian cried. Lung Wuchang's eyes tightened and his aged hand clutched his beard. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan said, I know nothing really, but one thing I do know, every move we make is part of Lung Wuchang's grand design in some way or another. He'd been watching me for too long and I must say, he knows me better than I do myself. Since nothing I do will escape his plans, why not let nature run its course? Huangpu Qingtian looked hard at him, then sighed as he probed. Are you giving up? No. Didn't I tell you already? I came for all your lives. Zhuo Fan's lips broke out into his trademark evil grin. Seizing up, the 4 were totally oblivious to Zhuo Fan's meaning. He knows he can't escape Lung Wuchang's predictions, so why is he playing the winner? Does he have a way to turn it all around? It was easy for Zhuo Fan to guess what was on their minds. Ha ha ha. I have indeed fallen for Lung Wuchang's ploys, but to be fair, Huangpu Qingtian, haven't you fallen for mine as well? With Lung Wuchang in the background, when it comes to you and me, I come out on top. Huangpu Qingtian shuddered, not knowing whether to believe him or not. Is this mere grandstanding? A bluff? Lung Wuchang shot to his feet, his face changing color in seconds. His eyes swirled around, his mind fast at work. Then he looked up and cried, Did the punk know he can't escape my plans, so he went on the offensive to lay a trap for eldest young master? But when did he? Lung Wuchang's mind had guessed it, just that he didn't know the specifics and his face paled. Zhuge Chongfeng eyed this unwanted contriver and grinned. Avoid a ready enemy and only fight when he is weary. The kid sure is sharp. He knows he can't beat you in this mind game, so he chose to accept everything you did to him and fight your eldest young master. Sir Lung, you are not there by your lord. His scheming mind pales in comparison. Zhuofan's eyes sure are vicious. Ha ha ha. Words failed Lung Wuchang. All he could do was stew in his anger. What did this punk do to Huangpu Qingtian to act so confident before 4 Radiant Stage experts? Not even Zhuge Chongfeng could figure it out. Least of all him. Is this young pup able to turn the tables? He didn't believe it, he didn't want to believe it. Zhuge Chongfeng was looking at the national elemental stone in anticipation. This prime minister wanted to see what godly scheme could he pull off to turn all of it around. Huangpu Qingtian stared hatefully at him. Zhuofan, stop lying. I don't believe you. With your weak body, what can your meager attempts possibly do against 4 Radiant Stage experts to reverse this situation? Ha ha ha, you're wrong. To be honest, it's not me who will do it, you will. You will give me victory. In fact, I won the instant you guys entered the Radiant Stage. Zhuofan snickered. Huangpu Qingtian roared. Cut the bull. You're clearly faking it. I will personally turn you to ash and see you mock me then. Huangpu Qingtian pounced, aiming for Zhuofan's head. With how weak Zhuofan was, his head would crack like an overripe tomato. Luo Yunchang cried out and turned away. Chu Qingcheng was deeply troubled by what was coming, while only Zhuofan's smile never faltered, like the incoming fist wasn't even there. When the fist was about to touch him, he made a sign. Rumble. For no apparent reason, Huangpu Qingtian found his body stopping dead in its tracks. He couldn't control his body. Looking up at Zhuofan, he found the man's grin spitting on his face. Eldest young master. Yu Yushan and the other 2 cried out, seeing Huangpu Qingtian frozen in place. Huangpu Qingtian was sweating buckets. I can't move. What are you standing around for? Do something. He knew Zhuofan must have done something, though he didn't know exactly what. Never for the life of him did he think it possible for Zhuofan, on his deathbed, to be hiding such an eerie trick. The fear of not knowing how he did it only amplified the dread. He was now stuck in place, waiting for the axe to fall even as his heart was beating out of his chest. His 3 allies knew time was of the essence and sprung on Zhuofan as well. The 3 mighty Radiant Stage powers slammed into Zhuofan. He was forced 2 steps back, but he was not in the least bit panic, going by the wide grin. Stop! Making the same sign, Zhuofan mocked. I told you, you already lost. Rumble. Just like Huangpu Qingtian, the 3 stopped as well. Bug-eyed. They looked at the grinning Zhuofan in fear. They couldn't move as well. The viewers cried out in shock and doubt. Zhuge Chongfeng and Lung Wuchang were also astounded. What did the punk do to gain control of them? They knew Zhuofan had the 4 in the bag. As for when the bag opened and the 4 were shoved in, no one knew, not even the 2 greatest minds of Tianyu. The most aware of it all were the victims. Huangpu Qingtian watched Zhuofan in shock. What did you do to me? Zhuofan only giggled and looked around. Once he had the 4 riled up, and the dozen vassals scared out of their minds, he spoke. Eldest young master, you are fated to rule, Providence made you king. Can it be that your elders never told you when you were a child not to take candy from a stranger? What did we take? Huangpu Qingtian was stunned for a second, and then it all came crashing down. The pills. Nodding, Zhuofan showed the same smile. We have a winner. The very same 8th grade pill, brimming sacred pill. I left a little something inside it, you see. So when you entered the Radiant Stage, you had already lost. This can't be. Huangpu Qingtian and the other 3 felt a chill crawling up their spines. The pills they got that boosted their power were spiked. That meant they were now affected by its poison. But Huangpu Qingtian got them by coincidence when he ripped out Zhuofan's right arm. How could Zhuofan give it to us on purpose? Don't tell me. Eyes wide as saucers, they looked upon Zhuofan in horror. It was his plan all along? To even rip his own arm. Zhuofan knew fully well what went on in those little heads of theirs. Looks like you figured it out. I let Huangpu Qingtian take my right arm on purpose. Lung Wuchang's eyes shuddered. Zhuofan's scheme ran so deep, so ruthless, that it made even unwanted contriver shiver. Who'd ever see it coming? He gave up an arm to have Huangpu Qingtian at his mercy. The people looking at the one-armed and frail Zhuofan had long lost their sympathy. Even his pale face was warped into that of a demon in the minds of his enemies. This clueless herd of sheep actually dared to surround the wolf. Zhuofan ginned maliciously. Back then, he knew Chu Qingcheng and the others were trapped as he rushed to the water exit. On his way, he noticed a cold pond, reminding him of his old plan since God knew when to use bloodworms on his enemies. So he took advantage of the time Huangpu Qingtian believed his mind was in chaos after falling for their ploy and prepared his own scheme. Seeing Ninger dead truly made him go berserk, going after Huangpu Qingtian for revenge. Killing him himself would have been better, but if he did lose, he had this trick in mind ready to turn it all around, just in case. Like he said, he accepted all of Lung Wuchang's machinations, but not without leaving Huangpu Qingtian with a gift of his own. Something Lung Wuchang would never consider. Seeing how everyone was up to their neck deep in his ploy and couldn't make sense of anything, Lung Wuchang always assumed they couldn't spare anything in plotting back. But Zhuofan knew he couldn't avoid it, so he accepted it all with open arms, leaving him with the opening needed to plan his own trickery. Huangpu Qingtian stared at this demon incarnate horrified. Lung Wuchang was also trembling. He'd been a schemer and a plotter all his life, always achieving his projections. But Zhuofan managed to twist it around at the final moment. Then again, when taking into account Zhuofan's weird methods, hardly anyone could make feasible projections. But nevertheless, a loss was a loss. Lung Wuchang had to man up and admit he failed at the most crucial moment. All victories leading up to here were for nothing when he botched the final and most crucial battle. Zhuge Changfeng taunted. Sir Lung, it seems to me that you messed with not just any monkey, but great sage the equal of heaven, ha ha ha. Lung Wuchang's face twitched as he stewed in his own anger. Huangpu Qingtian was floored. Impossible! If we had never found those pills, your plan would have gone up in smoke and you'd lose your hand for nothing. Those pills clearly had Fang Choubai's seal. Huangpu Qingtian's stiff face turned to Yen Fu. Grinning, Zhuofan said, "What about the seal? Ha ha ha, true, you wouldn't have trusted the vials if you found them without the seals. But what if those seals were somehow removed in front of you, or given the impression that they were?" Yen Fu. Huangpu Qingtian glared in hatred. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone, Yen Fu stepped behind Zhuofan. They just had the shock of their lives. Yen Fu was one of Zhuofan's. Luo Yunchang was stunned. Since when did the Luo clan get to him? Hall Lord Yen Bugong's eyes were ready to pop from their sockets. He's on Zhuofan's side? Since when? It was common knowledge that Zhuofan killed his master. There was no one out there who hated Zhuofan's guts more than him. So how? Ignoring the dumbstruck faces, Zhuofan mocked. You guessed it. He's with me. I made sure to give him Ascending Jade Way earlier too. If you hadn't found the pills on your own, he was there to make sure you'd correct that little mishap. And to make sure to remove any traces of my meddling, of course. For you guys, someone insignificant like him would fall under your radar. But he ultimately sided with me and got you to fall for it, thus turning all this around. He takes all the credit for your defeat. Zhuofan praised Yen Fu. You were marvelous. I won't soon forget it. Thank you, Steward Zhua. Yen Fu bowed. Yen Bugong's frail heart cracked. How was it that the pride of Pilking Hall, their genius alchemists hailed within their house, all ended up at Zhuofan's hands? And that was right under their nose too. He did it so openly before every clan and house in Tianyu that he literally bitch-slapped Pilking Hall into the ground. Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng sighed in admiration. They discussed it back in Drifting Flower City that Zhuofan was unequaled when it came to digging up a party's cornerstones. But seeing it firsthand, they had to take their hat off to him. And he did that with his most hateful enemy. Not even unwanted contrivers saw that coming. The spy Zhuofan planted or converted was none other than the one who hated him the most, Yan Fu. Yan Bongyi saw red before his eyes. Yan Fu! You damn treacherous knave, you actually stooped so low to side with the man who killed your master? You are unworthy to be a Pill King Hall disciple, even less so to walk the earth. Humph, ever since my master left, it only got worse for me living in Pill King Hall. I have nothing to return to. Who cares about being some Pill King Hall disciple? Also, squinting, Yan Fu's hate-filled eyes showed a hint of warmth. Unaware, he clutched at his chest. There laid hidden a green jade slip. It was the same jade Xue Fan gave him when the man answered Huangpu Qingtian's challenge. It had a simple sentence, one that touched his heart. It was something his master had Xue Fan give to him. If you find your life in Pill King Hall difficult, come with Steward Xue to find me. He was certain from the soul trace on the jade slip that it was without a doubt his master's. The familiar feeling was so strong, he barely held back his tears. His master lived in the Luo clan, and by the sound of it, quite well. He recalled what Xue Fan told him at the time, that he'd take him to see his master in hell. It was a clear proof of acceptance. From that instant, this youth who hated Xue Fan's guts switched sides at the drop of the hat. He became Xue Fan's spy, feeding him information in secret. Yan Fu's eyes snapped to his clansmen and he shouted, Yan Bongyi, listen up. From this very moment, I and Pill King Hall are through. I belong to the Luo clan. A failure like you has no right to judge me. Yan Bongyi was a keg set to blow, evident from his red face. His chest heaved, yet he couldn't find a word of reply. This son of a bitch finds himself some backing and thinks he can defy me? No matter how big a nerve he had earlier, he still wouldn't curse back. But now, Xue Fan was laughing it up at their expense. He praised Yan Fu. Well said. This is the kind of mettle all youths of the Luo clan should have. These 4 may be in 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, but to me, they aren't worth a goddamn thing. Xue Fan's words were lofty and powerful, looking down on all creation. Yan Fu was excited, chest forward, head bobbing, the pride on his face unmistakable. He took on the same attitude he had when traveling with vicious Pill King. Inside he sighed. Following Xue Fan is truly out of this world. Freedom and bliss. All the hatred and bitterness festering in his heart during these years magically went away. No wonder my master got up and dumped Pill King Hall. His attitude sent a shiver down their spine. Scour the world and one would find the Luo clan's Xue Fan, the only one to ever look at the 7 houses with such loathing. By the looks of it, this clan was growing in power, its future only bright. People began seeing the Luo clan in a different light. But the Luo clan's people had no time to mind others' opinion of them. Looking at the national elemental stone in worry, Xue Fan was dominating the show. But seeing how wounded he was, Luo Yunchang couldn't fight back the pain in her heart seeing the bloody one-armed Xue Fan. Outsiders got the wrong idea seeing the Luo clan so worried. They thought worry came from Xue Fan possibly letting emotions override his judgment and that he might do something he would regret. In every esoteric debate that had been held in the past 1,000 years, many people died while the 7 houses held each other in professional courtesy, thus coming out unharmed each time. This time was no exception. They were split into factions with heavy casualties on both sides, yet even in the most disastrous esoteric debate in history all those that died were vassals. None from the 7 houses fell, not one from 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. This seemed to be the house's bottom line. However, if Xue Fan were to get impulsive and kill these 4, it would mark the start of the house war. This will make the Luo clan fodder in this war. And nobody from the Luo clan wanted to see that happen. But they were clearly overthinking things. They were blissfully unaware that the Luo clan was loyal to Xue Fan to a fault, even if fewer in numbers. They would accept any decision Xue Fan made, even bringing doom to the Luo clan. Of course, with Xue Fan's cunning mind, there was no way he'd let that happen. So Luo clan's people held unshakable trust in Xue Fan's every action. Xue Fan's decision was Luo clan's decision. What are you gawking at? He's on his deathbed. Attack together and he will die. Huangpu Qingtian shouted at the rest. The four of them took the brimming sacred pill and couldn't control themselves. But their vassals hadn't and could still pose a threat to Zhuofan. It was the perfect moment to strike, at his most vulnerable. Once he got better, all would be done for. Yu Yushan noticed this as well and shouted along with his allies. They didn't get to move as the dozen bone-tempering cultivators' eyes went blank and they collapsed. Zhuofan snickered. I may be wounded, but did you forget? My soul is in the radiant stage. The four gasped. They should have known that a sleeping tiger was still a tiger. Since when could ants take the soaring demonic dragon's life? The four were wrecked with despair. Huangpu Qingtian threatened. Zhuofan, think this through. Killing us will start a war with our houses and the vassal clans. Are you willing to take that chance? Not even the emperor can save you then. War. Yan Fu knew the Luo clan was under the imperial family and Dugu Zhantian's protection. And since he had yet to be filled in to the Luo clan's true power, he began to worry. Did I enter the Luo clan only to die? Zhuofan grinned. Quite true. Killing you will start a war. How scary. But I am never one to write off a revenge. What to do, what to do. Zhuofan put on a hypocritical thinking posture. Huangpu Qingtian's group was even more unnerved by his attitude. They hoped the punk would look at the big picture and get scared of what he saw, sparing them in the meantime. It went double for Huangpu Qingtian. Providence had him king and all that. His life was invaluable. How could he just die? I have it. Zhuofan snapped his fingers, earning a jerk from his victims. Since I have to get revenge, but you are nonetheless valuable and oughtn't be killed, I can only let heaven decide your fate. The four were shocked. But Zhuofan's hand made a sign and the four could move, though none of them could use their yuan qi. Their cultivation was sealed. PFF. Huangpu Qingtian groaned as a thumb-sized hole appeared on his chest. The pain almost made him black out as he looked down. He was unbeatable all his life, never even suffering a heavy wound. But this sudden hole exploding from within was heartrending. Bam! 3 more groans and his allies shared his pain. Zhuofan. What are you going to do? Huangpu Qingtian gnashed his teeth. If you plan on killing us, stop playing and release us from this torment. Release you? Ha ha ha. Did you release Ninger? Zhuofan's smile was that of anger. Relax. I said that your fate is in heaven's hand and will give you guys a chance. I am a man of my word. The holes in your chest represent your number. He gestured at the 4. The 4 found Huangpu Qingtian having 1 hole, so he ought to be 1. Yu Yushan had 2, Yan Bangyi had 3 and Lin Xianfeng had 4. They looked at each other bewildered. Zhuofan smiled. We will play a game. The Great Escape. I will give you guys 3 days to find the keys and leave this place. Getting back to Dragon Cloud City, your lives will be spared. But if I find you before you leave, terribly sorry, but that's Providence. Now you can't blame me for being short-sighted and not giving you a way out. Zhuofan's hand flashed and the keys to 3 exits appeared. He tossed them into the sky and they were soon spread all over Beast King Mountain. Yan Fu, make a sealed box for me holding 4 lots. 3 days later I will be drawing one, my target. As for the rest of you lucky fellows, you'd be spared, for a while. Since I am a bastion of fairness, I will release a signal before my hunt. Your lives are now in heaven's hands. With a wicked grin, Zhuofan waved them off. Come on, off you go. But remember, you better hope I don't find you. The 4 exchanged a glance and bolted in 4 directions. They knew Zhuofan was playing with them, but they had no choice in the matter. All they could do was fight. Yanfu gasped and turned to Zhuofan. Steward Zhua, are you killing them or letting them go? Why go through all this trouble just to kill them? And if you wanted to let them go? Humph! How could I ever let them off? Zhuofan's eyes glinted and his mood became deadly. Yanfu, do you fear death? Yes. Yanfu nodded after a pause. Zhuofan shook his head. No, you do not fear death, but dying. Ninger was a pure-hearted girl. Although she had a smile upon her face at death, I know it was for our sakes. She knew she was going to die and must have felt a terrible dread. This fear tortured her for 3 days. Shuafan clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot as he spat. So I will make those sons of bitches know the true meaning of fear every waking moment until they'd wish for death. Yen Fu shuddered and nodded. Shuafan never cared about some big picture, nor intended to let them off. He wanted them to suffer more than Xianxia did. Yen Fu now understood why he did it and went into the forest to carve a box out of a tree. Shuafan stayed behind, closed his eyes and resumed healing. Time passed on and the 3rd day was soon up. At the dawn of the 4th, Shuafan's eyes flashed open, out for blood. By his side, Yen Fu presented the box obscuring its content. This was the item that would decide the 4's fate. The hunt was on. Which one? I wonder who's the lucky bastard that gets to go first. The suspense is killing me. Sneering, Shuafan snapped his fingers, and a wood piece floated out of the box. A tiny character was etched on it. 4. Oh, it's 4. Shuafan's face split into a wide and very malicious grin. Then he asked, "Remind me again, who was number 4? Yen Fu spoke with reverence. "Steward Zhua. Number 4 is Forest Fleeting Dragon, Lin Xianfeng." "Oh, it's that gimp dragon. What rotten luck. Among 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, I seem to recall having already taken my ire on him twice so far. Now Providence has spoken and has placed him first in my path. Ha ha ha. I can't help but wonder, has his crimes earned him such ill fate, or is he just so down on his luck, so cursed, to suffer hell first?" Laughing, Shuafan said, "Whatever in his case, he truly must be ill-fated, ha ha ha." Shuafan pointed at the sky. A flare shot up and exploded into 4 fireworks bathing the Beast King Mountain in red. The frantic Huangpu Qingtian, scurrying in the forest, looked up at the sound. For fireworks means number 4. Lin Xianfeng is such an unlucky dog. Huangpu Qingtian shook his head, rejoicing inside. Shuafan was really playing by the rules and wasn't targeting him specifically. Or more likely than not, he'd be after him the first chance he got. With Lin Xianfeng playing the first victim, it bought him precious time to find the keys. Tightening the red crystal in his hand, Huangpu Qingtian took a deep breath and sped up in the search for its pair. He needed Yin and Yang keys to be home free. He had to work even faster now. Who knew how fast Lin Xianfeng would fall and who'd be the next poor schmuck to follow? On the off chance it was him, that would mean death. Although he breathed easier for a moment, the anxiety only mounted. Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan noticed the flare with their nerves stretched taut. This meant Shuafan's death game had started. But they relaxed soon after, seeing Shuafan going after Lin Xianfeng. Their safety was assured, for now. Though they also knew that once Lin Xianfeng fell, Shuafan would go after them. And with their cultivation sealed up, Shuafan would pick them like ants. And so, their speed mounted, as did their will to live. The pressure had grown on the 3 who lucked out, but the last one was showing quite a different reaction. "Hell yeah, I got the wood exit keys. My luck is off the hook." In a particularly glum and dark corner of the forest, Lin Xianfeng clenched the 2 green crystals and danced in joy. Even with a number of close to 30,000 people wandering Beast King Mountain's forest for a month now, the wood exit keys were never found. And here he was catching a lucky break. This luck is godlike. All he had to do was get to the wood exit and he'd be back in the safety of Dragon Cloud City. This would make his survival by Shuafan's game rules Providence. Shuafan couldn't touch him. Shuafan may be a very sore loser, but every elder in Dragon Cloud City, along with Dugu Zhantian and Fang Qiubai keeping the peace, would make sure to prevent any foul play. He would be safe. Filling his lungs with air, Lin Xianfeng felt the urge to bow before the mighty power of heaven, to offer his gratitude for actually caring, for once, about his fate. All previous resentments were wiped clean as his luck had finally turned. He was looking at the dawning sky with a smile on his face when a sudden flare exploded into 4 fireworks. The crimson sky reflected perfectly on his equally red face. "The heavens are giving me their blessing, ha ha ha." Lin Xianfeng was still trapped in his fantasy, giggling away, but then his smile froze. How can old heaven get up and burst for no rhyme or reason? That's man-made. With the four having their cultivation sealed, it only left Zhuofan. Is that the signal starting his death game? The sky had 4 fireworks. Doesn't that paint a target on #4? Lin Xuanfeng's face twitched, looking rigidly at his chest and the holes in it. There they were, in all their bloody glory, for holes bored into him precisely 3 days ago. F***CK. I'm that number 4. The corners of Lin Xuanfeng's mouth sank and tears threatened to burst out of his eyes. He had a good thing going here, this close to renewing his lease on life. But Providence had a different plan in mind, sending Zhuofan on a manhunt for the first target, him. He plunged from the glorious halls of paradise into the infernal abyss. My luck has turned worse than ever. Old heaven, could you please not tease me? Lin Xuanfeng's heart shuddered, his eyes hot from tears, feeling victimized. Not forgetting the fact that he wasn't even included in the plan to kill the lass. That was all Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan's doing, prodded by Huangpu Qingtian from behind. He should be going after those 3 for revenge. Why? Why is it that the first one that monster is hunting is me? It's so unfair. Lin Xianfeng wailed, asking the heavens with his pitiful eyes. What do I do now? At this very moment, he felt like the most miserable and wretched man in this whole wide world. Never mind the leg Zhuofan snapped off of him, or the hand Zhuofan disintegrated. Zhuofan was now hot on his heels for revenge. Yet he, the only one innocent in this whole matter, was the first target. Just what magnitude of bad luck was this? Lin Xuanfeng's eyes opened the floodgates. However, he didn't have time to wallow in self-pity. With 2 keys in hand, all he had to do was get to the wood exit and he'd be the winner. Lin Xianfeng broke into a mad dash, short of 1 leg, granted, but not slower than in his prime. His title, Forest Fleeting Dragon, was granted for his amazing speed after all. But with a flash of golden light, there came Zhuofan popping not 100 yards from the man. Lin Xianfeng, you saw the flare, I assume. Indeed, you're my first victim. Be good and stand still, would you? Isn't it too soon? How did he find me so fast? Lin Xianfeng whipped his head back and sure enough, Zhuofan had a positively killing smile. Bro, can't you cut me some slack? Huangpu Qingtian planned on killing the girl, and the other 2 executed it. I was in the dark when it happened. If you want revenge, go take it out on them. I'm innocent here. Lin Xianfeng hopped away in panic, a sniveling mess, as he begged. But the dread only grew and the despair deepened. Smiling, Zhuofan looked down on the man but never got closer. He always stayed within 100 meters. You're right. Among the 4, you can be called innocent. But how is it my fault your number came up? I made this game and will respect its rules. You only have old heaven to blame for your hapless fate. Ha ha ha. Face sinking deeper in sorrow, Lin Xianfeng gave his all in hopping forward, but could never shake Zhuofan off. Since it's fate, I can only resign to it. Why must I suffer so? The hunter could collect on his life any time he wanted, but wasn't doing it for his own amusement. Since death was certain, a quick one was preferred. Lin Xianfeng sighed and slowed down. Zhuofan knew what he was thinking from 100 meters away. But you are also right in being innocent. Here's a thought. I see you have the wood exit keys, so I will make an exception. If you can reach the wood exit and Dragon Cloud City within a day, you win and I will consider the matter settled. Truly. The resigned Lin Xianfeng found a glimmer of hope and his speed shot up again. Zhuofan's cold tone came from 100 meters away again. I'll be right here, behind you. If your time is up and you're still here, I'll make my move. Lin Xianfeng bobbed his head. You said it, so you better not go back on your word. Ha ha ha. I am playing the game by the books and with no regrets. Zhuofan's eyes glinted. Lin Xuanfeng's heart burst with joy and he put more power in his leg. At some point, sweat poured down him like rain and his legs seared with pain. After hopping for half a day, he found that he still had a lot of ground left to cover. He ignored the pain and pushed through at full speed. Zhuofan was always behind him, coldly staring and sharpening his bloodthirst. Humph! Forest fleeting dragon. Did you really think I'll let you live? I only chose the best way to kill you. Not a single person related to Ninger's death will be spared. Zhuofan scoffed internally. Lin Xianfeng. Half a day has passed. The owner of the cold eyes stalking the beaten-up prey spoke. Panting, Lin Xianfeng was soaked but wasn't slowing down even for a second. He only took deep breaths and gained more speed, not stopping for his life. In 10 hours I'm making a move. Lin Xianfeng, with his sealed cultivation, had been at it for 14 hours. His speed had been at its peak all this time and his legs shuddered with every hop. The run had been so intense. The sole of his shoe had worn off. He'd been hopping about barefoot through thorns and bushes and was now leaving a blood trail. He wished nothing more than to take a breather after such a long and intense fleeing. But Zhuofan's constant cold reminder from behind came as a rude awakening. Stopping meant dying. His corpse forever pushing up daisies in the middle of the forest. Lin Xuanfeng's sole option was to bear through the pain and run. 8 hours left. The countdown on his life aroused Lin Xianfeng from his rambling run and swaying vision. That's too soon. A glance at the sky would give light into this matter. Unless of course a certain face was blocking it, scaring the living daylight out of him. You still have time to stargaze? The clock is ticking. Better hurry up or your head will fall. Zhuofan grinned. Lin Xianfeng gasped and forgot about the sky as he sprung forth like mad. Zhuofan snickered and resumed following from behind. Like a reaper, his voice descended upon the wretched. 6 hours left. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot in his mad sprint. 4 hours left. Lin Xianfeng ran with his life on the line. Faster than even before he got his cultivation sealed. Only 2 hours. Zhuofan's face twisted in a grim smile. Lin Xuanfeng's face fell. He was soaked in sweat, his face red as blood, but his heart was wrecked from this torment. He closed his eyes and ran head first, passing one more bush just like the thousands before it. Lin Xianfeng saw a green crystal, for meters tall. The wood exit. The audience knew Zhuofan and the four were playing a deadly game of chase. It looked like he was torturing them. Many believed he pulled a game on them as an excuse to come out of this pickle with his face unmarred. Zhuofan was the top dog for thousands of miles around and yet still refrained from setting himself against 4 houses by looking for a reason to let the 4 go. But when Lin Xianfeng came out from the forest, they were shocked. Lin Xianfeng looked nothing like the proud forest fleeting dragon of before. Passing through pointy vegetation barefoot had made pinpoint incisions each time and now his sole of the foot was stripped of flesh. As he crossed the last bush, everyone heard a resounding crack. His knee snapped from the sheer speed, in an open fracture. Anyone moving at such blazing speed would know what that meant. But Zhuofan's constant reminder had him scared to death. His mind had been reduced to thinking only about survival and he was unaware what running for his life at such insane speed would do. Not even when his last leg broke and his bloody face crunched into the ground did Lin Xianfeng care. His eyes showed only madness. Watching the wood exit ahead, he cackled. Ha ha ha! I finally arrived. I can survive. With red eyes and without legs, Lin Xianfeng crawled his way forward as his lips cracked into a smile. Euphoria descended upon his mind. He was going to live. This was the chance Zhuofan gave him, the chance to survive. Of the 4, he was the only one innocent, so Zhuofan gave him a way out, as long as he could grasp it. Lin Xianfeng elbowed his way faster towards his hope. The audience was speechless. Why was he looking so wretched and yet found the time to smile? He looked mangled, battered, and wretched, yet had such a crazed look of happiness. What is going on? Nobody would know that Zhuofan had turned Lin Xianfeng like this, that he had etched a demon in his heart. I won. I'm going to live. Lin Xianfeng panted as he crawled before the wood exit. With shaking hands, he placed the keys from his ring into the groves with exultation. The audience nodded. The guy looked to be coming out of a torture chamber, but he was going home now. As the last key approached the slot, a lazy leg stepped on his hand and he dropped the crystal. Lin Xianfeng looked in shock to see Zhuofan's manic grin. The audience watched the two with hearts in their throat. Was Zhuofan such a demon to kill him right at the very end? Lin Xuanfeng's face didn't seem to say so. He wasn't shocked, having known this was coming every 2 hours. Why? Blinking his bleary eyes, Lin Xuanfeng's hoarse voice came out, oozing his desperation. I'm here. I won. Zhuofan shook his head, peering down on him. Unfortunately, time is up. If only you were a fraction faster, you'd have made it. A shame. Success. Lin Xianfeng gasped and his face shuddered, changing from fear to sorrow, to denial and despair. His eyes shrank and his head slumped. The agony in those eyes was so vivid. Anyone could see how hopeless, how dead they were. The people were appalled. Person suddenly appeared, Yan Fu. Yan Fu asked Zhuofan. Unclear what happened. Steward Zhua. Zhuofan merely gestured at the bloody man. Yan Fu kneeled and felt his neck. Steward Zhua. He's dead. The people were frightened. Why would a perfectly fine man get up and die? Did they miss Zhuofan doing something? Yan Fu asked. He has no mortal wound. Steward Zhua. How did you do it? Through fear, exhaustion, and despair. Zhuofan smiled coldly. Yan Fu was even more puzzled. Is this a joke? Since when can a radiant stage expert die from fear, exhaustion, and anguish? Zhuofan said, I sealed his cultivation so he could only draw speed from his body. When I came upon him, we were a ways away from here. Running all the way here would take 3 days at the minimum. But I told him he had 1 day to escape or I'll kill him. He gave his all and more in running here with me behind him, reminding of the time. Fear had gnawed at his body, making waste more stamina without even realizing it. When he finally did arrive, hope blossomed. After 3 long days of fear, he saw a ray of hope. His state of mind was already shaken when I came and told him the time was up. Then all that hope turned into anguish, joy into grief, shock into fear. It all happened so fast that these emotions attacked his mind and took his life. That is why I said he was scared to death, but also exhausted to death. Even more so, died from anguish. Zhuofan smiled. Yan Fu's heart thumped. He knew Zhuofan was vicious, but not that monstrous. He toyed with a man's dignity until the man fell to his death. Gulping, Yan Fu probed, Steward Zhua, did he reach here in 1 day? Zhuofan snickered. The kid had quite the potential. He lived up to his title and was quite fast in getting here with 2 hours to spare too. But as I was always behind like a reaper, I scared him and stopped him from checking the time until he even forgot about the real time. So when I said he lost it. Then despair and fear claimed him. Ha ha ha. The grand forest fleeting dragon truly was the fastest. So fast that he ended up breaking his only leg and died from exhaustion. Wasn't it the best way to die? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan cackled. Yan Fu and the audience were sweating bullets and a shiver went down their spines. Demon. Bring out the box. Let's see who's the next lucky bastard. Zhuofan's condescending smile turned manic. The suspense is killing me. I have to get back in the game. Hi hi hi. Zhuofan's demonic side was there for all to see, sending shivers and horrors to the faint-hearted. People thought Zhuofan was using an excuse to let them go, for the bigger picture and whatnot. But they all knew they had grossly overestimated him. Zhuofan wanted nothing more than to play a savage game and toy them to death in the process. The hatred boiling in Zhuofan had driven him mad for a long time now. His unorthodox method at exacting revenge had few appalled, and the rest horrified. Only those 3 knew of Lin Xuanfeng's true anguish and pain. The rest would be fortunate to seek out suicide than wait for Zhuofan to find them. Shaking their heads, people sighed. Messing with the 7 houses? Fine. Stomping on Regent Estate's toes? Not bad either. But may God have mercy on any who was ignorant enough to incite the wrath of Demon Archon Zhuofan. The end wouldn't be pretty, that was for sure. Yan Fu presented the object of interest and Zhuofan smiled. He plunged his hand inside and soon came out with the lucky runner-up. Zhuofan looked at the number and smirked. Humph. Enemies meet on a narrow road. So I'll be hunting down this lackey next. Zhuofan flipped the wooden piece over toward the wood exit for all to see. 2. None other than Xianxia's killer, Yu Yushan. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and he pointed above. Whoosh! A flare rose above the clouds, exploding in a brilliant double firework. Huangpu Qingtian and Yen Bangyi checked nervously, then looked at the holes on their chest, and finally relaxed. Thank God it's not me. Though they knew this safety was ephemeral. With how soon Zhuofan let out the second flare, it went without saying that Lin Shenfeng had bit the dust. With Yu Yushan as the second victim, who was to know how long he'd last before death would loom over them? With nerves stretched tighter than a violin, the weight was mounting the ever-present fear. They could literally feel Zhuofan's demon claw squeezing down on their throat. Like Zhuofan said, death wasn't terrifying, but dying was agony. Palpable fear was their longtime companion now, Huangpu Qingtian in particular. The guy had been invincible one too many times in his life and had never experienced this side of a battle, almost having a nervous breakdown. He had reached such a state that any loud noise was treated as Zhuofan sending a signal, doing nothing but pushing him further into the depths of despair. Right now he was angry. Providence had made him king. So how could he be such a coward? He had completely ignored the precarious and erratic state his mind was currently in. Zhuofan's death game had him running scared, crushing any royal demeanor he ever had. In another corner of the forest, Yu Yushan finally had the keys to the metal exit. His cheering was quite premature and disconcerting, at least when the flare exploded in the sky and fear replaced any trace of joy. Looking down at his own chest, 2 holes were there for all to see. Demon Zhuofan was on the hunt for him. Yu Yushan's face fell, his fate suddenly turning on him. It was so appalling that his mind exploded in quite the colorful curses. That damn rotten Lin Shenfeng. Wasn't he praised for speed? Why did he let himself get caught so fast? Did he give up? Couldn't you hang on for at least a few days longer and let your brothers reach safety? Humph, a gimp is a gimp, alive or dead. Not a single damn use. Yu Yushan cursed at the dead. But the top priority was still getting out of here and out of Zhuofan's range. As luck would have it, he was a short way off the metal exit. He only had to reach it and he'd wallow in safety. Yu Yushan set into a sprint, thinking he still had some time before Zhuofan got to him. Yu Yushan dashed like a maniac, and the fact that Zhuofan hadn't shown himself yet eased some of his tense muscles. His guess had been spot on. Zhuofan would need time to get to him. But as we all know, appearances can be deceiving. The golden exit shined its glow before him, like the goddess of victory opening her arms to welcome him. But then his eyes shrank and his body froze in place. What awaited him were 2 very familiar figures. Yan Fu, the snitch, and Zhuofan, the demon. The viewers sighed. Oh, you poor schmuck. These 2 have been waiting for you for ages, and you just had to walk right into their trap. Zhuofan looked at the sky and then at the dumbstruck Yu Yushan. You came. I've been waiting here for an hour now. What are you doing here? How did you know I was coming here? And more importantly, did you come here to stop me? Yu Yushan's mind was going a mile a minute, not knowing what to do. He just couldn't tell if Zhuofan was now a master diviner or not. How did he get here so fast moments after dealing with Lin Shenfeng? As if a mind reader, Zhuofan's cold smile came in response to his thoughts. Yu Yushan, you are Ninger's executioner. Now then, what's the best way to go about killing you? Gulping, Yu Yushan watched Zhuofan inch closer towards him. His legs were shaking like noodles and he soon collapsed in fear. He started bawling on his knees for mercy. Brother, let me go. I am a mere underling. Lung Wuchang is the one who planned to kill her. Huangpu Qingtian was the director and I was merely following orders. Take your revenge on them, I was just a lackey, mere nobody. Please let me go. TCH, what 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? Aren't they all sniveling cowards when death looms? Yan Fu was milking his dread for all he was worth. Zhuofan's follower felt no little satisfaction seeing the grand 6 dragons and 1 phoenix treated with such derision. On the viewer's side, everyone sported disgust at Yu Yushan's character. Valley Lord Yu Wanshan's face was dark and broody. Yu Yushan was a dragon, which in turn represented the image of Hell Valley. Even with his cultivation sealed, meeting Zhuofan would merely end up in death. But instead he opted for the coward's way out, bawling on his knees for his miserable life, while also shaming Hell Valley completely. The 7 houses of Tianyu were seen as lofty existences, revered and feared. But now that respect is long gone. Even the great disciples of their houses were merely men in the end. They fear the strong and death just like the next bloke. Even our clans have a few intrepid characters among us. In this aspect at least we are stronger than the houses. The 7 houses were seen as gods in the Tianyu Empire. But taking them down from their cozy throne would make all the reverence vanish. Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian nodded with a smile. The way they saw it, Zhuofan was practically issuing a death sentence to the houses. At the very least, the vassals the 7 houses enjoyed seeing fighting over their attention would thin out. It was just another blow at their name, what the emperor only dreamt of achieving. Who'd have thought it would come to fruition at the hands of Zhuofan? The 7 houses' image was almost ruined. The emperor would laugh for days if he knew. Long Xingyun and Xie Tianshang sighed at their fortune. The fortune of sticking with Zhuofan. Otherwise, they would have been standing in Yu Yushan's place by now. Losing their life was nothing compared to losing their house's image. Zhuofan was a demon archon, an incontestable existence. It was far better to join him than suffer his wrath. Long Xingyun looked at Long Yifi in respect. The old man knows his stuff to see the diamond in the rough. His mind is even sharper to stay close as well. Long Yifi noticed his son's eyes and held his head high. Xingyun, see that? That's how a house lord should be, to have an eye for talent. Zhuofan smirked at the hapless and disgusting thing. Did they also tell you to rob Ninger's essence? Yu Yushan was sweating bullets, not missing a beat in his begging and bowing. They wanted to see her suffer and all I could do was follow orders. Here, take the girl's essence. Please have it and let me go. Yu Yushan took a censer from his ring and presented it. Zhuofan received it and looked at the pure essence within. Feeling the familiar aura, Zhuofan's hands shook. His heart was in pain and his eyes looked ready to burst, but he pushed the sadness back. Even with the essence in his hand, his towering rage blew like a volcano. Yu Yushan, since you took it, then you must know how long the body can last before it must be returned. 24 hours. Yu Yushan trembled, his voice faltering under Zhuofan's rage. Squinting, Zhuofan barked. You know it's useless now, yet you still dare to give it to me? I should smash you to death with it. Zhuofan was about to do just that. Yu Yushan held his head in fear. But as it was Ninger's memento, he couldn't bear to stain her pure essence with this filth. Zhuofan put the censer away and smiled. Do you believe taking one's essence to be the most excruciating pain? Ha ha ha. That's because you haven't seen me do it. When you do it. Yu Yushan shuddered in fear. Zhuofan sported his trademark twisted smile of cruelty. Those words had Yu Yushan scared to death. Rumble. Yu Yushan found himself paralyzed and slumped. Zhuofan walked up to him and showed an icy gourd. Yu Yushan, don't you find it odd how I'm in control of all your actions? How do I know your precise location? Blinking, Yu Yushan was filled with doubt but couldn't even speak. All he could do was watch Zhuofan with a chaotic mind. Ha ha ha. I don't mind telling you my little secret. To be quite honest, none of you are poisoned, but have my demonic creature in you as a parasite. These demonic creatures are linked with me. No matter where you go or you wish to go, I'll know it all. Zhuofan opened the gourd and a worm wiggled out. Yu Yushan's heart seized in shock. A demonic cultivator had demonic creatures, of course. But even he didn't know of such a devastating demonic creature that could control a radiant stage expert. At this moment, he realized that they had Zhuofan's parasites within them, and even if they did run, they wouldn't leave Zhuofan's control. All of this death game nonsense had been rigged from the start. Zhuofan loomed over them like a god, and they were his puppets. Yu Yushan groaned in despair. Funny how they were filled with hope in finding the keys to get out alive, when everything was set from the beginning. Their fate was sealed. Shuafan snickered. There's no point in crying over it. You guys still have hope. I won't be out there looking for my next victim as long as the current one entertains me enough. Make it worth my while. Let me forget about everything and the others would have enough time to escape. What do you mean by that? Yu Yushan had a very bad feeling about this. Shuafan laughed and said, Simple really. I'm ready to have some fun with you. Shuafan flipped the gourd and bloodworms spilled out on Yu Yushan. He was deathly pale but couldn't move. Only panicked. Shuafan, what are you doing? Ha ha ha, what indeed? Can't you tell? I'm letting you have a taste of a pain worse than death by essence extraction. Shuafan's eyes showed his savagery. Ah! A wail of agony broke the stillness of the forest. Those 1,000 squirming bloodworms burrowed into Yu Yushan's skin. They began feasting on his flesh and blood started pouring from his body. His face twisted in pain, veins popping, mouth trembling from wanting to bite his tongue, but he was robbed of even that freedom. Shuafan watched the convulsing body with eerie calmness. I fed these 1,000 bloodworms my blood essence, but how could my meager blood be enough to quench their hunger? Fighting over a single drop of blood has turned them vicious. But thanks to you showing up, they can finally have their fill. Ha ha ha. And that's not even half of it. They have tiny jaws but are quite pointy, with a passion for a man's mind. Over the next few days you ought to feel it, the pain. It's likely 100 times worse than having your essence drawn. The good news is they are quite the slow eaters and like to keep the taste fresh, you see. So as they work their way deeper, they make sure to keep you from bleeding out. You won't die anytime soon. Let me tell you, just enough for you to enjoy the sweet and blissful pain. Ha ha ha. Ah, just kill me. Yu Yushan gnashed his teeth, roaring like a beast. Shuafan only mocked him. That's not very nice. All the pain you're feeling will help by your eldest young master time. Isn't he your master? Weren't you obeying his orders? What can a meager sacrifice compare to that? F***ck him and kill me already. Then go and kill him too. Why should I suffer for him? Yu Yushan's eyes were popping out of his skull. Shuafan's eyes glinted coldly. Since you don't consider him your master, why did you listen to his order and let Ninger suffer? Humph, wake up and smell the roses. A man should own up to his mistakes and bear through the consequences. Shuafan smiled and sat down to the side to heal, the wails of agony music to his ears. Yanfu shuddered, his back cold as ice, glancing at the howling figure. Then at the calm Shuafan, his awe only grew. Steward Zhua's revenge isn't to be taken lightly. Not even the insufferable brats from the 7 houses have such capacity for cruelty. This was a good opportunity to see the vicious side of soaring demonic dragon. The viewers listened to the screams with fear in their hearts. Shui clan's 3 generations knew Shuafan was doing it for Ninger, but even they found the cruelty a touch inhumane. They found the murderer of their dear Ninger a sorry sight. Having offended Shuafan, they actually felt pity for him. If the victims themselves would think so of their tormentor, it went without saying about the rest. In the minds of everyone out there, a single thought ruled. Never ever mess with this demon archon. Even as time trickled by, Yu Yushan's ravings never stopped. A day later, Yu Yushan's skin was gnawed away by the bloodworms, his face unrecognizable. He looked like a dried corpse, red all over yet without a drop of blood on him. The bloodworms made sure not to spill their drink, while Yu Yushan's screams were relentless. On the second day, all of Yu Yushan's tendons were devoured. All that was left was a pile of flesh, having nothing to hold him together. But Yu Yushan's cries kept on coming. On the third day, Yu Yushan's flesh was next. Even if he wanted to wail now, he couldn't. Wailing for 2 days straight had turned him mute. Then came the 4th day and the bloodworms went to work on his bones. Finally, on the 9th day, Yu Yushan was picked almost completely clean. Whether intentional or not, the bloodworms left behind his vital organs intact. As if to let him see with his own eyes the gory sight that he was, without flesh and bones. At this vile and gruesome sight, Yen Fu's stomach flipped and emptied. The viewers were horrified by the torture, turning away to keep their own sanity. Yu Yushan's eyes glistened, begging Zhuo Fan for death, the only thing he could do. His throat, neck and tongue had long been devoured. All that was left of him were a few arteries and organs barely keeping him from flatlining. Yet it was a pain worse than death. Zhuo Fan glanced at the sufferer, looked at his pleading face, and said, "Want to die?" Yu Yushan rolled his eyes frantically. With the eyelids gone as well, he was hardly equipped to convey his meaning. Zhuo Fan understood him clearly either way. Zhuo Fan said, "Let this be a lesson. You can mess with the king of hell, but never with the steward." Yu Yushan's eyes moved faster, to convey that he understood. The viewers watched in shock. Zhuo Fan was speaking more to them than to the dying Yu Yushan. His meaning was crystal clear. See that? Be nice and don't side with that rotten regent estate against me. So what if you're from the 7 houses? Your death will be as brutal as I feel like it. Everyone came to the same sensible decision then and there to be cautious. While for regent estate's vassals, their minds began working as well, although from a different angle. To never involve themselves with the Luo clan, even in death. Their steward is a god-damned inquisitor. Fang Qiubai rejoiced inside. The brat is awesome. He made one guy take the fall and scared the rest from ever getting anywhere near Regent Estate. Huangpu Tianyuan's face sank. He felt it loud and clear. How Zhuo Fan had trampled on the Regent Estate's 1,000-year-long prestige. How could they proclaim themselves rulers over Tianyu if everyone gave them a wide berth? Everyone from the Regent Estate looked at Zhuo Fan with hatred and helplessness. Zhuo Fan signaled the bloodworms to devour the organs. They moved quickly and Yu Yushan was gone in moments. It was obvious that Zhuo Fan was lying out of his ass when he said that bloodworms were slow eaters. It was only a means to torture Yu Yushan more. But watching himself being eaten quickly, spared of any further torment, Yu Yushan's final gaze was that of relief. Yen Fu gasped and rushed with the box over. "Steward Zhuo, please. No need." Zhuo Fan waved, his eyes savage. "We've wasted too much time here and the criminals are about to escape." Zhuo Fan released another flare. One firework, Huangpu Qingtian's number was up. "Just you wait. You are the one who will never ever leave this place alive." Bang! A blazing light shined above Beast King Mountain just as Huangpu Qingtian got out from a bush. He saw a single firework and panicked. The demon has finally set his sights on me. However, with a sly grin, Huangpu Qingtian's eyes glinted and his hand flickered with 2 red crystals. Too little too late. Huangpu Qingtian took a deep breath and rushed forward filled with excitement. He had the fire keys and even the fire exit was just around the corner, needing merely 2 hours to reach it. From the distance of the flare, he noticed that Zhuo Fan was far away and would need a long time to catch up with how damaged he was. Even in this great escape, the true winner shall be me, the rightful king. Ha ha ha, Yu Yushan. Well done in keeping the demon occupied for so long. I really have to thank you for helping me live. Huangpu Qingtian's tone turned colder. Although, that's providence. Sacrificing yourself for me is the highest form of death. I am a true king for old heaven to pave my way, ha ha ha. Cackling, Huangpu Qingtian sped up as the arrogance returned to his face. To him, everything and anything that happened was providence. Zhuo Fan could have easily broken his neck and be done with. But who knew what came over him to turn it all into a death game? Zhuo Fan had already killed 2 of them, leaving the first and third free to roam the forest for quite a long time. This was clearly heaven bestowing its blessings and allowing the rightful king to make a comeback, to rule the world. Huangpu Qingtian's narcissistic tendencies knew no bounds. Zhuo Fan, I'll let you have this one, but I am the true king. One day you will die by my hand, humph. Bloodthirst entered his eyes as he ran faster. Whoosh. An hour later, Huangpu Qingtian flashed out of the high grass and appeared before the crimson crystal exit. With no one else around, Huangpu Qingtian's face lit up. I knew the punk wouldn't make it. It's my win. The viewers saw him appear as well and were getting nervous. Was Zhuofan running late? Leaving this guy to win? Everyone thought of it as a darn shame. Not just Drifting Flower's edifice and allies, but Regent Estate's many vassals hung their heads in defeat. It had started with Zhuofan having the 4 of their lives at his fingertips. He had insisted on torturing them one at a time only to finally let the main culprit off the hook. It wasn't out of hate for Huangpu Qingtian, but people felt sorry for Zhuofan. If the prey slipped away from one's fingers, it was the worst feeling anyone could have. People started to send their hearts to Zhuofan. This must be the magnetism of the strong. Lung Wuchang frowned at everyone's reaction. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zhuofan would tarnish Regent Estate's entire reputation. The elders from Regent Estate had no clue about this, only rejoicing at seeing their eldest young master almost out of the woods. Huangpu Qingtian was after all a renowned genius that not even the Regent Estate could afford to lose. I just need to put the crystals in and I'm done. Panting, Huangpu Qingtian reached the exit and stabbed the crystals in the grooves. A red pillar shot for the skies in a dazzling light show. Huangpu Qingtian stared at the light with a smile. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan, I won. I'm still alive. Regent Estate's elders were excited as well, watching the national elemental stone with red eyes. If only the array wasn't a one-way transfer, they'd be in there dragging him here. Eldest young master, don't show off and hurry already. But a king wasn't a king without a bit of swag and hot air. Since he got out of hell, he had to first regain his rightful appearance worthy of his position, being unnecessarily pompous. Unhurried in the least, especially when one step got him home. Huangpu Qingtian's cocky look made the Regent Estate elders gnash their teeth. Huangpu Qingtian first began with cleaning up his act and straightening his messy hair. He didn't forget to recover his usual haughty look after the exhaustion he had suffered all these days running, to regain his poised nobility and to return home triumphant. Regent Estate elders' faces twitched. They wished nothing more than to give him a beating. Eldest young master, prancing aside, you're still in grave danger. Your life is about to run out, yet you actually have the time to stroke your ego. Humph, you'll only have yourself to blame if you die now. The Regent Estate's elders sighed, not realizing their complaints turned out to be curses. Huangpu Qingtian, having finally recovered a modicum of royal cockiness, strutted towards the fire exit like the true winner of the esoteric debate. Then, a thunderous boom came with the fall of lightning. Stop! Huangpu Qingtian's lifted leg twisted and exploded in a mist of blood. His body had yet to pass the veil and a heart-rending pain stabbed his chest as he collapsed. Huangpu Qingtian didn't need to turn around to know who was behind him. Startled, Huangpu Qingtian never would have guessed Zhuofan would reach him so fast when he was already so hurt. Does this mean he was going to die? What about that prancing just now? All that showing off and priming himself made him look like a clown. Huangpu Qingtian gnashed his teeth and kicked with his remaining leg before he hit the ground, aiming for the exit. His life aside, he had to survive and maintain his regal prestige. He could not allow his royal self to be reduced to a laughingstock. He had to become the final winner, the only champion, and receive the people's worship. But a flash of thunder and a black figure slamming into his spine destroyed any hope of reaching the full height of his glory. Instead, he was now a meter into the ground and spitting blood. What made it worse was his finger being a millimeter from victory. So close yet so far. Eldest young master, the Regent Estate elders cried. Struggling so hard to make one last push yet failing, filled Huangpu Qingtian with desperation. Stepping on Huangpu Qingtian, Zhuofan grinned and panted, Huangpu Qingtian, I finally caught up. You almost had me worried there, that I would lose my chance. Zhuofan, how did you get here so fast? Huangpu Qingtian turned a hateful glare at the man on his spine, but didn't finish as it all made sense. Behind Zhuofan was Yen Fu jumping off of a purple bird and rushing to Zhuofan. Zhuofan snickered. Do you get it now? I lost my wings, but I still have a thunder skylark. With speed as its focus, it was of great help catching up in time. Huangpu Qingtian lamented. How could I forget that punk still had a spiritual beast? It had gotten to his head that with the punk's meager speed, he had enough time to prance a bit and tend to his regal good looks. He would have skipped all that waste of time if he knew and avoided this mess by jumping right in. But no, he just had to show off his flashy side and die, becoming the butt of Tianyu's joke. Huangpu Qingtian wailed some more. Shuafan, kill me then, but I am king decreed by heaven and I ask that you let me go with dignity. Squinting, Shuafan snorted. Humph. Dignity is it? Sure. I'll make sure to pick the most dignified death I can think of. Shuafan leaned and bit his ear off. Ah! Huangpu Qingtian raved in pain. Shuafan, what are you doing? Me? Humph, didn't you want the most dignified death? Wish granted. I'll bury you all in my belly. Far more respectful than having dirt peppered all over you in a hole somewhere. Shuafan grinned with bloodthirsty eyes. That came as a shock to all who heard him. Soaring demonic dragon was planning on eating heaven-shaking dragon lord alive, followed by shivers of fear. That is the cruelest death yet. Huangpu Qingtian was startled at his words, and saw Shuafan spit his ear horrified. How come he didn't see Shuafan coming up with such a gruesome death penalty for him? What dignified? I will even lose my rights as a human being. What made it worse was being stripped of his kingly aura. Far more gruesome than Lin Xianfeng and Yu Yushan's deaths. That was for sure. Shuafan, why you're a demon. You dare eat me? Huangpu Qingtian squinted, appalled. Grinning, with Huangpu Qingtian's blood marring his lips, Shuafan's eyes had a manic glint. Yes, that's exactly right. I was thinking about the best way to torture you, for you to feel the most pain. I've decided this is the perfect end for you. It won't be the most painful, Yu Yushan had it 100 times worse, nor the most humiliating Lin Xianfeng has you beat at that. But for the one sentencing Ninger to death, I chose this for you. And do you know why? Ha ha ha. It's the one that brings me the most joy. Devouring you is the only way to ease this raging maelstrom of hatred inside of me. Shuafan bit down again, took off a large chunk from Huangpu Qingtian's scruff, making his victim howl to the sky and tears flow down his cheeks. Yan Fu shuddered and took 2 discreet steps back. The viewers couldn't look anymore, feeling bile coming into their throats, their hearts hammered in their chest, threatening to jump out any second. Shuafan was right. Eating him alive wasn't the most painful, nor the most shameful, but it was the most horrible. Everyone had fear in their eyes. Shuafan's earlier punishments made him look like a demon, but now he was a demon archon. Only Chu Qingqing was without worry, fear, or anxiety, just sadness. For Shuafan to have such hatred towards Huangpu Qingtian, it showed the pain he was enduring. A pain so great that only through this savage act could he somewhat appease it. Ah! Shuafan grinned. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes bulged, his veins popped, his regal face twisted horribly. Shuafan, I am the rightful king appointed by Providence itself. You will receive heavenly punishment for eating me, Huangpu Qingtian roared. Shuafan shook his head. Heavenly punishment? I've been going against heaven all this time, so what's there to fear going a bit further? Your so-called providence is a grand delusion you found yourself in. Even if you had heaven's protection, it wouldn't change a thing. I'd still come after you even if I had to pierce the 9 heavens. Shuafan bit down again, his teeth bloody. Roar! Incited by Huangpu Qingtian's words, a dragon roar sounded and his bloody body let out a golden light. Shuafan was startled. He had the bloodworm seal Huangpu Qingtian's cultivation. So why is he releasing such a strong power? The answer came soon. The golden dragon soul shot from Huangpu Qingtian into the sky before coming back down towards Shuafan. Dragon soul's protection. Shuafan frowned and sighed. He had totally forgotten about Huangpu Qingtian's dragon vein soul coming to save him in dire moments. Lung Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan snickered at this point. Shuafan was so weak that the dragon vein soul would attack his soul and end him. Who? A dragon image flashed by and the dragon soul passed through Zhuofan. A searing pain struck his head and he spat blood from how damaged his soul was. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan. You got what was coming for you. If you'd just killed me, none of this would have happened. But you, a lesser man, had to dare eat this king. Now you will die being devoured by the dragon soul. Huangpu Qingtian cackled. Despite being riddled with bite wounds, he still had the time to laugh. I am the true rightful king of heaven. I am untouchable. Ha ha ha. Fang Qiubai was startled. In the most intense moment, the dragon vein soul actually came out to defend him. Is Huangpu Qingtian truly a son of heaven for the dragon soul to protect him so much? Zhuofan only grinned. He saw the dragon soul coming for another pass and said, Humph! A mere earth spirit dares defy this emperor? Die! Then an azure flame flickered from his forehead. The azure flame expanded into a firebird. It took to the skies and shot for the petrified dragon soul. The dragon soul downright panicked, shuddered, then hightailed it. A bit too late for that, unfortunately. The azure bird flashed before it and clawed at its body. It held the dragon like a meager worm as it doubled back. The dragon soul only whimpered as the bird flew back to Zhuofan. Now that got a reaction out of the crowd, or more precisely a lack of reaction. People stared at Zhuofan blankly. Huangpu Qingtian's mind blew away, as he couldn't quite find any words to speak. What the hell? That's a dragon vein soul. How does a blue bird get to dangle it back just like that? The kid has his own spirit, far stronger than even Huangpu Qingtian's dragon vein soul. Fang Qiubai shouted. The dragon vein soul was a rarity in the world. The symbol of kings. Who thought it possible then that Zhuofan would have something far more deadly? Just who is he? He is from a third-rate clan, so why is he covered with treasures? Zhuge Changfeng stroked his beard, watching Zhuofan with blazing eyes. Only Regent Estateside was in pain. The stronger Zhuofan was, the bigger the threat. And now that the king's symbol was crushed so easily, this feeling only grew stronger. This signified he was the rightful king upon this world. Heaven approved. Regent Estates' resentment billowed and their hatred grew. Zhuofan, the little demon, no longer just had the potential to be a threat, but a veritable one at their own survival. A monster that defied the heavens. We need to make time and seek the high priest for answers. Where did he come from? How did he make the dragon vein soul surrender? Huangpu Tianyuan sighed. Lung Wuchang nodded as well, his face deep in ponder. Man proposed and heaven disposed. Lung Wuchang had flawless plans, but that only accounted for men. Anything he tried with those decreed by heaven would be rendered null. They would be under Providence's care and would come back from death's door stronger than ever. He never wanted to mess with these freaks for the same reason. Huangpu Qingtian qualified as one when he got the dragon soul's approval. All of the regent estate, including him, called Huangpu Qingtian as heaven's chosen. That his arrogance was God-given and justified. That belief only grew stronger as the third of the four pillars, Tianyu's high priest, gave his vague acknowledgement. But at this very moment, this heaven's chosen was being eaten alive by Zhuofan. Even his guardian, dragon soul, could do nothing to stop it. Is this also by providence that the punk has a kingly disposition? Or is it perhaps coming from somewhere beyond heaven? Lung Wuchang saw Zhuofan as a fearful enigma. Huangpu Qingtian saw his dragon soul coming back in the bird's claws and cried, Zhuofan? Who the hell are you? You just called yourself emperor. Then, none of your business. Zhuofan mocked. All you need to know is this. Messing with me is the worst mistake of your miserable life. Zhuofan took a bite out of his throat this time, tearing it off. Blood poured and Huangpu Qingtian's eyes dulled, feeling his life drained from him. With that, the golden energy left his body and entered Zhuofan. The azure bird brought the dragon soul back. Just in time to see the golden energy moving into Zhuofan, it released its claws in shock. The dragon soul roared in its newfound freedom. But it didn't attack Zhuofan this time, and instead circled him twice. It watched the golden energy move, then entered Zhuofan's body itself. Roar! As another dragon roar came, Fan didn't seem to feel any change, but then he exploded with light. The azure bird nodded and returned into Fan as well. Huangpu Tianyuan, having witnessed this event, cried, "Royal transfer. The world is about to change. Roar." With one more dragon roar, Fan glowed golden as he himself let out a roar of his own. Huangpu Qingtian soaked in his own blood, weak and fading. Watching the blinding golden light, he shouted his frustration and agony in his mind. That is my right. Fan, give it back. Give it back." Fan had bit his throat clean off and he had no way to speak. He could only express the regret and resentment on his face as he watched his greatest enemy steal his own dragon soul, take his dragon power and for Providence to make him king instead. How is this possible? How can Providence change? I am Tianyu's rightful ruler. Return my dragon soul. It's not you, not you. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes dimmed and he finally slumped his head, losing the last trace of life. Only his resentful eyes still spoke of his wretched death. The viewers couldn't care less about Huangpu Qingtian's grievances. They had more important things to mind right now, like watching Fan. Dragon Vane's dragon soul can be transferred? Does that mean Fan is the new king decreed by heaven? Rumble. With a thunderclap, the sky darkened and lightning brewed. The earth shook so hard no one could stand up straight. On Beast King Mountain, all spiritual beasts curled up in the safety of their den. Even the dreaded 6th-level spiritual beasts tucked away their heads in fear. Only Fan roared at the sky, while the golden light grew in intensity. "Prime Minister, what's happening?" his two elders asked. Zhuge Chongfeng saw them baffled and sighed with a grave face as he said, "The high priest told me once that when the world shakes, heavy changes are upon us. Tianyu is about to change." The people turned back to the roaring Fan with a pensive expression. Is this change related to that man? In Regent Estate's home city, Cage Dragon City, the earth shuddered, and the entire city wobbled. High Venerable Huangpu Fenglei woke up from his meditation in shock. He came out of his room and shouted, "Guard, what is going on?" "High Venerable, the Dragon Vane is rebelling." Profound heaven expert kneeled. Huangpu Fenglei shouted, "Impossible. Regent Estate has defended the Dragon Vane for 1,000 years and it has never rebelled once. One of the 9 dragon souls even came out from the seal, so how can it still rebel? I don't know, but the other 8 are hammering the seal. The shock waves have killed many bone-tempering experts. We can't hold much longer, High Venerable. What do we do?" Huangpu Fenglei frowned and shouted, "Call all Regent Estate's venerables at the seal and suppress the dragon souls. Get the ones in seclusion as well. If they are released, we'll be the first to suffer their wrath." Understood. The man rushed to obey. Huangpu Fenglei shot for the seal the next second. He just couldn't make sense of why the dragon Vane souls would suddenly rebel. In a dark alley of Caged Dragon City, shadows shifted. "Elder Yen, how do we get in with Regent Estate on high alert?" a charming voice said. She was Lei Yuding, Luo Clan's Shadow Corps captain. The one across from her was Vicious Pill King in his 40s. Looking at the strict guard at the gate, just like in the imperial capital, Xianxia sighed. "Even with the energy-concealing pill to evade the guards, we'll be sitting ducks once we set foot inside with the dozens of venerables and their discerning fields. Slipping in now is impossible. We still have to do it." Fan said, "We will one day go to war with the 7 houses and an intelligence network is paramount. With the Regent Estate having Lung Wuchang, it is imperative that we get any information as early as possible." Lei Yuding was firm in her decision. Yen Song sighed. He caressed his beard, thinking of a way to achieve it. A sudden boom shook the ground and the sky, and a billowing black cloud launched lightning everywhere in Caged Dragon City. Yen Song's team had no idea what happened. All they saw were men rushing towards a golden light. They were a mix of radiant stage experts and profound heaven experts. Vicious Pill King was speechless, then burst out, "Ha ha ha! It's Providence. Something big must be happening to Regent Estate right now to get all venerables and their profound heaven experts to leave this place. It doesn't get more deserted than this. Lass, follow me. Great. Lei Yuding perked up and signaled for the other men to follow as they slipped within Regent Estate. Each one of them was carrying a meter-large bag with something squirming inside. In the imperial capital, the emperor was perusing a report, checking the empire's situation, when the rumbling started. A black cloud thick as night loomed overhead, flickering with lightning. The earth was shaking so badly that the ink spilled on the neat parchment. What's going on? Tianyu has been enjoying prosperity for 1,000 years. How can it suddenly shake so much? The emperor swayed as the reports were rolling on the floor. This isn't a good sign. Something bad is happening. Guard. Send for the high priest. Report. What came was a guard bowing and presenting a paper. Your Majesty, the parish had sent someone over and asked me to present this paper to your Majesty. They added that all that concerns your Majesty is in here. If there are still doubts, they cannot help as heaven does not reveal its secrets. Eyes twitching, the emperor said, Give it here. That old geezer must be a god to pry into heaven's will and foresee this event. Yes. The guard presented the paper. The emperor took it and frowned as he read. A short poem was written, but he couldn't make sense of it. The world shook at the shake of the earth dragon's tail. Then came the celestial dragon to quell the chaos. As both the celestial and earth dragons exist, the land and rivers shall each call their king. What is this supposed to mean? Does the old foggy only know to talk in riddles? Can't he say anything clearly? The emperor shook his head as he pondered. The land and rivers shall each call their king. Does it mean Tianyu will split and the empire will be in chaos? The emperor's eyes flashed. No, I can't let that happen. My Yuan clan won't be divided. Humph, what land, rivers, and kings? Tianyu will forever remain whole. Under the Yuan clan, the emperor stared at the billowing thunder cloud with intense killing intent. Not even heaven can stop me. On Beast King Mountain, Zhuofan howled for 9 days and 9 nights. The shaking soon spread to all of the Tianyu Empire, persisting just as long. It only stopped when Zhuofan did. The audience watched in shock, knowing full well that the world had changed and that Zhuofan was in the center of it all. Was this the world's way of bestowing royal power? Everyone started seeing Zhuofan in a different light. Fang Qiubai especially. He used to care about Zhuofan's fate, and now could feel Zhuofan, with the dragon soul and providence by his side, was the greatest threat to Tianyu's imperial family. It left him pulled in 2 directions. Should he snuff him in the cradle or report to his majesty? Dugu Zhantian was in the same situation. He and the Luo clan were practically family. Luo Yunhai was even his 5th godson. He could never raise his hand against the Luo clan steward. But Zhuofan was now a threat to the imperial family. A loyal marshal like him couldn't overlook this. The two looked at each other and sighed. Lung Wuchang saw their dilemma and whispered to Huangpu Dana, Estate Lord, the kid will arrive any second now. You and the other 3 house lords are to kill him swiftly and prevent a calamity. How can that be? Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian are radiant stage experts. That's asking for death, attacking right in front of them. Huangpu Tianyuan gasped. Lung Wuchang shook his head. Estate Lord, relax. They would have done anything to protect Zhuofan earlier, but now things have changed. We aren't the only ones who want to see the kid dead. Because of grief, you couldn't hold your hand and killed the kid. Won't you garner everyone's sympathy? Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes lit up and he saw reason. He nodded with a sinister smile. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan looked at the faint golden glow around himself and smiled, sensing the golden dragon resting in his dantian. He had used diamond sand to temper himself, and now he had dragon veins, dragon power, and a king's dragon soul. 3 great treasures for body cultivation combined in one vessel. He simply needed to refine the dragon power and unite with the dragon soul, and his body would soar above even Huangpu Qingtian's. Speaking of which, he threw a condescending smile at those resentful eyes. Weren't you calling yourself a rightful king, decreed by providence? Humph! I stole everything you had, including your destiny. Suddenly, Zhuofan fell silent and his heart felt uneasy. Is the dragon soul's shift heaven-sent or a disaster? He felt something in the air had changed. As the dragon soul now resided within his body, he sensed the other faction's attitude shift, especially the imperial families. Then again, which emperor out there would allow the one calling himself rightful king take his throne? Huangpu Qingtian was so egotistical to spout it left and right because the regent estate had his back. For Zhuo Fan to keep his life, the time has come for the Luo clan to show its power. Squinting, Zhuo Fan sighed. Then a yellow pillar of light shot into the sky 1,000 miles from him. Yan Fu paled. Yen Bongi got away. Zhuo Fan glanced and merely shook his head. An ant. Nothing more. Yan Fu stammered, but kept his trap shut despite the resentment. What? You have a bone to pick with him? Zhuo Fan saw right through him. Yan Fu only sighed. Zhuo Fan patted his shoulder, his eyes glinting mysteriously. Relax. You are with me now. I will definitely help you deal with it. Yan Fu saw Zhuo Fan's cryptic smile. Yen Bongi passed through the earth national elemental stone flustered, gasping and rejoicing for having escaped that living nightmare. Yen Bagong almost broke down crying from joy. My family. I'm finally back. It wasn't easy escaping that monster. Yen Bagong saw Pil King Hall's most prized pupil return in tears. Of the 6 dragons, Zhuo Fan had reaped 3, making the last survivor to be treated like a treasure. The Pil King Hall rushed to console him and congratulate the safe return of their plague dragon. After a short moment of joy, Hall Lord Yen Bagong turned to Zhuo Fan being reflected on the Fire National Elemental Stone. His face grew dark and he said, Bongi, we and Estate Lord Huangpu struck a secret deal. When the punk comes back, we'll attack him together. Stay behind me and try to land the killing blow to wash the shame of betrayal. Let the world know of Pil King Hall's power. Yen Bongi jerked, but when he saw Zhuo Fan all he had was deep-rooted fear. Spare me, Hall Lord. I escaped that monster by the skin of my teeth and now you want me to die again. Yen Bagong knew what he was thinking and got angry. Useless prick. Are you that horrified after the punk gave you a little fright? Humph, relax. It will be us old fellows going first. You only have to go and collect his head and restore our image. This is an easy merit. What, you don't even know how to pick up a head? Yen Bongi was quite hesitant but nodded at the end. Yen Bagong broke out into a smile. That's our Pil King Hall's disciple, ha ha ha. Viewers turned their attention to the Fire National Elemental Stone, waiting for Zhuo Fan and Yen Fu's return. It's time. Zhuo Fan stood before the fire exit, viewers clueless of his meaning as was Yen Fu. But then, he looked at the sky and raised his palm as he muttered. Yen Fu asked, Steward Zhuo, what? Yen Fu, weren't you vexed at letting Yen Bongi off? Ha ha ha, as a reward for your great service, and your welcome gift in the Luo clan. I, its steward, shall fulfill your cherished wish. Zhuo Fan started to bend one finger at a time as he said, 5, 4. Everyone was puzzled just like Yen Fu. 3, 2. What is the punk playing at? Yen Bagong looked at his allies. Only Lung Wuchang was in constant pondering, then shouted at Yen Bagong. Hall Lord Yen, get away from the kid. What? Yen Bagong was still out of it. Just then, everyone heard, 1. With the final word, Zhuo Fan made a fist. Bang! A ringing explosion came out of nowhere as Yen Bongi didn't even realize as he went boom. The devastating power crippled the elders from Pil King Hall. Yen Bongi had just entered the radiant stage and his explosion took many elders down with him. Even their vassals came out bloodied. Their casualties were in the hundreds, while the lucky ones who survived didn't get to enjoy their fortune as Yen Bongi's blood landed on them, eating their flesh and bone alike. Everything around Pil King Hall was thrown into chaos, with corpses littering the ground. Pil King Hall instantly lost 8 elders, a crippling blow. Yen Bagong crawled from beneath a pile of corpses and shook at the carnage laid before him. What happened? Why are Pil King Hall's experts almost all dead? Looking at the corpse pinning him down, Yen Bagong panicked as he pushed it away, seeing it was eaten by Yen Bongi's blood. a trait of the poison body. If not for the guy taking the fall for him, he'd be dead right now. The other houses saw the horror and fled from Pill King Hall. No one could understand why the peach-perfect Yen Bongi just popped. But a malicious cackle grated their ears. Hi hi hi. Zhuofan held his forehead as he laughed. Noon got the joke and neither did Yen Fu. Steward Zhua, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Only laughing at a bunch of morons. Did they actually think I'd let him live? Yen Fu blinked, to which Zhuofan explained. From the start, I made sure to come prepared. The bloodworms are connected to me, so I made sure to arm them. As long as any of those dumbasses left Beast King Mountain, they were to self-destruct in 10 minutes. What a stroke of luck. They always believed they had a way out and they gave their all in reaching the exit. All of it was just a grand act. A joke of epic proportions. Ha ha ha. This entire game was never meant to have a winner. Zhuofan's eyes glinted. Yen Fu's heart froze. Going by his words, Yen Bongi became a ticking time bomb the moment he stepped in Dragon Cloud City. He must be in pieces by now. Zhuofan grinned, knowing what was going in that head of his. You guessed it. The brat is toast. Cooked. A Radiant Stage expert's self-destruct ought to have taken many lives with him as well. As for how many he cared to guess. Was there even a point? Almost none from Pill King Hall could escape. Yen Bongi was put in the center moments after returning. Finding out that the rotten senior brother of his who always mocked him was toyed to death by the demon himself. Yen Fu should be happy. But no joy reached his heart. For some odd reason he felt safe around Zhuofan, true, but the fear was up to par by comparison. It was unnerving. Even when his most hated enemy suffered at the hands of the demon, what he felt instead was a bit of sympathy. True to his words. You can mess with the king of hell, but never with this steward. Offending the king of hell, at the worst you'd just die. Offend Steward Zhua, and you'd find that even death would be a luxury. In Dragon Cloud City, everyone looked at Zhuofan in dread. Yen Bongi ran with such zeal thinking he'd escape. But Zhuofan cooked a little something for Pill King Hall and sent him off with a package. This creepy method and insidious plot left the survivors shuddering. Even Lung Wuchang, a renowned mind in the empire, looked at the snickering figure in fear. Zhuofan had long surpassed Zhuge Changfeng and became his biggest enemy. Well, time to head back. Zhuofan returned to his cool demeanor, but his eyes hid a deep and heavy sorrow as he walked towards the red glow. Yen Fu nodded. Whoosh! The two stepped through and were back. The people treated him like a demon, shaking in fear. Only the girls were happy seeing him alive and went to welcome him. Then it happened. Explosions sounded as 4 men attacked the pair. A great pressure fell on the people, making them fall back in panic. The 4 were none other than Huangpu Tianyuan and his allies, all peak profound heaven house lords. Fang Qiubai was about to block them but stayed his hand. After careful consideration, he picked neutrality. Dugu Zhantian watched it all with a cold eye and a lament. Perhaps it's for the best. Only Luo Yunchang and Chu Qingcheng were devastated. They wanted to give a helping hand. Zhuofan, you'll pay for what you did to my son. Huangpu Tianyuan roared his righteous excuse, punching straight for Zhuofan. Yen Fu, behind Zhuofan, could barely breathe from the power display. The other 3 house lords unleashed their own might as well. Zhuofan, heavily wounded, was besieged by 4 experts on all sides. Escape was not an option. Not that he was worried. With a twisted grin, he said, Sorry, but you're a little late in getting revenge for Huangpu Qingtian. An explosion followed as a black figure slammed the 4 into the air. Zhuofan's eyes glinted and he smiled. As I live and breathe, elderly. Boom! The ringing from the boom had yet to stop, forcing the people to cover their ears. The thick dust had Zhuofan and Yen Fu obscured within it. Huangpu Tianyuan's team of 4 finally landed while coughing blood. The respective house elders surrounded their house lords and checked their wounds. But Huangpu Tianyuan flicked his sleeve, shooing the elder before him aside. His eyes peered into the dust and he spat. Who the hell dares to interfere in the Regent Estate's affairs? Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian looked towards the commotion with a frown. They knew who it was, but they were baffled why that man was on Zhuo Fan's side. The rest of the houses watched intently. They were all dying to know at this point who had the nerve to save Zhuo Fan from the clutches of Regent Estate. Once the dust settled, somewhat, it revealed an imposing physique. An outstandish old man, poised and his back straight, stood in front of Zhuo Fan. His tyrannical aura bent on crushing everyone in his path hung heavy over everyone's hearts. He was none other than one of the rare top radiant stage experts in Tianyu. Mad Dipper, Li Jingtian. A Regent Estate elder shouted. Elder Li, you are a guest venerable of ours. Where have you been over the past few years? Why are you suddenly siding with that punk? He is the Regent Estate's greatest enemy. Those words set the crowd reeling. The mystery expert was Regent Estate's venerable, the living legend, Mad Dipper Li Jingtian. He truly lived up to his name, respected and feared both. Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian were startled as well. Nobody knew of Li Jingtian's strength before, but the vibes he was sending deterred even the mighty divine dragon. Elder Li. A cry sounded, making the eyes of everyone land on Luo Yunchang. To everyone's shock, she ran to Li Jingtian's side and patted his chest. Thanks to your timely arrival. Zhuo Fan is safe. Twitching, everyone looked puzzled. The 7 house lords included. What's that Lu miss doing being so friendly with that savage fiend? Li Jingtian's reaction, however, got a priceless expression out of them all. Ha ha ha, young miss, relax. Nothing will happen to Steward Zhuo, not when he has such a cunning nature. Li Jingtian laughed. The people went slack-jawed. Say what? Young miss, Steward Zhuo. Tell me it isn't true. How, why, when? The Luo clan is just a third-rate upstart clan. How in the hell did they manage to entice that old freak Mad Dipper to become their venerable instead? That makes the Luo clan practically on par with the 7 houses. Ha ha ha, we must be tripping. That Mad Dipper must have been conned into helping them just like Zhuo Fan did with Dugu Zhantian. There's absolutely no way, not in a million years, for him to be on their side. Then again, seeing how the punk's methods were quite all-encompassing, the kid could practically turn everyone into his backers. Sighing, the crowd's opinion of Zhuo Fan jumped again and again. And that went for everyone there, from no-name clans to the 7 house lords. Since having a backer and joining them were totally different things. A backer was good as a makeshift safeguard, but by joining the clan wholly, the man could both defend and attack in need, turning the clan into a force to be reckoned with. Zhuo Fan was great, no doubt, but not even he could pull a peak radiant stage expert to his side, to join a third-rate clan no less. That was simply ludicrous. Long Yifi and the rest shook their heads. We must be overthinking things. If Li Jingtian was their venerable, then the Luo clan was a match for the 7 houses. A truly cruel and delicious irony how everyone was denying the truth, staring them dead in their faces. Depending on the viewpoint, of course. Elder Li, what's the meaning of this? You may be friends with the punk, but clan matters come first. You need to address this with utmost severity. Why are you stopping me from taking revenge for my son? Huangpu Tianyuan raved. Squinting, Li Jingtian laughed. Ha ha ha. Estate Lord Huangpu. That's exactly right. I of course take the clan's interests into heavy consideration. That is why, as Luo clan's elder, I cannot allow you to touch one hair of our steward. Dong! A bomb went off in all of their heads. They felt their minds swoon after being smacked with a copper bell right in the noggin. Reeling from shock, they looked at Li Jingtian gobsmacked. The Mad Dipper actually joined the Luo clan, and he's just a friggin' elder. As if. Are you high? Did you just get up and quit the prestigious position of a guest venerable over at Regent Estate to become a mere elder for a third-rate clan? Huangpu Tianyuan stammered all this time. Lung Wuchang twirled his beard and asked, Elderly, why? Humph. Isn't it obvious? There was nothing holding me back, no incentive at all. I dumped Regent Estate for the Luo clan because they can give me something you can't. Li Jingtian smiled with pride. Now that definitely got a shocking reaction. The grandiose head of houses was dumped over a tiny clan? That had got to be the joke of the century. Hearing it from anyone else, it would earn a couple of laughs. But it came directly from the source, Mad Dipper himself. A peak radiant stage expert abandoned all those benefits and downshifted to become some elder? Why the hell would he do that if there was nothing in it for him? It begged the question though, what could the Luo clan hold to make Mad Dipper wipe his hands off of the regent estate? All eyes were on Zhuofan. Everyone knew that only one man was capable of making the old demon switch camps. He definitely had a hand in this. But even then, getting him to change sides was a godlike move. How did he do it? Long Zhou sighed. I knew the kid is an expert at stealing others' foundations. Fortunately, we are a tight-knit house, or even our experts would have fallen for his bewitching promises. Unaware as he was that Zhuofan wouldn't take them even if they were given for free. Moving past the standard reaction of shock everyone showed today, Li Jingtian turned to the one-armed Zhuofan with a heartbroken expression. Taking him into a bear hug, the man spoke solemnly. Steward Zhua, what are your orders? Zhuofan glanced over to the regent estate and said, No one from the regent estate leaves this place alive. The cold and insipid tone rang into people's ears. The demon is that cruel to go ahead and wipe out all regent estate's elders. Mad Dipper was no fool. Doing so was declaring war with the head of the houses. This was not a game. Zhuofan was consumed by his hatred and desire for revenge. With Li Jingtian being regent estate's venerable once, he should still have some lingering feelings left over for his ex-employer. Now that he was a mere elder, he should think about the clan's needs and not follow the demon steward's ramblings. Li Jingtian simply patted his shoulder and turned to Regent Estate's men with a look that promised death and agony. He was hellbent on murdering anyone to fulfill Zhuofan's design. He's nuts. The entire Luo clan is going along with Zhuofan's madness. After a quick sigh of lamentation, everyone scampered off. Noon wanted to be here and suffer a quick death when a radiant stage expert went on a murdering spree. Long Yifi thought about advising against it. But Zhuofan and Li Jingtian's determined gazes made him falter. All he could do was follow his clansmen in getting away from here. It was then that Li Jingtian kicked it off with a bang. The power and the pressure were that of a mountain coming down on you. Huangpu Tianyuan and his 30-ish elders group gasped, but found even breathing hard. They couldn't even fight back. This was the power of a peak radiant stage expert. These guys were nothing but ants to Li Jingtian. But then, a boom announced the approach of a man in white, facing off Li Jingtian with a palm attack. Boom! The world felt like it was falling apart as the two palms collided. All anyone could do was duck their heads and cover their ears. Long Yifi and the rest of the profound heaven experts were feeling horrible just the same. They covered their ears and stood up a bit, but if the flowing sweat was any indication, they had to be feeling just as powerless as their neighbors if they were to face these palms instead. Tap. The two withdrew 5 steps. Looking up, the one facing Li Jingtian was none other than Jade Flute Divine Sword, Fang Qiubai. Cupping his hands, Fang Qiubai spoke, Mad Dipper Li Jingtian, your name precedes you. One of the imperial family's 5 divine dragons, Jade Flute Divine Sword Fang Qiubai. I've long since waited for this. One glance is enough to tell me of your uncommon character. But are you certain you want to go head-to-head with me? Li Jingtian smiled, his eyes exploding with bloodthirst. The martial fanatic in him reared its head, fueling his desire to fight. Fang Qiubai waved him off. Brother Li, I would never treat you as an enemy. It is the Emperor's decree, you see, to defend Dragon Cloud City's public order. I was forced to intervene the moment you attacked Regent Estate. I ask that you be sensible and let this matter rest. It would be for the best of both the Regent Estate and Luo clan, wouldn't you say? Li Jingtian's eye twitched, realizing this opponent of his knew his way with words. If the Luo clan and Regent Estate fought it out now, both sides would end up with a disaster. He was at an impasse, however. A glance at Zhuofan's cold face and the seething bloodthirst in his eyes made that choice for him. Li Jingtian gnashed his teeth and smirked. Mr. Fang, It's been ages since I met an opponent like yourself. How about we spar a little? Fang Qiubai frowned at Li Jingtian's smile. I forgot, Mad Dipper is a martial fanatic, but he is not an idiot either. So why would he insist on being so reckless? Killing even a single elder of Regent Estate today will set off Regent Estate on the warpath against the Luo clan. The answer was made clear soon enough. Li Jingtian looked back and Zhuofan said something to him. It was unimaginable to see the great Mad Dipper actually abiding by a pup's every word. Talking to Li Jingtian now wouldn't change a damn thing, so he had to switch gears and talk it out with Zhuofan. Fang Qiubai said, Steward Zhua, I understand your anger, but this is not the place to settle your grudges. I ask that you do not forsake your clan over a single loss. That had the crowd thrown in a loop. If he wants to persuade someone, he should do that with Li Jingtian. Who is to stop him if he decides otherwise? Then it dawned on them like the sun's morning glow. Oh, Li Jingtian is doing it at Zhuofan's orders. Does that mean a word out of him can make Li Jingtian stop? A peak radiant stage expert, Mad Dipper in particular, is actually housebroken. The vassals and the 7 house lords turned to Zhuofan to gawk in shock. That's a radiant stage expert we're talking about. These guys are venerables in the 7 houses. One would have to beg for any kind of help. Even the house lords need to watch their words around them. And all they could do is make requests, not order them around. Or the venerable will simply scoff at anybody pleading to them. But here is one peak radiant stage expert who is listening to a kid. Did Li Jingtian mellow out? Or are Zhuofan's methods far more sinister? Then again, Mad Dipper was called as such for a very good reason. That made the first reason moot and the second one highly plausible. Zhuofan was versed with so much knowledge that he could even get Mad Dipper to fall in line. So why is he then just an elder and not a venerable? Venerables, who are on the same status as a patriarch, were above a house lord who could only order elders around. Zhuofan? Oh, Zhuofan, you were just a steward. So how can you tell an elder what to do? Long Yifei and the rest sighed watching him. This kid might very well be the greatest steward to have ever walked the earth. It's hard to tell if I should be happy or sad if I had such a capable steward in my clan. Zhuofan ignored the chatter and stared back at Fang Qiubai, then turned his head away. Don't care. Fang Qiubai faltered. This punk doesn't know when to quit. Li Jingtian laughed it off, filled with thirst for battle. Mr. Fang, it's hard for me to find such a good opponent like you. I won't be holding back. Please return in kind. I won't be blamed for any unforeseen demise on your part. Brother Li, I feel the need to stress this. Per Emperor's orders, I cannot allow you to rain havoc in Dragon Cloud City. Fang Qiubai saw talking was off the table and the jade flute began to let out sounds. Li Jingtian saw Fang Qiubai getting serious and was overjoyed. He gave a belly laugh, then charged with a dragon roar. Wraith Style's second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Roar. Li Jingtian was covered from head to toe in black energy and a claw sprung out. The power it released was intent on tearing a hole in space itself. Fang Qiubai gasped. He let the shock subside and turned serious as well. With the flute in hand, he stabbed at the incoming attack. Profound Heaven Sword Star. The jade flute was wrapped in a blue wind and turned into a sword, its tip shooting into the sky. The black and blue auras collided, shuddering the hearts of onlookers. Then came the shock wave, turning to dust anything in its path. Fortunately, the people were wise enough to stay clear from the start, lest they'd be pulverized as well by now. Once all settled down, they watched on slack-jawed. Li Jingtian and Fang Qiubai were staring at each other with grave faces mere 5 meters away from each other. Jade Flute Divine Sword's hand holding the flute trembled, while Li Jingtian's brows shook, far more astounded. His hand was dripping blood on the ground. Elder Li lost. Luo Yunchang was filled with worry. Zhuofan only shook his head. It's no loss, but a stalemate. Neither could overpower the other. The next second, a sharp crack announced the crumbling flute falling to the ground from Fang Qiubai's hand. Fang Qiubai sighed at his loss. Brother Li, This flute has followed me for 50 years. I never thought I'd see it crumble here. Take it as me having lost by a fraction." Li Jingtian smiled, lifting his bloody palm and speaking cheerfully. "This iron hand of mine has been with me for 158 years. But today it has come to harm. I have lost in this exchange." The two stared for a second before laughing it up. While respecting each other for the hero, the other was in their hearts. "Mr. Fong, should we go at it again and settle this stalemate?" Li Jingtian spoke while waving his bloody hand. Fong Qiubai looked at the broken flute and nodded. "Since Brother Li is so courteous, I shall oblige." "Marvelous!" Li Jingtian laughed and attacked. But then Zhuofan said, "Elder Li, we'll leave it here today, out of respect for Mr. Fong. We'll just have to settle our grudges with Regent Estate some other time." The people's faces twitched. "That's a nice way of putting it. What respect for Mr. Fong? You should have done that from the start if you had any respect for the man. Saying it now when you know fighting won't get you anywhere makes you look like a hypocrite. At least he was far better than those stupid heads knowing only to push ahead regardless. The kid sure is smart to know when to retreat." Fong Qiubai smiled. "Then, Brother Li, we will spar again another day. Or your steward might get angry." Li Jingtian sighed with a nod. "Fine. Since Steward Zhua said so, I don't have a choice but to fight another day." Li Jingtian cupped his hands and walked back to Zhuofan, while Fong Qiubai stood there with a heavy frown. He had just taunted Li Jingtian to see if he was so resolute in following the little demon's words, not expecting at all that Li Jingtian hadn't even entertained the notion of defying Zhuofan's orders. His reply being very calm, as if the Grand Mad Dipper listening to a brat was the norm, not to mention he was devoted to a fault. Zhuofan's qualifications as king had now evolved. It wasn't as simple as drawing his peers over to his side, but included the power to rally astonishing people like Li Jingtian under his banner. It only proved the fact that Zhuofan was far more worthy to be king than Huangpu Qingtian. Getting Dragon Vein Soul was a mere coincidence. He had the power to become an emperor already, but now it was also decreed by heaven itself. At that moment, Zhuofan became the #1 threat for the imperial family in Fong Qiubai's mind. "Mr. Fong." Zhuofan called with a cryptic smile. "You were very quick in stopping Elder Li. You are a true divine dragon. His Majesty made the right choice in sending you to preside over Dragon Cloud City's order." Fong Qiubai's face flushed a bit. No one but him could sense the dripping sarcasm. "He's mocking me for not intervening when Huangpu Tianyuan's team attacked him before, but stepping in when Li Jingtian attacked." It was a clear sign that Fong Qiubai wanted Zhuofan dead. Keeping Dragon Cloud City's order was merely the best excuse at the moment. He has now taken me into account as a potential enemy. When he had Li Jingtian attack Huangpu Tianyuan, it was all to see my stance. The little demon is too outstanding. Staring at Zhua's creepy smile, Fong Qiubai sighed. On the Luo clan's way back, Zhuofan was the picture of calmness. Li Jingtian stuck to him like glue, creating a stifling atmosphere that no one around dared to break and approach. Everyone watched them go in shock, even the house lords. No one had seen it coming. A mere third-rate clan had risen to the ranks of a house the instant Li Jingtian showed up next to them. Nobody present knew a house, except Regent Estate of course, that had someone at the height of power as Li Jingtian had reached, a peak Radiant Stage expert. Not to mention the said expert could fight Divine Dragon Fong Qiubai to a draw. This fact only gave the Luo clan even greater importance. From now on, Luo clan wasn't merely at the level of a house, but was right below Regent Estate. Any offense would be met with impunity from Li Jingtian, annihilating their entire clan. Such a thing had never achieved in the past because of the delicate balance of power. This also did not push the other clans into a corner. But now, Yuanshan and the other houses who held a grudge with Zhuofan had to reconsider their approach to revenge as the Luo clan had now become the second house under Regent Estate. Luo clan was strong, but only because of Li Jingtian alone. Yet that man was strong enough to shock everyone. Luo clans slowly made their way to their accommodations in Dragon Cloud City. Fan had a deathly look on his face that no one disturbed. And in this manner, they walked further and further away. Suddenly, Fan stopped and looked at Lang Wuchang with a sinister smile as he shouted, "Sir Lang, I admit my loss this time, but the games have just begun. Let us have a blast next time. Ha ha ha." Fan's eyes exploded with hatred and coupled with his creepy tone. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lang Wuchang's face grew graver than ever, but it only matched Fan's bloodthirsty stare. It was Zhuge Changfeng who then said, "Sir Lang, you really kicked the hornet's nest this time. Ha ha ha." Zhuge Changfeng then left with his two elders. Lang Wuchang's beard shuddered in rage. The others around him were too scared to make a peep. It was a tangle between big shots, not something they should butt in. Messing with the regent estate would get one killed, erasing the body and clan. While pissing off Fan, who had tormented half of the 6 dragons, none of the vassals and small clans dared to imagine. Not to mention they had a peak radiant stage expert as cover, bringing them on the same level as the 7 houses. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 houses had sparks flying when their gazes met. Ah hey he hem. People, in all the esoteric debates held over the millennium, the grudges aren't brought back from the competition. If the 2 houses wish to resolve their hatred, please wait for the next esoteric debate. Dugu Zhantian took on an imposing stance and said so. Fan only smiled. Lang Wuchang's killing intent never faltered. It was clear as day that no one was buying it. There were no grudges in the past esoteric debates because the 7 houses kept appearances. While this time, Regent Estate killed the one Fan cared about the most, Xianxia, and the man toppled their future, along with 3 other dragons. Who the hell would wait 100 years to settle that kind of a bloody score? At least they were wise enough to let the matter slide for now, since Dugu Zhantian said it. Even if there was no verbal confirmation. But then a brash voice resounded. "Regent Estate, listen up. From this very moment, the Luo clan and you are now mortal enemies." The crowd was in complete shock. Luo clan simply got up and broke all pretenses, falling out with the Regent Estate in the open as well as in the dark. What came next was the worst outcome, war. To a clan having only one radiant stage expert, it meant death. People whipped their heads to see who was the ignorant buffoon spouting such words. What came into view was the face of a dignified youth. Luo clan's young master, Luo Yunhai. Long Yifi, Xie Xiaofeng and grandmother's eyes shrank, giving desperate signals to Fan with their eyes. Luo clan going to war meant dragging them into it as well since they were allies. There was no hope for victory at this point. It was understandable for Luo Yunhai to be overcome by rage and make such a declaration. He may be the young master, but Fan handled everything in the clan. His words represented the Luo clan's stance. So these 3 pleaded with Fan to think of the bigger picture. The man in question took a long look at Luo Yunhai, then smirked at the rest. "What's with those faces? Is there a problem with what our young master said?" "Humph, the Luo clan has that name for a reason. Young master may not be the official clan head yet, but he represents the Luo clan with every word. From now on, we and the Regent Estate are at war." As the people went through endless shock, Long Yifi and company were lamenting. No one took Luo Yunhai's words seriously, but all of that changed when Fan nailed the matter in. But what's going on with Fan? Did he really lose his mind in revenge over a girl? Huangpu Tianyuan was overjoyed. He feared the imperial family would stick its nose in again and stop them from making moves against the Luo clan. But now, with the Luo clan declaring war by itself, the imperial family had no grounds to interfere. Wingay's city could no longer save the Luo clan. Ha ha ha. Something must be wrong with today's kids. They are so brash and cocky. You think that a single peak radiant stage expert is enough to protect the Luo clan? Hilarious. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed. You may be able to cower the other houses, but you have another thing coming now that you've set yourself against us. Just ask the geezer next to you how strong we are if you don't believe me. You can't match our 1,000-year-old legacy. Fan smiled. Are you sure? We'll just have to wait and see. Spinning on his heel, he kept on walking, while Li Jingtian left them with some final words. As a former venerable of yours, let me give you some friendly advice. Think long and hard before touching the Luo clan. Then he turned around and followed after the others. But his words had the intended effect, to stun Huangpu Tianyuan and his elders. As an ex-regent estate venerable, Li Jingtian knew all about its power. Yet even so, he still judged the Luo clan to be a tougher enemy. Does that mean Luo clan is on par with the regent estate? Impossible. How can our 1,000-year legacy be surmounted just like that? Turning to Lung Wuchang, Huangpu Tianyuan found him silent. Luo clan was now wrapped in a thick fog, with no one able to pierce it. This effect had even regent estate feel their previous confidence fading. The swift rise of this clan had left more and more people unable to comprehend them. Dugu Zhantian watched Luo Yunhai's back bitterly. He treated Luo Yunhai as his own son, and the kid always listened to him. But he had just spoken, and the first one to reproach him was his own godson. For the sake of the clan, the godfather and godson had to break ties. He never wished for this to happen, but could never stop it. Why must we serve a different master? 6 hours later, the Luo clan returned to Dragon Cloud City, and Zhuofan slammed the door to his room. Don't bother me! Luo Yunchang saw Zhuofan acting odd and was afraid for his sake. She wanted to go to him, but Li Jingtian stopped her. Luo Yunchang turned to him puzzled. Li Jingtian shook his head. Young miss, sometimes men need to be alone. Let him be. Her pure eyes shook as Luo Yunchang watched the door and bit her lip before leaving. But then a bestial roar came from beyond Zhuofan's door before she managed to leave. Ah! Covering her mouth, Luo Yunchang couldn't fight the tears. She saw Zhuo vent his rage for what was done to Ninger, but only now could he release some of the pain scarring his heart. The wail of agony made her heart bleed. She wanted to comfort him and mend his heart, but Zhuofan would rather face it alone. He was never one to open up to anyone, choosing to bear the pain by himself, becoming forever a solitary steward. The pain in Luo Yunchang only grew as her mind wandered. The other side, watching over Zhuofan's door along with their young miss, the sun fell and rose, and yet people stood still outside Zhuofan's door, listening to the howling growing hoarse into the night. When they finally stopped, Luo Yunchang stood with red eyes before the door, with salty tears streaming down her cheeks. Young miss, Pavilion Lord Long and the others have come. Captain Pang bowed. Luo Yunchang frowned. They would usually send someone over, not come in person. Why at this time? Luo Yunchang merely glanced at Elder Li, who had his eyes closed next to her, and she knew. Humph! What noble houses! They're all clinging to another's power. Because Li Jingtian's display of power yesterday shocked them all. Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Sword Marquise Abode and Drifting Flowers edifices found the Luo clan to be on the same footing as them, if not higher. That demanded a certain amount of respect. So they lowered themselves by coming in person. Otherwise they wouldn't be caught dead going to a third-rate clan even at Zhuofan's urging. Captain Pang, show them in. Luo Yunchang held her head high, benefiting from their newfound status. Captain Pang bowed. Understood. Captain Pang soon arrived with the 3 house lords and their entourage. Luo Yunchang bent her waist slightly in greeting. House lords, please forgive me for not welcoming you in person. No need, no need. How is Steward Zhuo? Grandmother didn't care at all, only eager to know about his situation. Luo Yunchang sighed as she glanced at the sealed door. This bothers me as well. He's been cooped up for an entire day while I am here by myself with worry. The 3 house lords were startled, but then saw Mad Dipper guarding the door with closed eyes. The 3 greeted, Hello, elderly. But Li Jingtian was quite the stuck-up, not even sparing them a wink. The house lords shook their heads, while the ones behind them gasped. Now that's a damn expert right there. He's so cool to act all self-important and rude to even the noble house lords. Yesterday's event was yet to fully sink in. A man of such power was willing to listen to Zhuofan's every word. Long Jiu, Long Kuei and the rest knew Zhuofan fairly well, and saw his potential before anyone else. Watching him take decisive steps till today, when he could contest with the powers of Tianyu, left them sighing. Xia Tianshang's eyes were blazing, thirsting for something. As a martial fanatic no less driven than Li Jingtian, he understood that to make someone like them listen to orders required only one thing: power. The fiendish Mad Dipper following Zhuofan's every word showed Zhuofan had the power to make him submit. Xia Tianshang's respect for the steward shot through the roof then and there, bordering on worship. The house lords looked at each other, but only grandmother spoke. Young Miss Luo, would it be possible to see Steward Zhuo? We have matters to discuss. I'm afraid not. It's best that we wait for him to calm down and rest. I will relay your message when he comes out. Luo Yunchang glanced at the door with a shake of her head. The three frowned. When Zhuofan was off doing God knows what, they had no choice but to discuss things with this lass. Now that the man of the house was back, of course they'd only want to see him. Now more than ever when it concerns the safety of their houses. How could they simply leave it in the hands of a girl? But looking at Mad Dipper they didn't say anything. With that fiend watching the door, they won't even get to touch it. As the three house lords were internally debating, a white figure walked out from behind. Chu Qingcheng. Edifice Lord Chu, what are you doing? Luo Yunchang frowned seeing her going for the door. Chu Qingcheng rested her dainty hand on it and said, "This is between me and him. I ask that young Miss Luo does not interfere." And then she continued walking to Luo Yunchang's distress. Luo Yunchang couldn't stop her, but a thick arm blocked her advance. Li Jingtian's eyes were still closed, but his voice was firm. Steward Zhuo needs rest. Without his explicit approval you can't go in. Or would you like me to stop you even if I have to pick on the weak? Everyone shivered. None saw it coming, that the great Mad Dipper Li Jingtian would be so heavy-handed with a junior. He was just like a guard to a vault, leaving no room for negotiation. This also proved his loyalty towards Zhuofan and earned the others' envy. Just what did Zhuofan do to get this fiend on his side? And such a devoted one too. Chu Qingcheng didn't push the issue, knowing she was beaten, and shouted instead, "Zhuofan, I need to talk to you. Get out and stop hiding like a coward." Success. Gasps all around. Zhuofan wasn't the same person from yesterday. He had an invincible bodyguard. Not to mention he was currently unstable. Getting him pissed off was the last thing on anyone's mind. It was just yesterday when, after getting consumed by rage, he had declared war with the regent estate. He might even attack them if he was angry enough. And none of them could fight off Li Jingtian. If Zhuofan gave in to his demonic side, there was quite a high possibility of suffering untold cruelty they just bore witness to last month. Nobody wished to be the spark that lit that keg. They were all tense, watching the door nervously. But what they received was total silence. Only 15 minutes later, a hoarse voice came. "Elderly, let them in." "All right." Li Jingtian nodded and withdrew his hand. The people followed Chu Qingcheng in to see a shocking situation. Chu Qingcheng and Luo Yunchang's eyes went red. A white-haired man sat leaning on the bed, his clothes a mess, his hair thatched, and his eyes red and lifeless. His hand held a censer releasing a pure light. He was and wasn't Zhuofan. How did he end up like this though? "Brother Zhuo," Luo Yunhai cried. But Zhuofan didn't reply. His dead eyes stared at the floor. After a long time his muttering came. "Sorry everyone, if you came because of the declaration of war you can return. Yunhai is young, but he is our future clan head. His words are law. The Luo clan will be fighting regent estate. But it's up to you if you wish to join." Stammering, the house lords knew Zhuofan had received a devastating blow to have a mental breakdown. He looked anything but capable of taking decisions. He was like those fanatic people hellbent on revenge, willing to be torn apart as long as they could bite into the enemy's flesh. That's too rash. They saw Zhuofan dead and cold like a block of ice. He was a pragmatic and cunning monster devoid of emotion. But look at him now. Now that he was lost to his emotions, He had sacrificed everything and was reduced to this weak state. Intense emotions were cruel. They cut like a sharp blade and reduced even the strongest to an empty husk. Sighing, they shook their heads with regret. But some girls were overwhelmed with affection and pity. This was a true man, one that would risk his all for a woman. But because of the cold demeanor he usually displayed, no one saw what lay buried in his heart. Steward Zhua, don't be so down. You can't let emotions cloud your judgment in dealing with the regent estate. Grandmother said in all sincerity. Zhua Fan merely gave a mocking laughter. Chu Qingcheng went to him and pulled his hand. Come with me. No one understood what was happening. Zhua Fan was the same, but had no mind to care, following her like a walking corpse. They were soon gone from everyone's sight. An hour later, Chu Qingcheng brought him to Drifting Flowers Edifice's location in Dragon Cloud City, to her room. Zhua Fan snorted. Edifice Lord Chu, why have you brought me here? You don't intend to deepen our feelings, are you? I am not in. His voice trailed off as he noticed the girl on the bed. She was fair, young, and naive-looking, Xianxia, but she didn't look dead at all, merely sleeping. Ninger's body. How? Zhua Fan watched closely and she looked just like a sleeping, living person. Frowning, Zhua Fan noticed the shining jewel in her mouth. Anchoring soul bead. Zhua Fan cried out in joy. This, Ninger can be saved. 9th grade spiritual weapon anchoring soul bead. It was an astonishing treasure for soul defense never seen before in Tianyu. It was unique, a defensive treasure everyone was willing to die for. When Radiant Stage and above experts fought, the emphasis shifted towards the soul. And with the anchoring soul bead, one's soul was safe and sound. It even had the miraculous ability to simulate one's essence when their soul was gravely damaged. With Xianxia's essence stolen for 3 days, she had collapsed. It was the strength of her soul that waned, unable to support her consciousness. In fact, her soul had yet to fully scatter back then. If she had the anchoring soul bead then, her life would have been saved. And with the help of some medicine, she would regain her essence to connect with her soul and regain her consciousness. This was the only way to recover. Looking at her sleeping face, it was clear that she was saved in the nick of time. Zhua Fan was overjoyed. Edifice Lord Chu, then dash. Call me Qingcheng. Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng snapped, but then her eyes bloomed with joy. Now you can no longer be depressed. Flushing, Zhua Fan scratched his pale face awkwardly and switched topics. Right. Where did you get the 9th grade spiritual weapon? Anchoring soul bead? Was Drifting Flowers Edifices hiding it? Of course. We may not be the strongest of the houses, but our treasury has filled over the last 1,000 of years. Is it that strange? Did you think we only had Bodhi root? Chu Qingcheng held her head high like a proud lady. The powerful image left even Zhua Fan speechless. But Zhua Fan was unable to see the sorrow hidden in her eyes. Gasping, Zhua Fan said, now we just have to find some ingredients to heal her mind and Ninger will wake up. Do you know where to find them? Chu Qingcheng smiled. Zhua Fan shook his head and shrugged, but his mind was set. No, but with Ninger's soul affixed, we have the time to look for them. I will even search outside Tianyu's borders if I have to. Chu Qingcheng looked at the sleeping Xianxia with envy. He will do anything for her. But what will he do for me? Chu Qingcheng said. Zhua Fan, what were you trying to say? I want to thank you. Zhua Fan looked at her oddly. Chu Qingcheng smiled. That's it? How are you going to thank me? How do you want me to? Zhua Fan scratched his white hair clueless. Chu Qingcheng grinned. First, close your eyes. Eh? Zhua Fan looked at her oddly, but then he saw the glare in her eyes and closed them on the spot. What's she planning? Chu Qingcheng drew near Zhua Fan and pecked his cheek. Shivering, Zhua Fan was about to open his eyes, but only heard Chu Qingcheng's soft voice in his ear. Don't look! Zhua Fan snapped his eyes tighter than before. With a graceful smile, Chu Qingcheng rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, Hold me. Zhua Fan's heart thumped, freezing for a moment. but he did embrace her lovely body in the end. Held close to his chest, Chu Qingqing's soft and peaceful voice came. I want to go back to the time we spent in the rundown house in Drifting Flower City, just the two of us. Zhuo Fan, you are not allowed to think about other girls at this moment, even Ninger. Zhuo Fan shuddered and bobbed his head without realizing. Thus, the two held each other with closed eyes, as their mind drifted to those peaceful days. After a long time, Chu Qingqing opened her eyes and flicked his forehead with a smile. Now you can open them. Zhuo Fan showed a pair of dazed eyes. Upon seeing the perfect beauty in front of him, his heart felt lost. He didn't want to wake up as his hands still held her delicate waist for a long time. Boring holes into him with her eyes, Chu Qingqing giggled. What's wrong? Are you regretting it now? Too late. That's the last time. From now on we are mere associates. Later you will stay with Ninger and I'll lead Drifting Flowers edifices. We will never cross paths again, lest we be led astray. That's what I want as well. Ha ha ha. Laughing dryly, Zhuo Fan scratched his head awkwardly, but his heart still had the same sense of loss as before. He wanted to only be cordial with Chu Qingqing, but after her request, he felt unwilling. Men are so despicable, but since when have I become despicable? Zhuo Fan shook his head. Chu Qingqing said, Zhuo Fan, you should go back. Perhaps. You will soon find the way to save Ninger. Zhuo Fan looked at her puzzled. What's up with her? Being so mysterious all of a sudden. And you need 9th grade ingredients to heal a soul. How can it be so easy? Or is it her way of telling me to shoo off? Probably. Since she dragged me here and also the one to initiate the kiss, kicking me out could only be her as well. Really, unlike men, women make no sense at all. Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed inside. Then, Qingqing, goodbye. Zhuo Fan walked out. Chu Qingqing watched him go with glistening tears falling down. Whoosh! A shadow landed behind Chu Qingqing. Girl, remember our deal. When she wakes up, everyone and everything here will no longer concern you. I know. I'm fine as long as I could see him. Chu Qingqing bit her lip. The shadow vanished once more. Zhuo Fan was walking down the street, his mind playing Chu Qingqing's odd words over and over again. Just then, a whisper sounded in his ear. Kid, if you want to save the girl, come 50 miles south of the city, in the forest. Startled, Zhuo Fan released his divine sense but couldn't sense anything. His discerning field was so strong that he could even detect a radiant stage expert. But how was it that he couldn't find a trace of that voice? What kind of power is that? Recalling Chu Qingqing's odd behavior, Zhuo Fan still couldn't make sense of it. His only choice was to go south of the city and see for himself. With how strong this man was, not even Li Jingtian could stop him. Since nothing could guarantee his safety, he might as well go and see what tricks were being played on him. 4 hours later, Zhuo Fan arrived. But what he saw were just trees and more trees. Just then, an eerie voice came from behind. You came! Zhuo Fan whipped his head back to see a gray shadow floating and cried. Above Radiant Stage, the ethereal stage. Yes, the ethereal stage. Only this stage allowed one soul to leave their body. Even if the body died, the soul could linger on. It was a stage attained only by those who cultivated their soul to perfection. The Radiant Stage employed mere parlor tricks when it came to a soul's power, while only an ethereal stage expert could bring out its full potential. When a soul left the body, its attacks would only be soul-based, and their power was at a level no Radiant Stage soul could survive. They'd fall the same way as if being killed with intent. One could go as far as to say no Radiant Stage expert could take even a finger from this shadow, because his finger would pierce your soul dead. Without a way to focus one's soul to attack, the flesh could be as invincible as you want, but it wouldn't pose the slightest problem for an ethereal stage expert. Even if Huangpu Qingtian, the peak of body cultivation, might have reached the peak of Radiant Stage, he'd still be a mere ant before an ethereal stage expert. The gap between the two stages was a gaping abyss. It was why many people were stuck at peak Radiant Stage and were unable to advance. It was also why for the past 1,000 years Tianyu had never had an ethereal stage expert. As one transitioned from body to soul, the quality jumped, and the gulf widened, but Zhuofan couldn't understand why an ethereal stage expert would appear here all of a sudden. The shadow cackled knowing his thoughts. Hi, Zhuofan. It's you I want. Now let's talk terms. Who are you? Zhuofan asked the shadow in a cold tone. After another cackle, the shadow's reply was, Hi. Where are my manners? I am Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader, Xia, one of the Empire's 3 guardian sects. Demon Scheming Sect? He had heard of them as protectors of Tianyu from invasions. Yet they wouldn't meddle in Tianyu's internal affairs. Not even when Gu Santong brought the imperial family to the brink of annihilation 300 years ago did they interfere. But now, the Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader showed himself here to see him of all people? This had him second-guessing. What do you need me for? Hi. Didn't I tell you? It's you I want. All that's left to settle is your price. The shadow cackled. Frowning, Zhuofan understood. The man wanted him on his side. But why? The sect leaders disdain worldly affairs, so how did he know about him while also willing to travel leagues to get him? The shadow easily picked up on his conundrum. You don't have to be so suspicious. I never knew about you and only came this time to get Tianyu's #1 genius, Huangpu Qingtian. But you, kid, are far better. The genius of the millennium that is rarely seen even in my sect. Who knew there'd be an even more outstanding genius out there? Your presence made me give up on him and choose you instead. Hi, you should be honored. By putting your life on the line and defeating a far greater opponent, you are blessed with the fortune of catching my attention. Humph! How smug! Zhuofan snorted. Was there a sect in the mortal domain capable of catching the eye of this grand demonic emperor? He didn't feel a hint of honor even when some sect leader came to see him. It was all in the sect leader's head. Thinking he was so great, superfluous. Seeing Zhuofan's contempt on his lips, the shadow laughed. Ha. Good. Great even. I like brash guys like you the most, like a true king. Then let's talk business. In my capacity as Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader, I invite you to join my sect. State your terms, but let's get one thing straight. If there's anything out there I can't have, I'd rather see it destroyed. We're both demonic cultivators, looking out only for ourselves. I understand it perfectly, but there's something I have to finish here before I can leave. The Luo clan? Who knew a demonic cultivator could be so loyal? It won't matter. I'll give you 3 years to settle your affairs and then I will take you with me. It should be enough for you to get everything in order. If there's anything you need, I will help you as much as I can. Xia Wuyue's proposal was quite tempting. It was the same as Luo clan getting the Demon Scheming Sect behind it. Not even the imperial family would dare touch them after that. The situation right now was highly volatile and this sudden arrival of a powerful backer was heaven sent. But the expert negotiator Zhuofan didn't let it show inside. I'll need time to consider. Xia Wuyue faltered a second. Consider my ass. For my Demon Scheming Sect to have your back is the greatest fortune of your life. You should be damn grateful. What's with that long face? As if you're the one losing. Noticing him playing the loser, Xia Wuyue's mouth twitched. If he were back in the sect, any elder that would have spoken to him like that would receive a beating to make them forget where they were. Hadn't he dumped those 4 pricks in Thunderswarm Mountain just the same? But when facing Zhuofan's cunning nature, he both loved and hated it. He had looked down on Zhuofan as if he didn't have a scheming bone in his back. But at this point, he had accepted him without question. Ha, fine. I like your greed. The stronger you are, the greedier you can be. What I said just now was a welcoming gift to the sect, not a term. Now, speak what you want. Zhuofan smiled. Don't you know already? Save that girl. Xia Wuyue laughed. Zhuofan, I know you're vile and insidious from how sinisterly you tormented Huangpu Qingtian and the other 3. Who knew you still had a soft spot? But I hope you won't enter the sect with such a weakness. We, demonic cultivators, are dead the instant we let emotions take hold. I don't want to destroy you, nor see the sect fall. Have I made myself clear? Xiaoyue treated him with ridicule at first, but as they talked, he grew colder, finishing with a warning. Zhuofan knew it to be a rule of the sect, to not get attached. He nodded and said, I know it far better than you do. This will be the first and last time. All right then. Whoosh! With a pop, a bright pill shot for Zhuofan. Zhuofan caught it and looked at it in shock. 9th grade pill, soul returning pill. Indeed, you have good eyes. I wasn't wrong about you. Xie Wuyue continued. The soul returning pill can heal wounds of the soul, strengthen the essence and protect the mind. To an ethereal stage cultivator, it is like a second life, very sought after. Even I have only one pill of this kind, but I will give it to you in good faith. I hope that you will live up to my expectations and return this investment. The shadow was gone with these last words, leaving Zhuofan staring at the shiny pill as hope burned in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan clenched the pill and ran for Drifting Flowers edifices. The disciples there watched in shock as he stormed into Chu Qingqing's chamber. What, you already found a way to save Ninger? Chu Qingqing said, seeing Zhuofan gasping. Zhuofan frowned. Did you know Xiaowu would come for me? Who's that? Chu Qingqing's eyes trembled. Zhuofan's eyes searched her face for any clues. Xiaowu is the demon scheming sect leader. You don't know him? Then why were you so sure I'd have a way to save Ninger? Someone told me without leaving their name, so don't ask. Chu Qingqing smiled. All that matters is that Ninger will be saved, right? Sizing her for a while, Zhuofan nodded. You're right. As long as Ninger lives, I'd even sell my body, ha ha ha. Laughing, Zhuofan went to Xianxia on the bed. He took the anchoring soul bead out, then returned her essence before feeding her the soul-returning pill. Ripples passed all over Ninger's body, and the spiritual energy also gathered within her in waves, reshaping her soul. Zhuofan sighed. Gratified Ninger would be all right soon. Yet, in his moment of joy, he didn't notice Chu Qingqing staring at him with deep yearning. Qingqing, send someone for Ninger's clan. She'll soon wake up and would like to see her family. Zhuofan said, but never looked away from Xianxia. Chu Qingqing found it difficult to swallow the bitterness as she nodded. All right, I'll send someone now. You are so thoughtful. Those words contained deep sarcasm as well, but they shot way over Zhuofan's head, deeply moved by Xianxia's recovery as he was. He only nodded and a wide smile spread to his ears. Chu Qingqing sighed. 15 minutes later, the Shui clan came as well as Xie Tianyang looking distressed. Everyone looked at Ninger with tears flowing. They had heard of the possibility of saving Ninger, but no one believed it. How could one come back after losing their essence? When Chu Qingqing said she had to take her body, they didn't refuse, thinking all would be for naught. But here she was, dead for a month now, yet coming back to the living. Everyone was overjoyed. Ninger was their darling. Her survival was their greatest joy. Zhuofan was also overcome with emotion for the first time in his 2 lives, and a genuine smile formed on his lips. Shui Dingtian turned to him and said after hesitating, Steward Zhua, may I have a word with you? Zhuofan didn't understand, but he followed after Ninger's grandfather. The two only got 10 meters from the room. When Shui Dingtian kneeled before Zhuofan, his tears flowing in rivers, Steward Zhua, please let go. Zhuofan was stunned and baffled seeing the old man do this. What does he mean? Elder Shui, why? Zhuofan began. Shui Dingtian kowtowed in tears. Steward Zhua, you are a man of great ambition, while we are simply a poor simple clan. Ninger is also still ignorant to the cruelty of this word and is unable to survive your battles. I know it disgraces Steward Zhua's act of mercy in saving Ninger by doing this, but none of us wish to see her go through it again. I beg Steward Zhua to help me. Shui Dingtian kneeled there and shuddered, before a shocked Zhuofan. The Shui clan didn't want Ninger to be involved with Zhuofan any longer, and were begging him to let her go. But was it that easy for his heart to accept? Ninger's awake. Xie Tianyang's cry of joy came from inside. Shuafan woke up and rushed inside, ignoring the kneeling old man. Xue Dingtian wiped his tears and came as well. But what they witnessed wasn't a face filled with joy, but one filled with doubt. Xianxia rubbed her eyes, looking over each of them. Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? They all cried in shock. What's wrong with Ninger? Did her soul not mend completely? A mental scar. Shuafan shook his head. People, don't be nervous. Ninger had a damaged soul and recovering is the same as being born anew. It is normal for her to forget everything. But as her essence was the original one, she will be the same Ninger we all know. She won't change. The people understood. Ninger had lost her memories after that ordeal. But that was for the best. Forgetting such dreadful memories was a blessing for the kind and pure Ninger. Everything was fine as long as Ninger was back to her bubbly and naive self. They'd just have to get reacquainted. Ninger, I am your dad, Xue Wanlong cried. Ninger, I'm your grandfather. Xue Dingtian approached with shaking hands. Ninger, I am your elder brother, Xue Gang. Ninger, I am your second brother, Xue Lin. Everyone circled around Xianxia to introduce themselves. Xie Tianyang even straightened his hairdo and put on a weird smile before jumping in front of Xianxia. Ninger, do you remember me? I'm your husband. They all went quiet. Shuafan came over looking glum as he said, Xie Tianyang, are you trying to take advantage of this chance and get close to Ninger now that she has lost her memories? I'll give you a thrashing. Xie Tianyang rubbed his head. Ha ha ha. Ninger don't mind it. It was only a joke. Actually, I am your childhood sweetheart and fiancé. Xie Tianyang proceeded with his shamelessness. Everyone rolled their eyes. Shuafan's fist crackled. Xie Tianyang, get the hell out. I promise not to kill you much. Xie Tianyang glared at him but then closed his mouth. He was crystal clear that there was no chance of beating Shuafan. Ha ha ha, coward. Seeing his sullen face, Ninger giggled as she showed a bright smile. Xie Tianyang wasn't about to accept it. Who called me a coward? I can't beat him, but for you, I will still fight him. Xie Tianyang rolled up his sleeves and went with Shuafan outside to start the duel. Xianxia waved. Wait, why are you picking a fight if you can't win? Please don't take my joke to heart. I didn't mean it. I don't want to see you hurt over something so meaningless. Ninger, you're still the same. You may have forgotten me, but you're so kind and caring. I'm relieved. Xie Tianyang sighed. The rest nodded. Ninger didn't remember them, but she hadn't changed at all. Xianxia turned to Shuafan standing farther back with a bewildered look. Who are you? Do you know me? They all rushed to introduce themselves, but why aren't you saying anything? Whoosh. Everyone looked at Shuafan with complicated looks. Shuafan's eyes trembled. Seeing her sincere face and then recalling Xue Dingtian's pleading, he smiled. Ha ha ha, me? I'm a bad guy. Ah. Xianxia jerked in fear. Looking at the crystal-clear eyes, unmarred by the ugliness of the world, Shuafan grinned. He knew he had made the right choice and said, I eat people and even hurt you. Why did you hurt me? Ninger trembled. She ducked behind Xue Dingtian, peeking at the white-haired Shuafan like a startled kitty. Shuafan looked at her with tenderness, but his mouth said, Bad men hurt people. Do I even need a reason? So miss, for your own sake, you should stay far away from me. Shuafan then walked outside sighing. Goodbye, Ninger. They watched his solitary figure leave, filled with admiration. He was a true hero to own up to his actions and make prompt decisions. They didn't want Ninger to be by his side and suffer. But they had to admit, Shuafan was a reliable man. Xianxia saw him go and for some odd reason she felt pain in her chest. Why does my heart ache when I see this bad man? Hey, bad men only know how to cause pain, Ninger. Just forget it. Xie Tianyang gave a rushed explanation. This was for the best. With Shuafan letting her go, Ninger could now return to living a normal life. If the two got close again, Xie Tianyang wasn't afraid of being smacked around. But he could never stand for Ninger being used again and turning expendable simply to constrict Shuafan. Xianxia nodded. the passing Zhuofan already forgotten, as she laughed along with her relatives. Zhuofan stood outside and listened to the laughter. He closed his eyes, neither happy nor sad. This is for the best. An hour later, Xianxia came out of the room and sighed at the bleak figure. Thank you. What thanks? We had the same intentions, right? Zhuofan looked ahead as he said. Nodding, Xianxia walked before Zhuofan and placed 2 items in his hand. Zhuofan trembled. Sighing, Xianxia looked downcast. Forgive me. I shouldn't do this to a brother. But Ninger, you want to break all ties with me? The 2 thunder rings shook in his trembling hand. Nodding, Xianxia sighed. We are cut from a different cloth than you. You want to fight for supremacy in this world, while we merely drag along with our meager existence. We do not want glory, nor do we want you to disturb our peaceful life. I have spoken with the Shui clan. Tomorrow I will take them to a remote place in the mountains and never come down. I no longer want to be Sword Marquis Abode's second young master. Few are like you, to sacrifice so much for another. Tightening his hand, Zhuofan said evenly, I hope you live a happy and peaceful life. I wish you the same. For one day to lord over all and be remembered for eternity. Grinning, Xianxia said, All right. Let me give one last hug to the man who I shared life and death with. After we part here, we will become total strangers. Xianxia squeezed Zhuofan into a bear hug as Zhuofan just stood there. Xianxia then returned back into the room. Neither looked at each other, with all ties broken. Zhuofan, did Xianxia give you the rings? Chu Qingqing asked. Nodding, Zhuofan looked at the flickering thunder rings in his palm with pain. Qingqing, you were right. A cold and heartless man like me doesn't deserve a woman's love, nor to have a sworn brother. I am destined for loneliness. No! Chu Qingqing was about to explain, but Zhuofan tightened his fist and threw the rings as his gaze steeled. From this moment on, my eyes shall only have the world in sight. Zhuofan walked home, his eyes no longer hesitant. Chu Qingqing saw where the rings fell and sighed, seeing Zhuofan's cold back. Did you know? You're not at all lonely. Chu Qingqing flew towards the rings. Zhuofan returned to the Luo clan in the evening. The whole day had passed, yet grandmother and her other 2 allies remained, waiting for his return. Seeing them, Zhuofan washed away any dejection he had and cupped his hands. House lords, I had some matters to tend to, but we can talk now since they are over. Everyone looked amazed. The Zhuofan, Chu Qingqing dragged away with her, and the one that had returned were totally different. He was back to his swift and decisive self, without a hint of grief. What's going on? What did Chu Qingqing do to get him back? The Luo clansmen saw him looking thin, but his bright eyes let them know that he had pushed through the haze. They were overjoyed. Luo Yunchang especially. She didn't get along with Chu Qingqing, but she was at least grateful the woman got her Zhuofan back to his normal self. Zhuofan, why you had me worried sick? Luo Yunchang came to him in tears. Zhuofan smiled. It's all in the past. Zhuofan turned to the 3 houses. People, I know what's on your mind. You fear that our declaration of war was impulsive and would ruin everything. But I will tell you that the faster we dispense with this charade with Regent Estate, the faster we can grow. They were all startled. The 7 houses were at peace until now, all because of pretense. But once the war broke out, the dead would pile up just like they did 1,000 years ago. Their houses were in danger of annihilation. How were they going to grow after that? Zhuofan had a cryptic smile in reply to their thoughts. In fact, the world hasn't really changed. War and peace shift places just like yin and yang. War does not mean the absence of peace or suffering. It all moves according to the bigger picture. The situation will change after the esoteric debate. You need to consider what happened in the esoteric debate and the changes in our enemies. The best choice right now is to fight Regent Estate. They all entered deep thought, mulling over his words. Then, the 3 house lords' eyes brightened and they nodded. I see. Steward Zhua wants to turn it into a 3-way confrontation. But Where do we find the power to fight regent estate to a draw? Grandmother asked. Zhuofan smiled. Do you remember my words? In 10 years you will see a brand new Luo clan. But I no longer need those years as I can show you a powerful ally in the form of the Luo clan already. Don't worry. We will restrict the regent estate without a doubt. The House Lords found it hard to believe Zhuofan's bold proclamations. He just said that the Luo clan had the power to challenge regent estate. Alone. But how? 8 years couldn't compare to 1,000 years' legacy. It was normal for Zhuofan to create miracles. But to grow a clan to such a height so fast was impossible. But when they looked at Li Jingtian, they fell quiet. Was there something he couldn't do after he turned a peak radiant stage expert into an elder? They had now changed their thinking and were looking forward to seeing how big of a shock would the Luo clan give the next time they appeared along with their entire might. The 3 House Lords sighed. Zhuofan is truly astonishing. Ha ha ha, since Steward Zhua is certain of success, we will make preparations and move according to your instructions. I have to admit, when I saw Steward Zhua taken over by rage, I never expected you'd still be capable of deep thinking. I am in awe, Grandmother praised. Zhuofan returned her gesture. Grandmother exaggerates. The 3 houses took their leave. Besides the 3 House Lords, everyone else was in the dark about what just happened. Father, why didn't I understand a thing you guys talked about? Long Xingyun asked. Long Yifi smiled as he lifted his head in pride. Boy, this concerns the grand scheme of things. If you could understand it, you'd have been the next House Lord by now. Long Xingyun was shocked. It contains such profound topics? That means Zhuofan could understand it while we had to be reminded. Won't that mean? Zhuofan is a truly rare genius. I can't help but wonder where he comes from. Such a young lad with such a wide gaze that not even we can match. No wonder Lung Wuchang fell for his handiwork. Long Yifi sighed in amazement. Long Xingyun had admiration as well. They were peers, yet Zhuofan was far stronger than any of them. After the houses left, Luo Yunhai asked, Brother Zhua, I made the declaration of war yesterday. I was overcome by anger from their insidious nature in dealing with you. But I had never imagined it would have so many implications. Ha ha ha, if you knew, you'd already be clan head. Zhuofan then turned serious. Yunhai, following Duguzhantian has sharpened your senses and familiarized you with war tactics, all for this day. But this has only made you a talented general and not good enough to take on the clan's burdens. This is the perfect chance to teach you a monarch's methods and the way to infer the bigger picture from small events. Luo Yunhai was serious as he nodded in glee. It was the first time Zhuofan was going to teach him in person. The others looked lost. The past Zhuofan would cook up the plans and then send others to do the dirty work. Like he did with Luo Yunhai's education, leaving it in another's hands. Now that he was going to involve himself in teaching the young clan head, everyone was excited. Zhuofan was known for his treachery and even played Lung Wuchang, the unwanted contriver, like a fiddle. His teachings couldn't be average. How were they supposed to know that Zhuofan had struck a deal with Xia Wuyue for 3 years? If he didn't get Luo Yunhai to mature fast enough, the instant he left, Luo clan would be met with disaster. It was the same as sending them to the slaughter. How could he leave with a peace of mind? So he sped things up a little. Yunhai, do you know who our former allies, backers and enemies were? Zhuofan asked. Luo Yunhai considered. The allies were Drifting Flowers Edifices, Sword Marquis Abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion. The backers are the Imperial Family and Marshal Dugu, while the enemies are Regent Estate and the rest of the houses. And now, Zhuofan followed. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed with uncertainty. Now, isn't it the same? No, it changed. Zhuofan turned serious. Yunhai, you have to keep in mind that every man looks after himself. Allies and enemies are all but fleeting. The one true reason that connects everyone together in this tangled web is interest. Yin and Yang switch places, they suppress each other, then switch again. The same transformation happens with enemies and allies alike. If you understand the grand design, you will never fail. This is the way of inferring the big picture from the events around us. To become a clan head you must also grasp it. Luo Yunhai gasped and nodded. Then, let us begin, Zhuofan said. Speaking of the esoteric debate this time, Marshal Dugu and the imperial family were our backers before it started. Because our interests aligned to fight Regent Estate. But after the esoteric debate, through luck or otherwise, I received the dragon soul, becoming the imperial family's enemy. No imperial family would allow those bearing the dragon vein soul, and heaven's blessing, swagger their way through the nation and shake its foundations. Thus our enemies changed. Fang Qiubai and Marshal Dugu's loyalties lie with the imperial family. They were friendly before but have now shifted to neutrality, with a high chance of becoming enemies at any given moment. We can't overlook them. Luo Yunhai never imagined that in just 2 short days his cherished godfather would become his enemy. It was too much to bear. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Zhuofan's platitude prattled on. As for the Regent Estate, they remain our enemies. But now we have the right to become their enemies as well. Because we lost the imperial family's support, the Regent Estate can come at us whenever they want and stomp us into the ground. Of course, we do not need to fear them. But once the war starts, both clans will incur heavy losses, and neither wants to let another faction reap from their misfortune. For this reason, we declared war on them, and now all that remains is to think of a way to let them bask in our power. They are no fools and know a war would bring too many losses, so they will refrain from engaging in it. This way we restrict each other. While the Emperor will take notice of our power as well and won't intervene either, lest he'd like to let the Regent Estate pick us both off. This way we become one of the 3 major players in Tianyu, with neither side winning or losing. The court, including Zhuge Changfeng, Dugu Zhantian, and the Emperor, has already been one such player, bringing balance to the equation. This would keep us safe for a while. All that's left is to wait for a blind schmuck to lift the deadlock, and then we would come down hard to reap the world for ourselves. Everyone was slack-jawed. They never imagined that Zhuofan had such a comprehensive understanding of the powers that be and even had the same objective as the Regent Estate, the world. This had never happened in the history of the Luo clan. They were a mere third-rate clan with petty ambitions, wanting nothing more than to go down at peace. Zhuofan laughed at their thoughts. Ha ha ha! In this world, the weak will be pushed around while the strong fight for greed. There's no such thing as a man or clan of integrity in this world. If you want peaceful days, then get strong until no one can ever catch up to you. I do not want to see those around me suffer the same disaster as Ninger. Zhuofan sighed. They hesitated, but soon determination shined in their eyes. Isn't it merely stealing the world? With you, Steward Zhuo, it's a done deal. As their power grew, Zhuofan made sure to bring the Luo clan's ambition to a more appropriate level. After Zhuofan's analysis, the Luo clan now understood what to do next. Luo Yunhai was feeling hurt, but the light in his eyes grew stauncher. At dawnbreak, people left Dragon Cloud City. The esoteric debate this time was particularly cruel and devastating. But no one expected for a clan to rise after 1,000 years and kill its way to the same footing as the 7 houses. Luo clan's legend spread like wildfire throughout the Tianyu Empire. Luo clan and its allies said their goodbyes at the gates, then went home. Luo clan was getting ready for its big reveal into the limelight, to fight on equal footing with the true powers. Their allies had already invited their venerables to fight alongside the Luo clan. Now that they were in the same boat, they had one course of action. Because when the Luo clan fell, Regent Estate would turn to them. They were backed into a corner. Why else would they accept following this madman after finding out that Zhuofan had just become the imperial family's enemy number 1? Now they will go along for the ride called Zhuofan. They will thrive and fall together. Neither one could abandon the other. Dugu Zhantian patted Luo Yunhai's shoulder with a hard face. Yunhai, won't you join your godfather in battle instead? Godfather, you still have the other 4 to help you. But I am the Luo clan's only heir. I can only go with my clan. Please forgive me, Godfather. Luo Yunhai nodded. Dugu Zhantian sighed. All right, Yunhai. You've grown and are responsible now. A true soldier from my army. Godfather? Luo Yunhai interrupted. Thank you for your guidance these past 5 years. If the day ever comes when we cross swords, I ask that Godfather shows no mercy, as neither shall I. The 4 tigers of Tianyu jerked. Why was their younger brother being so heartless? But Dugu Zhantian's eyes shrank and he sighed. It seems you already know the situation. That brat must have told you. But he is he and you are you. As long as the Luo clan has him. Godfather, without him there wouldn't be a Luo clan, nor the relation we have today. You have taught me loyalty, so how could I betray him? Moreover, he is the pillar of the Luo clan. A man does not clip his own wings, so how can I, a warrior, make the folly of cutting off my arms? Dugu Zhantian nodded and laughed. You are indeed my godson, both righteous and loyal. It will be my pride and joy to meet you on the field. Dugu Zhantian smiled and turned. Yunhai, we may be on opposite sides, but our bond will never change. Take care, Godfather. Luo Yunhai watched the imposing back and banged his head on the pavement 3 times. As for the 4 tigers, they were totally lost. What is going on? Why are they suddenly saying goodbyes? Not far, Chu Qingcheng had Luo Yunchang called to the side. Young Miss Luo, Shuofan will be in your care. That has never changed. What should he be in your care? Luo Yunchang pouted, showing her hostility. She had no clue what Chu Qingcheng did to get him out of his shell, but was still grateful. That didn't mean she was about to step back from fighting over her man. Chu Qingcheng smiled. I mean that you should take great care of his heart. Help him understand this world. He isn't alone. Chu Qingcheng then pushed a flickering ring into her hand and left. Luo Yunchang was shocked. It was a thunder ring like Shuofan was wearing. How did she get it? Shuofan only made 3, with 2 given to Xuanningsiang and Xia Tianyang. Does that mean there was a 4th? And given to Chu Qingcheng. Why didn't I get one? Luo Yunchang was annoyed as she ran to Shuofan. She showed the thunder ring and snapped. Shuofan, what's the meaning of this? Are you giving everyone gifts now? What about me? Where did you get this ring? Shuofan squinted in a cold tone. Luo Yunchang let out a shrill cry from fright. Then she lowered her head and mumbled. Edifice Lord Chu just gave it to me, saying I need to look after you. Throw it away. Shuofan cut her off. Ninger and Xia Tianyang have broken ties with me. I don't need these baubles anymore. Shuofan set out with the rest of the Luo clan. Captain Pang rushed to Luo Yunchang as her guard. Trembling, Luo Yunchang now understood Chu Qingcheng's meaning. Xia Tianyang and Ninger broke it off with Shuofan. She knew how close the 3 of them were. For a lone wolf like Shuofan, it was a rare friendship. But now the 2 had left him and he had truly become alone. Luo Yunchang looked at the thunder ring and put it on as the light in her eyes changed. In a lush forest, a black-clothed man looked towards the leaving Luo clan in the distance with a savage glint. Upon closer look, one would recognize him to belong to Hell Valley. Wretched Luo clan, you actually have a peak radiant expert. At this rate, we will never be able to deal with them. The 5th elder gnashed his teeth. Yu Wanshan's eyes were cold. 5th elder, don't let anger get to you. Even without Li Jingtian, Shuofan still wasn't one we could handle. Have you forgotten? He actually bit Huangpu Qingtian to death. Yes, with the Luo clan having Shuofan, a cunning mind like Lang Wuchang, and a powerful expert to protect them, they have reached our level, a true colossus. Hell Valley alone can no longer contend with them. Even worse, if we don't handle it right, we will be eaten whole and our house razed. Just then, another black robe fluttered over, but the owner had a young voice. Compared to all the old guys here, it made quite an odd contrast. 5th elder mocked. You Ming, you're becoming more and more cocky. You dare interrupt an elder. The cowl was removed and it revealed a youth with a grave face. Yu Geeky's disciple, Yu Ming. Just that he had lost his cowardly nature and had gotten bolder instead. He looked at the elders and house lord without the slightest reaction. Yu Wanshan gave him a hard look, then smiled. Grand elder, you raised the kid well. He's starting to look like the 7th elder. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord is exaggerating. He was the 7th elder's disciple to begin with. I only gave him tips. It was a good decision to not let him join the esoteric debate, or he would have been another unmarked grave at the hands of that monster. Then Hell Valley would have truly lost all hope. Recalling the dreadful way Zhuofan dealt with Huangpu Qingtian, even Grand Elder shuddered. Ever since the seventh elder's passing, all our actions have been a mess. We've suffered greatly and even ended up being used. I hope Yu Ming can assume seventh elder's duty and assist Valley Lord in making the house thrive. As for past grievances, haha, it's best we don't mention them. Yes, Zhuofan is too much of a menace. Not even that old fox Lung Wuchang could handle him. Now that he has spread his wings, it will be even harder. We'd best rethink our options and take a step back. Yu Ming approved. Yu Wanshan was pensive for a while before nodding. Thinking back, ever since they came upon Zhuofan, everything went south. With Zhuofan of today reaching such power, they would lose even more going against him. Yu Wanshan turned to Yu Ming. Do you have a plan? Valley Lord, Master once said that all machinations are revealed when looking from the outside. With the Regent Estate and Luo clan at war, it's best for us to stay clear and think of another course of action. And that would be? Yu Wanshan asked. Grinning, Yu Ming continued. Zhuofan and Lung Wuchang are treacherous men, each with his own devices. We won't be a match for either of them even if we join. The best choice will be to play for the future. Future? Yu Wanshan asked, as did the rest. Correct. Our goal is in the imperial capital. Yu Ming spoke with confidence. As they talked, they were completely oblivious to the fact that every action the houses took in Dragon Cloud City was in plain sight to two gray shadows. He Xia Wuyue. Tianyu is becoming more chaotic by the day. Not only the seven houses are fighting amongst each other, even the four pillars and imperial family are about to step in. Can your kid survive among these errant armies? An aged voice mocked the other shadow. The only response he got was a sinister laughter. Hi, my affairs have nothing to do with geezers like you. He caught my eye and I'm sure he won't fail me. After 3 years, I'll return and you will face humiliation. Oh, are you that confident? The other sex monsters aren't any weaker, you know. Humph, a 9th grade pill for a single man. You think I'd take that gamble without some assurance? What about you then? You lent that anchoring soul bead and cheated a lady. Compared to us demonic cultivators, you, a righteous sect leader, is far more despicable. Hi. Xia Wuyue laughed. The shadow snapped. Xia Wuyue. If it wasn't for me giving the anchoring soul bead to maintain the girl's soul, your pill wouldn't have worked. How then would you have gotten that crafty brat? Humph, we merely cooperated and got what we wanted. What's despicable about that? True, both of us got what we wanted, but this is where our partnership ends. The next time we see each other, I won't hold back. That goes without saying. You think you and your disciples will win? Humph. The other shadow vanished with a snort. Xia Wuyue cackled. Before Zhuofan, perhaps not. But the kid will join my sect and I guarantee you will even lose your shirt. Hi. 3 months later, the Luo clan finally arrived home, to Windgaze City. As the Black Wind Mountain appeared in view, Zhuofan's heart called to it in longing after 5 years of separation. He had gone through ecstatic and despair-filled moments during this time, and now that he had returned, he felt even more attached to this place. The word family or clan had been etched deeper into his heart. Absence only made the heart grow fonder. Steward Zhua, let me open the array and give you a proper welcome. Standing before Black Wind Mountain enveloped in thick mist, Li Jingtian laughed. Zhuofan waved him off with a hint of smile. No need. I'll do it myself. 5 years have gone by and I want to open the door myself. Li Jingtian nodded, while others watched him with warmth. Yen Fu come. The kid had been traveling along with the Luo clan, and under constant pressure from Li Jingtian's valiant aura, he had been left a shivering mess. Yen Fu rushed before Zhuofan with even more respect. Steward Zhua orders? Nothing of that sort. You will soon meet Elder Yen. Master and disciple will be reunited at last. And you will become one of us now. So I will now teach you how to open the array. Watch closely. Yanfu was excited. He will finally get to see his master, something that had only happened in his dreams so far. His heart was overwhelmed and he nodded instantly. Under his dazed gaze, Zhuofan's hand made a sign and he shouted, "Open!" The fog parted in the form of a path up Blackwind Mountain. Zhuofan turned with a smile. "Yanfu, this will be your home from now on. You and your master." Boom! The reverberating explosion cut Zhuofan's speech short. A gale kicking up dust slammed them right in the face and covered the foremost two in dust and grime. And then came the shrieks. "Hi hi hi, old hag, old geezer. Who do you think you are, Zhuofan or Li Jingtian, to dare mess with us four scheming demons? You can't handle us. See how us four will blast you to pieces." Violent Demon's familiar sneer came to Zhuofan, then the cheers from the other three demons. Yep, you two know nothing of how to stop us. There's nothing you can do to us." Zhuofan's mouth twitched, and his fist clenched. "These little shits won't sit still for a second. They completely ruined one of my rare good moods." The rest sighed and felt vexed. Elder Li brought these four scheming demons 5 years back as new elders. Everyone was happy at first, and then they got to know these pygmies just a bit better. They were outrageous, squabbling and powerful, of course, but they were nothing more than bickering children. A menace every third day and a disaster every fifth. These guys almost had the entire Blackwind Mountain run into the ground with their toying. Even after Li Jingtian's heavy-handed punishment, it only took a day after his departure for them to start cursing him, and the second day for their demonic minds to cook up new mischief. Everyone knew this was Li Jingtian cheating the four into thinking that he knew the way to control the bloodworms and make them fall in line, or hell would have broken loose. "Steward Zhua." Yanfu pointed at Blackwind Mountain with a sunken face as if to say, "Why is this home of yours not one bit peaceful?" Waving him off, Zhuofan laughed in anger. "Calm down. I will handle it. Just ignore the little shits. Steward Zhua, I'll go set the four shits straight." Li Jingtian ran over. Zhuofan waved him off with a dark face. "No need. I'll do it." Zhuofan stepped forward and the rest followed. Li Jingtian was snickering inside. Those four twerps will finally get what's coming for them. They all reached the peak to see holes everywhere and even the gate blown outward and slanted. No doubt about it, those four shits were responsible for all this. All this while the sound of explosions kept on coming from within. Xue Qingjian raved like an insane hag. "Ah, you damn bastards dare break my 1,000-year-old mirror? I'll kill you. Hi, Biddy. What are you doing with a mirror when you're so old? We did you a favor." Sly Demon poked where it hurt with his mocking laughter. Xue Qingjian grew enraged in her howls. "Bastards, thieves, I'll have your heads today. Qingjian, stop wasting time with them and use life and death art." Zhou Yanhai's own raving voice came. Li Jingtian paled. Him and the two had sparred quite often and he knew of the power behind that art. Could blast 10 Radiant Stage experts into dust on the spot. All he could do was turn tail. With the two using life and death art on the four demons, they'd blow Blackwind Mountain sky high. Li Jingtian rushed. "Steward Zhua, I'll stop them." "No need." A vein popped on Zhuofan's forehead as his finger trembled. Those four demons were wrong in the head from the start. There's no point arguing with them. But were these two so quick to lose themselves? Humph! They need to be taught a lesson. Zhuofan's hand signal changed and 4 blissful heartrending wails came from within. Music to the ears of every Luo clansman. What's going on? My belly hadn't hurt in 5 years. What's with the sudden cramp? Violent Demon rolled around, followed by 5 others. I know, it's the bloodworms. That damn Li Jingtian is back. Sly Demon cried. Xue Qingjian and Xiao Yanhai collapsed as they cursed. Dumbass. You still don't know that the old man conned you? He is a victim too and doesn't know how to use the bloodworms. Or you'd think all the chaos you caused 5 years ago would only result in some scolding. What, he played us? Violent Demon roared. Bloody bastard. That old foggy dares to play the demonic hero quartet? I'll tear him a new one if it's the last thing I do. Hold on. If he didn't do it, Then why do I feel cramps all over and can't even move? Humph, morons, do you even need to ask? Who in this world has such cruel ways? Xue Qingjian was sweating and her eyes jerked in fear. The kid's back! What kid? The four scheming demons asked together. Then a prideful voice echoed. Correct. I have returned. So listen up. Zhuofan walked into the rundown place with fire in his eyes. The four scheming demons wailed. Ah, a ghost. Zhuofan's face twitched, but he took it in stride. Xue Qingjian howled and begged. Steward Zhuo, the four little shits did it. It's not us who started it. But Zhuofan walked right past them. Li Jingtian sighed. You guys, how can Steward Zhuo not know that the four demons are behind it all? But you two should never ever think about using life and death art here. Are you planning on wiping out the Luo clan? Steward Zhuo just came back and was in a rare good mood. But you! But we were only talking about it, not meaning to use it. The old pair grew frantic and looked hurt. They now looked to see Luo Yunchang pass them. They grabbed onto their final hope. Young miss! Luo Yunchang knew their intention and nodded and gave a thumbs up. No worries. Leave it to me. The two were in deep pain but felt relief. We haven't spent all that time with the young miss for nothing. She comes through for us when it matters. In the hall, Zhuofan took the main seat and saw no one inside. Not even guards. Those six must have scared them off. As the others came in, Zhuofan had Captain Peng look for Yensong. While Captain Peng ran along, Luo Yunchang pleaded the old couple's case. Zhuofan knew they were innocent, only incited by the pygmies. Not even he could quell his rage when dealing with those freaks, not to mention others. So with another sign, the couple was released from their torment. The two came to the hall and bowed to Zhuofan, giving a look of gratitude to Luo Yunchang. Luo Yunchang gave Xue Qingjian a cheering gesture. Sister, we look after each other. The females in the Luo clan were few in numbers. And with Xue Qingjian often spending time with Luo Yunchang, their age may be different, but the two were now practically sisters. Yensong had heard of Yen Fu's arrival and rushed to the hall. He first bowed to Zhuofan, then looked with joy for Yen Fu. He soon found him. Disciple! Yen Song's mouth trembled from the overwhelming emotion. Yen Fu was stunned. He looked at him long and said, Why, you're my master? Yen Song slipped for a second, then smiled. Ha ha ha, of course. I took Steward Zhuo's 8th grade pill and washed away the poison, making me dozens of years younger. Handsome, aren't I? I had told you many times if it weren't for training in the rainbow cloud palm from a young age, I'd be an elegant and refined gentleman, wooing thousands of girls with a mere wink. See, I wasn't lying. PFF. The people let a giggle slip. It was their first time seeing their alchemy house elder boasting like that. Just like a certain vile steward they knew. Indeed, bad habits do rub off when standing so close. But Yen Fu shuddered and nodded. Yes, you really are my master. Master only boasts like that with me. That's our secret master. Yen Fu fell to Yen Song's feet. Yen Song was tearing up too. Master and disciple finally reunited like father and son. The rest didn't disturb them. Afterward, Zhuofan thought Yen Fu was too young to assume a position, so he made him an assistant. As for the four scheming demons, Zhuofan threw them somewhere far off, and only 3 days later was he reminded of them. He released their seal and gave them a tongue lashing. Ever since their return, under Zhuofan's tight supervision, the four were on their best behavior, and Blackwind Mountain finally knew peace after 5 long and nerve-wrecking years. Meanwhile, Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian stepped foot in the imperial capital's palace with the esoteric debates report. Dugu Zhantian and Fang Qiubai greet His Majesty. The dignified emperor sat on the golden throne as the two bowed. The emperor waved for them to get up and asked, You two have been supervising the esoteric debate in my stead. Tell me what has come off of it. What surprises have cropped up? The two nodded, and Fang Qiubai took the lead. Your Majesty, of the 6 dragons that had participated, Huangpu Qingtian, Yen Bangyi, Yu Yushan, and Lin Shenfeng died at Zhuofan's hands. Luo clan became the true winner. What? That number one genius in Tianyu, Huangpu Qingtian. The emperor was stunned. He had hoped for Zhuofan to mess with him, and that he only had a half chance of success. But then Zhuofan went all out and well beyond his duty, bringing him a wonderful piece of news. Regent Estate and the other house's future was now snuffed in the cradle. At the very least, a monster like Huangpu Qingtian wouldn't crop up anytime soon, and the Regent Estate's power remained in check. Taking a deep breath to control the overwhelming excitement, the emperor asked, "Anything else?" He may have quelled his body's reaction, but his beard was swaying from glee. That alone was enough to see what a thrill this news had become. Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian hesitated. That was the good news, and what followed was the worst news ever. Your Majesty, in the esoteric debate, Huangpu Qingtian revealed that he had a dragon vein soul. Even though the Regent Estate talked its way out, I believe they are intent on drawing out the dragon souls from the imperial family's dragon vein and rebel. What? The emperor slammed the armrest, glowering. You're saying the Regent Estate has grown so bold as to go after the imperial family's dragon vein, and even had someone become the master of a dragon soul? Wait, that's not right. If Huangpu Qingtian has the dragon soul, he should be under the world's protection. How can? Fang Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian sighed. I'm afraid your Majesty's assumptions are correct. Zhuofan is a man to be reckoned with. He killed Huangpu Qingtian and subdued Dragon Vein Soul, making the world quake for 9 days. From what I saw, he is a man who can change fate. The emperor's face darkened. You mean to tell me Zhuofan has the dragon soul and has now become a rightful king? By providence no less? Yes, but although he has providence and dragon soul's protection, the wielder of dragon vein ruling the lands has been foretold by the high priest since 1,000 years ago. Over these years, the parish's prediction hasn't changed. There's just one thing I am unable to clarify. If dragon soul's protection was providence and heaven's blessing, why did Huangpu Qingtian end up getting killed? Is this a flaw in the prediction, or Zhuofan defies the heavens themselves? Fang Qiubai was pensive. The emperor said with cold eyes, How did Zhuofan kill him? Bit him to death. Dugu Zhantian reported with his head hanging. The emperor was stunned. Bitten to death? Did he eat him? Your Majesty, is something wrong? Fang Qiubai asked. What shocked the people was Zhuofan killing Huangpu Qingtian, with none paying attention to how he did it. But from the emperor's reaction, it seems it held a deeper meaning. The emperor continued, What happened afterwards? What was the reaction of the houses after Regent Estate's eldest young master died? Regent Estate's hatred for Zhuofan ran bone deep, and when the kid returned to Dragon Cloud City, the 4 house lords besieged him. However, what, you saved him? The emperor eyed them. Fang Qiubai sighed. Your Majesty, the kid has the dragon soul now and sooner or later will become a thorn in the imperial family's side. Thinking about how he has done so much for us, we couldn't just kill him ourselves. So letting the Regent Estate attack him was the best conclusion. That is why Marshal Dugu and myself did not interfere. However, Mad Dipper Li Jingtian did. Mad Dipper? Wasn't he Regent Estate's venerable? He went missing 6 years ago, but why did he suddenly show up to protect Zhuofan? The emperor frowned. Fang Qiubai shook his head. I am not clear either. All I know is that he turned his back on the Regent Estate and sided with the Luo clan, becoming their elder. He also follows Zhuofan's orders to a fault. It was evident from Zhuofan's order to annihilate the Regent Estate. He didn't hesitate in attacking Huangpu Tianyuan and the others. What? Regent Estate was destroyed in Dragon Cloud City? Of course not. Fang Qiubai replied at the emperor's shock. If all the elders of Regent Estate died, the world would be in chaos, and that would only harm your Majesty. That is why I stepped in. But Li Jingtian was truly strong. He has already reached peak radiant stage. All I could do was fight him to a draw. I am deeply ashamed. The emperor's eyes shrank, incapable of believing what he was hearing. Luo clan, a third-rate clan, was actually hiding an expert that could tie with a divine dragon? Doesn't that mean the Luo clan is on the same level as the 7 houses? In fact, they are now second only to Regent Estate. In less than 10 years, that wretched clan has grown so much. In less than a decade. The emperor sighed. Feng Qiubai and Dugu Zhantian sighed as well. The events were too astonishing. Zhuofan was incredible, capable of turning everything around. Who could turn a bunch of ants in such a short time into an elephant? Zhuofan. Taking out the paper from his sleeve, the emperor sighed. Take a look. When the world quaked, Parrish sent these words. The two read it, and after a pensive silence, they said to the emperor, May we ask what is your majesty's view of these words? I didn't understand at first, but listening to what transpired in Dragon Cloud City, I can guess now. The emperor stroked his beard. The earth dragon points at Huangpu Qingtian, representing the regent estate, while the celestial dragon ought to be Zhuofan descending from the heavens. When the two dragons collide, the land and rivers shall each call their king. This is the most worrisome part. The world will fall into chaos. With kings appearing and Tianyu sundering, the two generals paled. If these words were true, the empire was at an impasse. Your Majesty, I may be close to the Luo clan, but for Tianyu's safety, allow me to march on Windgaze City. Dugu Zhantian cupped his hands. The emperor waved his proposal. No, know yourself and your enemy, and you shall be ever victorious. The intelligence of the Luo clan is thin, to the point that we didn't even know of Li Jingtian. It's obvious that Zhuofan is hiding deep secrets, and even if we do march on them, we can't do it without a good reason. It will only give others the chance to take advantage of the chaos. Then what shall we do, Your Majesty? Dugu Zhantian cupped his hands. The emperor grumbled about something, then spoke with a dark face. As per our promise, inform that all of the Luo clan has to come to the imperial capital for its reward, to receive their title as the 8th noble house. Call upon the clans of the land and the 7 houses to bear witness to this ceremony. Feng Qiubai's eyes lit up, catching the emperor's drift. He nodded. Your Majesty is wise. With so many experts gathered in the imperial capital, we won't have to lift a finger as they will tear each other apart out of hatred and vengeance. Any misfortune that befalls the Luo clan now, even if by Regent Estate's insidious hand, would have nothing coming back to us. We will even see the Luo clan's true power come to light. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it may very well be possible that the Regent Estate has long been powerless to deal with the Luo clan. I only wish to see the Luo clan's power to its full extent. Ha ha ha. With a sinister laughter, the emperor's eyes shone. 3 months later, a red light shot before Blackwind Mountain. A 7-year-old kid appeared before the mountain, looking on with a sigh. This must be Dad's home, and it even has 5th grade arrays. Not bad at all. Dad, I'm here. Open up or I'll bash my way in. The kid roared. The very next second, fog parted and Yen Fu walked out from within. Seeing the shouting kid, he was lost. Kid, where did you come from? Who told you to come here? Don't you know this is the Luo clan, the one even the 7 houses fear? I'll give you a thrashing if you keep shouting. TCH, a mere lackey is so cocky? The Luo clan's fame must be quite something. Not beneath those houses at least. The kid grinned, ignoring Yen Fu and turning to the distant Blackwind Mountain peak as he assessed. Not bad. Dad picked the perfect place with ample spiritual energy. Yen Fu's face twitched and he snapped. Brat, you dare call me a lackey? Do you know who I am? Who my master is? TCH, showing off and talking about your backing proves loud and clear that you are, in fact, but a lackey. Ugh. Yen Fu faltered, stunned speechless at the kid's flawless logic. He had gotten used to scaring others with his master's name. Even though for the last few years he was down on his luck, but after seeing his master, he was in high spirits, back to his same old habits. But getting mocked by a kid left a bad taste in his mouth. Even more so when the kid made perfect sense. Everywhere he went he'd show off his backing, like a true lackey, as if he was afraid of getting a thrashing. Yen Fu sighed in the end. Out with it, brat. What do you want? I've come for someone. Who? My dad, Zhuofan. The kid stuck out his chin. What? Gasping, Yanfu stammered. Who did you say you were here for again? Zhua Fan. And no, I mean, is Steward Zhua your... Yanfu gulped. The kid raised an eyebrow and spoke genially. My dad, why? What, Steward Zhua is your dad? Only now did the words register in Yanfu's grinding mind. He gasped with bulging eyes. Steward Zhua has a child? Why didn't he say anything? The kid put on his thinking cap. He probably didn't have the time, since the two of us only recently met. An out-of-wedlock child. Yanfu's heart was pumping at full throttle as a cryptic smile formed on his face and he rubbed the kid's head. Little guy, wait here while I get your dad. The kid flicked Yanfu's hand off. Listen, bud. I hate it when people touch my head. If not for being one of Dad's men, I'd pummel you into the ground and leave you to the wolves. Shivering, words left Yanfu. The kid was so tiny yet packed a mean attitude, threatening him left and right, just like Steward Zhua. He now somewhat believed that the two were related. They were just too similar. Not to mention the kid sure was mighty. His hand was still stinging. Success. Gasping, Yanfu cradled his inflamed hand and darted inside to report. This is breaking news. Zhua Fan's love child is at the door. In a jiffy, a stream of people rushed down the mountain, with Luo Yunchang in lead. The report had her thunderstruck, freezing on the spot. She should have known Zhua Fan had other girls out there besides Chu Qingcheng and Ninger, with a child no less. That was the last straw. You damn player. Once I get to the bottom of this, you're dead. Raging like a volcano, Luo Yunchang stormed down the mountain along with Xue Qingjian, Qiu Yanhai, Captain Pang and many more joining the bustle. They were looking forward to meet their steward's son. With such an attitude, his child ought not to be as fiendish as his dad. No? But when they arrived, the kid looked so cute and bright, everyone just wanted to hug him. Aw, I didn't think the steward's son would be so adorable. His mother must be gorgeous. Xue Qingjian's maternal instinct kicked in high gear. Luo Yunchang's mood only sank, mirthless. But seeing the kid, she squeezed a smile as she asked, Little guy, is your dad really our Steward Zhua Fan? Mind telling me your name? Are you calling me a liar? You rude bint, I've come to see my dad. You all better not stand in my way and take me to him now. The kid snapped. Luo Yunchang's face twitched. That was a first, for a kid to call her a bint. The others were having a blast and broke out in laughter. Yen Song sized the kid and said, The child may be young, but quite spirited. His tone is just like Steward Zhua's, as brash and egotistical. We no longer have to fear the Luo clan's decline. We even have the next steward. Ha ha ha. Yen Song laughed, rubbing the kid's hair. But the kid's brow shivered and his face looked positively dark. Elder Yen is right. I find the kid clever, and with Steward Zhua's teachings, we will have endless generations of stronger and stronger geniuses. Come, call me Uncle Pang. Captain Pang laughed, getting his turn to ruffle the kid's head, who only glowered. But the crowd hardly noticed or cared. A child was getting teased by adults. What could he do other than bear it? And so, after the second came the third, and on it went. Everyone rubbed his head and teased him. But the child's only reaction was an increasingly darker face. The last straw was when Qiu Yanhai came over laughing. But before he could speak, the kid flung his hand off and snapped. I told you not to touch my head. Take me to see my father. Oh my. He's pouting, ha ha ha. The spitting image of Steward Zhua. Qiu Yanhai laughed, further aggravating the kid by rubbing his head again. You twerp, you are so young yet have such fire in you, just like your old man. A shame you don't have his strength. Look, I'm touching your head. What are you gonna do about it? I can't mess with your dad, so why don't I mess with you? Ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai toyed with him until the kid's face was practically throbbing with rage. Xue Qingjian poured more oil. Geezer, stop poking him. He is only a child. Worry about when his dad finds out that we teased his son and he'll come toy with us. Ha ha ha. What's there to fear? Steward Zhua is in seclusion to nurse his wounds. He won't be coming out soon. A child's memory is like a fish anyway. Gone the next day. He won't remember. Right, twerp? Qiu Yanhai smirked. The kid snorted. Quite right. I don't have a good memory. Because anybody that pisses me off, I'll make sure to deal with them on the spot. With a bang, the kid's tiny hand clamped on Qiu Yanhai's wrist like a vice. Qiu Yanhai felt his wrist about to break and paled. Nothing he did could get him out of the hold. Only now did he realize that the kid was more than he seemed, way more, while others were still blissfully oblivious. The kid's eyes left him cold and shivering. I don't need Dad for help. I'll let you have a taste myself. The kid flung Qiu Yanhai, under the bug-eyed crowd, smack into the ground. Boom! Qiu Yanhai cracked the earth, the gap extending farther and farther. In a blink, it crossed a whole mile and passed into Windgaze City. Rumble. No one could believe their eyes as to how Windgaze City was suddenly sporting a bottomless gap. PFF. Qiu Yanhai coughed blood, filled with shock. What kind of monster is he? How does he have so much power to wound an 8th-layer Radiant Stage expert just like that? He had never imagined the kid would be so freakish. The rest went slack-jawed, with eyes wide as saucers. This 7-year-old scamp had the power to kill a Radiant Stage expert in one blow. What the hell? The people gulped from shock. That's Zhuofan's kid, all right. Neither of them is normal, but monsters, with the son even more outrageous than the father. Luo Yunchang forgot about her jealousy then and there. She stared at the previously adorable kid with raw fear. Letting go of Qiu Yanhai, the kid tended to his hair and mocked, Geezer, know what's good for you. If not for you being under my dad, I'd have snapped your twig of a body in two. Humph. Try touching me again and see where that gets you. Qiu Yanhai felt like crying. He, a Radiant Stage expert and an elder, was manhandled like a child by a child. The others looked startled and their hands shivered. Who among them hadn't touched the kid's head? It was just Elder Qiu's rotten luck to do it last. If it were them, their entire skeleton would be dust by now. The crowd looked at the kid with even more fear, yet no less amazement. Zhuofan was a monster, but that didn't guarantee his son would be one too. At least not a freak of nature like this one. Holy hell! A 7-year-old kid can shoot down a Radiant Stage expert in one blow. How are the rest of us supposed to survive? Tears began to well in their hearts. Enough wasting time. Take me to my father. The kid spoke with pride after that little display. This time, the people were amiable enough to nod, and led the way shivering. The kid held his head high, strutting before them as he walked into the Luo clan's manor. Just then, 5 figures appeared, Li Jingtian and the 4 scheming demons. Seeing Luo Yunchang and the rest, Li Jingtian asked, What's wrong? What was all the commotion outside? The faces of everyone sank as they pointed at the kid. Li Jingtian merely looked at him and became a blundering, shivering mess. I invincible scamp Gu Santong. What in God's name are you doing here? Ah, it's that little monster. He just won't leave us alone. The 4 scheming demons hugged their heads and rolled on the ground in fear. And everyone went speechless. This was a first for all. Seeing Mad Dipper frantic and the 4 fearless pygmies scurrying around like headless chickens. Then again, the power this kid showed was almost out of this world. Elder Li, you know this child? Luo Yunchang asked with a trembling lip. Li Jingtian looked oddly at her. See child? Young miss, he may be a child to you, but to us, he is the oldest monster. Just 300 years ago, he threw Tianyu into chaos and defeated everyone. And now he is the strongest divine dragon of the imperial family, invincible scamp Gu Santong. We won't even be able to scratch him with all of us working together. What a shocker. All eyes on Gu Santong were now full of fear. Who could have seen that coming? Certainly not them. That a sweet, sweet child could be such an abomination. Qiu Yanhai was the most bitter. Glancing at the adorable Gu Santong, he felt like crying. If he had known the kid was a centuries-old freak, he wouldn't even get near him. Everyone was now trying to make sense of what this force of nature was doing coming to the Luo clan. But, isn't he Zhuofan's son? How can he be 300 years old? Luo Yunchang was skeptical. Li Jingtian looked puzzled as well. Who told you that? He did. And the crowd had spoken, pointing at Gu Santong. Now it is Li Jingtian's turn to be floored. He looked at Gu Santong's genial face, filled with doubt. All the renowned experts cared about the world's view of them, and Gu Santong was no different. What possible reason would this almighty expert have to lower himself and say he was some guy's son? The non-committal Gu Santong had clearly admitted it to be the truth, leaving Li Jingtian even more confused. Where's Dad? Take me to him, Gu Santong said. Li Jingtian hesitated but nodded in the end. Wait a moment while I inform him. It wasn't long before he was back, but this time with an even odder look for Gu Santong. Steward Zhua asked everyone and the child to come inside. Those words were enough for everyone to see that Zhua Fan was indeed Gu Santong's dad. There would be no point for Elder Li to call him child otherwise. Yet nobody had a clue about how a worldly expert, Tianyu's strongest divine dragon, ended up as his son. One thing was certain though. They saw Zhua Fan's handiwork in a whole new light. Only he could make this possible. Walking in a single file, they all marched into the Luo clan's main hall. Zhua Fan was already seated with a bright smile. Young Sanzi, it's been ages. Dad. Gu Santong skipped cheerfully in Zhua Fan's arms. He didn't look like a 300-year-old monster to anyone. Just a sweet child. But the instant he saw Zhua Fan's empty right sleeve, his eyes snapped. Dad, your right hand. Who did this to you? I'll kill them all. No need. I've already handled it. Zhua Fan shook his head. With Tianyu's factions in a delicate balance, he didn't want Gu Santong to be the spark that blew everything sky high and affected his plan. And what are you doing here? It can't be that you're here just to see little old me. Zhua Fan switched topics with a smile. Gu Santong nodded. I came to give the Luo clan a decree. For the Luo clan's exemplary performance in esoteric debate, 3 months from now, the Emperor will bestow upon it the title of 8th noble house in the imperial capital, in front of the clans of Tianyu. All heads of the clans and houses will be there to celebrate. What? Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought the imperial family would hold up their word so fast? But it also worried them. Zhua Fan had the dragon vein soul, and the emperor's attitude would definitely change towards them. But by giving them a title in such a grand style while also inviting every clan, was there a hidden agenda that might affect the Luo clan? Zhua Fan squinted, but smiled in the end. Ha ha ha, I see. Now I know that you've come to give me this information. Thanks, young Sanzi. And how have they been treating you in the imperial palace? Do they feed you well? Gu Santong's glee was replaced with heartache. Don't remind me. Those stingy creeps only know to give me first and second grade ingredients. Ever since I ate Dad's high-grade ingredients, those low ones seem stale. Ha ha ha. Then why don't you stay here for a little while and live it up like a young master? Laughing, Zhua Fan presented an ingredient rich in spiritual energy. Gu Santong perked up on the spot. 8th grade ingredient. F for me? Of course. What's mine is yours. Zhua Fan pushed the ingredient to a cheerful Gu Santong. At the side, Yen Song's heart was bleeding. That's an 8th grade ingredient. With the secret alchemy art Zhua Fan had taught him, he might even be able to refine a 9th grade pill with that ingredient. Giving it away just like that is such a waste. But the pain had only just begun. Zhua Fan waved Yen Song over. Elder Yen, my son will be staying with us for a few days. He just loves ingredients. For every meal, you have to give him at least 1 6th grade ingredient. Got it. Face twitching, alchemist Yen Song's poor heart was at its limit. But since Zhua Fan had commanded it, he could only suck it up and nod. Gu Santong was ecstatic, hugging his neck and kissing him. You're the best dad in the whole world. All of this happened before a mute audience. Where did the fiendish monster go? In front of Zhua Fan, he was nothing but a cute 7-year-old. All right. Zhua Fan waved, telling Gu Santong to get down as his face turned serious. Young Sanzi, there's something I must talk to you about. Perhaps you won't agree, but I must ask. Gu Santong cocked his head. Shuafan sighed and said, "Young Sanzi, I want to use the Qilin leg." "What?" Gu Santong cried. "I know, it is very dear to you, and I never intended to do this either. But now I have no choice." His eyes trailed to his empty right sleeve as he continued. "If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to force you to take it from me or make you agree and have you resent me forever." Raising his arm, his thunder ring flashed as he looked Gu Santong straight in the eye. He knew how important the Qilin leg was to Gu Santong. It was his elder's remains that he treasured greatly. If he had just used it without even telling Gu Santong, there would always be a wall between them. It might even break off their relationship. Gu Santong's first godfather was a scholar, who taught him to repay gratitude in kind. Before he made this request, Shuafan had first dumped a pile of ingredients in this kid's lap, earning a few brownie points coupled with the statement, "What's mine is yours," sharing the profits, forcing a great battle to take place in Gu Santong's heart. Shuafan treated him like his kin, but to avoid any arguments in the future, he still came out clean to make Gu Santong give him the Qilin leg willingly. Shuafan held his breath as he watched him. Gu Santong was silent for a long time before nodding. "If it were anyone else, I'd definitely refuse. But like Dad just said, what's mine is yours." "Ha ha ha, oh son." Shuafan laughed, hugging him tighter and kissing him twice until Gu Santong giggled. The people in the hall sighed. Steward Zhua was a true miracle worker to get so close with that little monster. They were no different from true father and son. Not to mention this monstrous duo would one day take the empire by the storm with no one to stop them. Everyone could practically see the two go on a rampage and the Luo clan entering into an era of prosperity at the top. It was the right choice to come over to the Luo clan's side, was the unanimous sentiment. Only Luo Yunchang didn't care much for interests, feeling her heart swell at the touching reunion. Shuafan is no longer lonely. Shuafan and Gu Santong chatted for a while, and then Shuafan took him to have his fill of ingredients, especially high-grade ones. These were all taken from that 6th-grade spiritual beast's cave back in Beast King Mountain. Their amount was neither plenty nor few to start with. Yen Song was the alchemy house elder and was ecstatic at seeing them the first time. But now he had to watch them get stuffed down Gu Santong's gullet. In no time at all, almost none were left, much to the misery of the old man. Not that Shuafan cared. As long as he could use the Qilin leg while Gu Santong agreed, he took it as a bargain. As for the ingredients, they were merely worldly possessions, nothing compared to the Qilin leg and the ongoing relationship he had with Gu Santong. 2 weeks later, Gu Santong's time was up and he had to leave, despite his reluctance. But before he left, Shuafan gave him a pile of ingredients as snacks, making the separation somewhat bearable. When Gu Santong was gone, Luo Yunchang and the rest were preparing to leave as well, for the imperial capital. But Shuafan wasn't coming with them. He was almost completely healed, and what was left was to deal with his severed right arm. Then he would be reborn, with newfound power coursing through his veins tens of times greater than before. "Elder Li, the safety of young Miss will be your responsibility on your way to the imperial capital. Myself and the other elders will meet you later." At the foot of Black Wind Mountain, Shuafan patted Li Jingtian's shoulder. Li Jingtian nodded. Shuafan let out a relaxed chuckle and left a few instructions for the rest before sending them off. He was letting Li Jingtian go on this trip to the imperial capital out of fear that the other houses might harbor evil plans. In that regard, the tough and loyal Li Jingtian was the best choice. When they were gone from his sight, Shuafan took Xue Qingjian, Yen Song and the 4 scheming demons back to Blackwind Mountain. They soon arrived before the familiar misty forest. Shuafan said, "I will enter seclusion for a few days and you must protect me. No one is allowed entry into Blackwind Mountain's surroundings. Is that clear?" "Crystal." They all cupped their hands. Shuafan relaxed and vanished among the fog. The rest assumed their role and guarded Blackwind Mountain from all directions. After arriving at a wide clearing, Shuafan found it adequate and began to carve a familiar body refining array. The only difference was that this array was a great deal larger. When finished, Shuafan's hand flashed, and he inserted tens of thousands of spirit stones into the array core with a wave. With a boom, a pillar suddenly shot for the clouds. This was the same Qilin leg he obtained from the Lightning Canyon, the one he was planning to make his new right arm from. But the effort to convert a sacred beast's leg into a human's arm was far too difficult. The scale of the Qilin leg alone posed a huge problem. Luckily, he had come prepared. With the shaping spring he got from Beast King Mountain, this problem was solved by itself. Shaping Spring's mystical ability would turn the Qilin leg into a human's arm and safely replace his lost limb. He had had this idea since the first time he heard of Shaping Spring. But because of the dangers involved, he had vetoed it. Yet the fight with Huangpu Qingtian had taught him to steel himself and throw away any hesitation. It's just a hand. How hard can it be? Grinning, Zhuo Fan sighed. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Zhuo Fan flew atop the Qilin leg and poured the Shaping Spring all over it. He then slowly floated back down, stepped out of the array and made a hand sign. A tremendous boom echoed and the array exploded with light. Even the thick fog found it hard to conceal it. The elders outside were stunned, in the dark about Zhuo Fan's plan. Then the Qilin leg released a bloody glow echoing the array's own light. It trembled and crackled with lightning. At the same time, the white liquid on its surface slowly seeped in. It wasn't long before all of it was absorbed. Squinting, Zhuo Fan capitalized on the timing and changed his hand sign. Heaven and Earth's sacred power shifts yin and yang. The Qilin leg will turn into an arm. All shall be fused as one and the sacred arm will break the heavens. Started off with a buzz. The array released a ripple from its center and the Qilin leg never stopped shaking. It reached the magnitude of an earthquake as even the surrounding mountains started rumbling, including Blackwind Mountain. Not even the 4 5th-grade arrays could take the strain when rocks fell everywhere. Qiu Yanhai, Xue Qingjian and the rest of the elder contingency were overwhelmed. What is Steward Zhuo doing? Is he going to wreck his own clan's foundation? The 4 scheming demons wailed as they panicked all over the place. The sky is falling. Only Zhuo Fan was stirred, seeing the Qilin leg shrink by half in a blink. The body refining array from the 9 Serenity's secret records was truly something to be able to refine even a sacred beast. The next part was crucial, fusing the sacred arm. Success would be achieved only when the Qilin leg would calmly rest below his right shoulder. Or all of this effort would go to waste. I hope there won't be a rejection. This is, after all, the sacred leg from the mighty Qilin. Squinting, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and focused on the shrinking red pillar. Once it was the size of an arm, he shouted and jumped inside the array. Ah! A wail of agony similar to the one in the All-Beast mountain range echoed. Zhuo Fan felt his body disintegrate under the onslaught of the thunderstorm within the array. What made it worse was that this pain was 100 times more excruciating than last time. Last time the array size was much smaller, and he had only used diamond sand and a 6th-level spiritual beast's wings. But this time, he thirsted to make the mighty Qilin's leg his arm. Weighting the price and the benefits of having it rest below his shoulder, he found it more than worth it. But not for the life of him did Zhuo Fan expect to endure such agony. Watching his body chipping away, his flesh splashing onto the array, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened with pain, ready to explode. This pain went beyond the conceivable realm. The last refining was but a bug bite by comparison. But Zhuo Fan held fast. The last time he had done it for Ninger, while this time he was doing it for everyone, so that Ninger misfortune would never repeat itself. Ah! Howling at the sky, the elders outside freaked out. They watched the misty forest with concern. Steward Zhuo, just what cultivation method are you practicing to make even a tenacious demon like you scream at the top of his lungs? In the array, Zhuo Fan's flesh floated about and even his organs were gone. All that was left was his skeleton and his trembling eyes. Zhuo Fan would have been long dead by now in these circumstances. But within the array, his life force didn't scatter. The Qilin leg released a bloody glow and Zhuo Fan's pieces of flesh flew around it and bathed in the red glow before shooting for his body and reforging it. With a long sigh, Zhuo Fan's heart eased. It's finally combining. This meant that the refining was nearing its end, bringing him one step closer to success. His thinking was quite logical. When the body was reformed, the refining would end. Although, he didn't take into account the fact that the target of his refining was a sacred beast. Whoosh! The flying flesh reformed on Zhuofan's skeleton and released a pale red glow, with only the right arm missing from its place. And then the Qilin leg floated over, slowly approaching his shoulder to fuse. He didn't get to rejoice though, as a heaven-shaking howl announced the trembling of the Qilin leg. A red glow flashed from the leg and pierced his brain. Zhuofan blanked out for a second and felt his head splitting, about to explode. A bellow like that of a savage beast tore through the deepest corners of his mind and knocked him out. I failed. Sighing in his heart, this was his last thought before he passed out cold. A blood-red Qilin was roaring in his soul, wanting to tear the place apart. A mere human dares to covet my sacred body? You are judged unworthy. Roar. While the Qilin was having a literal blast in the depths of his soul, a dragon roar came from within Zhuofan's body. The dragon vein soul charged at the Qilin. Zhuofan was now its master and its duty was to protect him. It was aware that it was no match for the Qilin, but it was going to try and protect Zhuofan with its life. The Qilin only had disdain for the dragon soul. Humph! If you were a celestial dragon, I would have graced you with a strike. But a tiny earth dragon dares to bar my path. The Qilin lifted its leg and stomped on the dragon soul. Bam! The dragon soul was kicked out of Zhuofan's soul and back into his dantian with the face of a kicked puppy. Master, I did my best, but it just wasn't enough. Ha ha ha! A snail dares contend with me? Die! The Qilin cackled and raved at the surrounding darkness. Ha ha ha! This human brat has some nerve. See how I'll tear your soul to smithereens. It didn't get the chance though, as a sharp cry announced the pain in his back. A huge bird made of azure flame clawed at the tough Qilin's back. Qilin looked back in shock. You! Yes, old partner. I've chosen this kid and one day he will return our help many-fold. You have long since died and removing this grief from your soul will be for the best. The huge azure fire bird exploded into flames and swallowed the Qilin. With a tightening of its claws, the Qilin vanished in a red glow. Then the huge azure fire bird vanished as well. Only then did Zhuofan's ever-throbbing right arm, the Qilin leg, finally became still as it began to fuse with his body. I wasn't devoured? After a long time, Zhuofan opened his eyes and saw the clear blue sky. When the Qilin leg connected to his shoulder, he felt a terrible resentment tearing at his soul. But what had him shocked was that a mere Qilin leg, dead for God knows how long, was still bearing such strong resentment. As it came from a sacred beast, the magnitude was amplified. It had instantly cut off his consciousness before he could even cry for help. The last thought that went through his mind was a lament for having failed at all. The sacred beast's resentment pierced his soul. Yet it didn't get destroyed? How am I still alive? Did the Qilin resentment turn noble and let me off? Even he found that impossible. Resentment was a mass of rage. How could it develop a conscience? Zhuofan just couldn't make heads or tails of it. He shook his head in the end, crawling to his feet. Then he realized he had done that with his right arm. He looked at his right hand in shock and a glowing red arm entered his eyes. The refining succeeded. He had turned the Qilin leg into a sky-piercing Qilin arm. Overjoyed, Zhuofan took in all the details of his new arm. Yet it wasn't one bit different from his other arm. But when he moved his fingers, he could feel the space itself vibrate. The power behind his right arm was just as freaky as Gu Santong's. Zhuofan was confident that no one in Tianyu could match this arm of his. He wouldn't balk even against Gu Santong's attacks. Zhuofan was ecstatic and jumped in glee, but he could only jump to 1,000 feet of height above the mist. Zhuofan had forgotten that he had lost his wings and couldn't fly as a bone-tempering expert, so why was he still hovering here? I have advanced. Zhuofan checked his cultivation in a rush. Sure enough, the refining had jumped his cultivation into the third layer of profound heaven stage. Not to mention the dragon soul's power within him had already fused with him and brought his body to a new level. Through the dragon power tempering and with the dragon soul within him, the power in his body shot had through the roof. Not even Huangpu Qingtian could match him now. And that wasn't even half of it. He found with great delight that Blood Infant had advanced as well. It had broken the shackles and advanced into the profound heaven stage. The profound heaven stage Blood Infant's speed had reached an unprecedented level. Not even a discerning field could catch up to it. Squinting, Zhuofan flexed his mind. Whoosh! A red glow flew out of him, took a tour of Blackwind Mountain's surroundings for 100 miles, and was back inside in the blink of an eye. At the core of Blackwind Mountain, watching over the arrays, Xue Qingjian and Xiao Yanhai were cultivating with closed eyes when they felt a chill pass through them. Old hag, did you feel that? Xiao Yanhai's eyes trembled. Xue Qingjian nodded and gulped, as if something passed by. But why couldn't I sense it? It's all based on my instinct. You too. Gasping, Xiao Yanhai's aged face shuddered. Then it mustn't have been just a coincidence. I felt the same. But why? Is there anything in this world that can fly past our divine sense without getting detected? If not for the instincts we honed through battles for a century, we wouldn't have felt the danger either. Yeah, just what was that? If it was a human, how dreadful would he be? We could never hope to reach him. Xiao Yanhai sighed, scratching his head. I only hope he has no ill will towards the Luo clan. In another area, the 4 scheming demons were on duty to fend off anyone going into the misty forest where Zhuofan lay. But were these pygmies that bored? It didn't take 15 minutes before they were back to squabbling and fighting. And they had kept at it all this time. Whoosh! When the red glow flashed by, the 4 pygmies stopped mid-swing. Bro, did something pass by just now? Sly Demon frowned. Violent Demon's punch faltered, his eyes roaming about. No way. What could possibly pass us for heroic demons without so much as a sound? Such a thing doesn't exist in this world. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. Wimp Demon shook his head. The other 2 paused for a second before doing the same. That settles it. Now, where were we? Violent Demon swung his hand with a grin. Sly Demon said, you were about to punch my face. Bam! And that was what Violent Demon did, smacking Sly Demon's nose. Ha ha ha! Now I remember. I really wanted to bash your face in. Sly Demon returned blows of course, right at Violent Demon's head. Thus, the 4 resumed their ever-bustling bonding. But just then, Zhuofan's dignified voice came from above Blackwind Mountain. Elders, come to the misty forest. Steward Zhuo was out. Xue Qingjian and Xiao Yanhai rushed post-haste. Yen Song came out of the alchemy house as well, flying to the forest. The 4 scheming demons stopped their sharing tough love and gathered at Misty Forest. Soon, all of the Luo clan's elders were watching the forest. Zhuofan walked out of the bloody fog and nodded. The elders saw that Zhuofan didn't only recover his arm but had also reached the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage. Leaping 4 layers in just 1 month, his speed was faster than a rocket. Monster. The word was on everyone's lips. How could Huangpu Qingtian possibly compare? He was just a novice. Zhuofan smiled. How long was I away? A month. Yen Song bowed. Nodding pleasantly, Zhuofan said, Perfect. I just let my demonic creature check your situation. You've done well this month. What? It was you just now? Xue Qingjian cried out. What is that demonic creature that moves so fast? Ha ha ha. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. You will get to see them in time. Zhuofan replied with a vague smile, which only made the others more baffled. Just how many tricks is Steward Zhuofan hiding to catch everyone off guard? Truly frightening. Even though they were Radiant Stage experts, they were like kittens in front of a tiger when Zhuofan was around. From what I saw, that was a quick reaction. Elder Qiu and Elder Xue, you're quite sharp. Elder Yen is still in profound heaven stage, so it's fine. and he is quite dedicated to alchemy too. Only you four. What the hell is wrong, you shits? Zhuo Fan's smile turned demonic as he glared. I told you to defend this place, yet all you do is squabble. Talk. How should I punish your negligence of duty? Shuddering, the four put on hurt looks in sync. Steward Zhuo, anything but the bloodworms. Any other punishment is fine. How about you beat us up? Sly Demon pleaded. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan laughed. You must be thinking I can't hurt you, to ask for that. Right? Fine, we'll do it your way. I'll beat you, silly. The four were ecstatic. With Zhuo Fan's tiny cultivation in comparison to theirs, in the 6th layer of Profound Heaven stage, he couldn't even make it sting. As long as the bloodworms were out of the picture, even standing there and taking Zhuo Fan's hits, they figured Zhuo Fan's fist would be the one hurting in the end. The four showed crafty smiles. Zhuo Fan didn't mind, merely eyeing them coldly as he spread his arms. Take your pick? Left or right? Ha ha ha, whichever you wish. Violent Demon laughed nonchalantly. With a snicker, Zhuo Fan stretched out his left arm and said, Left it is. So I won't beat you to death and waste all the effort dumped into you the past 5 years. Transformation. Zhuo Fan roared in his mind. Roar. A dragon roar reverberated and Zhuo Fan's face turned more and more savage as his left arm released a golden glow and a dragon image flowed along it. Constant snapping sounds were heard and his skin actually transformed into dragon scales. Lastly, his entire hand turned into a dragon claw. A mere twitch of his fingers was enough to tell you how sharp they were as they whistled through the air. Earth Dragon Claw, Zhuo Fan said. He turned his vicious eyes at the 4 scared cats and said, Over the last month, I've trained to integrate with the dragon vein soul. So transforming goes without saying, ha ha ha. Then he swung his claw at the ground. Boom! A yellow glow flashed and a glowing arc split the ground on the spot. Passed through everything, snapping things in two. Not even the mountains were spared. It went strong for the better part of a mile, before the yellow wave attack vanished. Everyone watched on in shock. Zhuo Fan cultivated for just 1 month and he came out not only layers above, but even his body was monstrous now. Even the renowned body cultivators in the radiant stage would be reduced to pieces under that claw. They all watched Zhuo Fan with dread. Now even if he didn't use the bloodworms, he could still put them in their place. Not that they dared mess with him to begin with. Zhuo Fan's body strength far exceeded theirs. Abominable 4, which one of you little shits would like to go first? Zhuo Fan waved the dragon claw around, like a demon archon about to hand over the sentence to some imps. The 4 scheming demons were scared to death, choking on their own words. Holy hell, is this a joke? What's going to be left of me after that punch? They were truly regretting it now, knowing Zhuo Fan's capacity for abnormality. Each time Steward Zhuo went into seclusion was like being born anew, coming up with new and outrageous ways to be overpowered. Case in point, Zhuo Fan's current seclusion shot him way beyond all those present. They were totally unprepared, but now they had to roll with it. They should have seen this coming and should have dropped on their knees to beg for mercy instead. But how were they supposed to do that now? The 4 sighed, their smiles laid thick with a heavy sense of begrudging and self-deprecation. But soon, Sly Demon's eyes probed. Steward Zhuo, your Earth Dragon Claw is marvelous. I wonder though, can you do that with both hands? Only the left. Zhuo Fan could see his thinking from a mile away, yet he didn't hide it. Sly Demon lit up and he gathered his pals around for a little bro talk. Then they came out laughing. Violent Demon puffed up his chest and stuck his chin out. Steward Zhuo, didn't you say we can choose which hand? You're a man of your word, right? But of course, though it won't change anything. Zhuo Fan smiled. So I decided to use the left in dishing out your punishment. No, we've changed our minds. We want the right one. Violent Demon pointed at his brand new hand with a cackle. Sending a condescending gaze his way, Zhuo Fan looked at his own right hand and shook his head. This won't end well. And why not? Come on, Steward Zhuo. You are a clan steward. Your words are worth gold. You can't go saying something on one hand and do another on the other. or no one would trust you. Violent Demon urged on seeing him hesitate. Shuofan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, reverse psychology. Not bad at all. Alright, we'll do it your way. Here comes my right. The four rejoiced, with Wimp Demon even giving a thumbs up and sucking up to his bro. That's our bro, insightful and glib. He has just received that arm and hasn't practiced using it yet. It must be the weakest. It will snap like a twig the instant it touches us. Good going, bro. Dang right. Or I ain't your eldest bro. Violent Demon stuck out his chin. Sly Demon was annoyed and backhanded Wimp Demon. Cut the bull. That was my idea. Whose ass are you kissing? By all rights, you should be kissing mine. Wimp Demon looked aggrieved with that red face. Violent Demon was growing irate and backhanded Sly Demon too. You're the bullshitting one. I'm the eldest bro. Without my wise leadership, you'd never come up with this plan. All credit goes to me. You're the one bullshitting. I said it first. It was my idea. Why should you take credit? Sly Demon was pissed off and started throwing punches at Violent Demon. The other two demons were cheering, but it wasn't long before they joined in for a much-needed bonding. And so, for little demons played their little act per usual, same old, same old. The elders having front row seats of the spectacle had brooding moods. These little shits are a lost cause. They've already forgotten why Steward Zhua was angry, why he was punishing them. They were going at it right in front of him like everything was right as rain, no harm done. Glancing over at Shuofan, everyone could see the throbbing vein on his forehead. You four, are you ready for my fist? Shuofan's patience was running dangerously low. The four scheming demons weren't stopping on his account, yet they had the time to speak in unison. Don't mind us, do your thing. Knock yourself out and have your fill of punching. Despise, condescension, and contempt. These four demons weren't buying Shuofan's bravado, thinking his right arm wasn't up to snuff. Shuofan smiled in anger and moved his hand around. Ha ha ha. You sure are experts to want so many punches. That's fine. Let's give you a little taste first, shall we? Shuofan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst and he punched. Tangible projection. Sky-piercing Qilin arm. Boom. Like a flood, Shuofan's right arm shined red and swelled. His thick arm became like a giant steel wall barreling straight for the demons. That terrifying might stole the breath of even these sixth layer of Radiant Stage experts, ducking their heads instinctively. Whoosh! The red glow shot over the demons into the sky. Boom! Like an artillery blast, the Qilin's sacred arm rumbled the space wherever it passed and pulverized everything else. With the space in front of the fist taking the brunt of the hit, warping constantly and making a 300 feet tall cliff crumble into nothing. Once silence sat in, all that was left in the eyes of the onlookers was desolation and not much else. The shock was so great that they were in denial. Everyone knew Shuofan would have an outrageous power boost. But who'd have seen that one coming? Not them. That thing could crush the world. The four scheming demons were shivering on the spot, their faces void of blood. It was a déjà vu moment for them. Gu Santong had done the same thing. One invincible punch to crush everything. Gulping, the four scheming demons found it hard to look at the red pillar in the sky. They knew they had messed up and were on the verge of crying. You call that a hand? That's a pylon. The slightest touch will turn us into meat patties. I'd take the dragon claw any time. Thank you very much. They blindly took Shuofan's new arm for a newborn's, when in fact it was a weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, are those the arms of a human? Gasping, Shuofan withdrew the Qilin leg back to being his arm and nodded pleasingly. Transformation was a secret art of changing shape. That meant turning his left arm into the earth dragon claw of a sacred beast taking human form, while tangible projection meant transformation of returning to its original form. His Qilin arm looked like an arm and was tough beyond imagination, but only through this tangible projection of turning the Qilin arm back to the Qilin leg could he unleash the sky-piercing Qilin power. Yet this wasn't all the Qilin leg could do, limited as it was by his low cultivation. Had he put too much power into the blow, he'd be going down with it. But even when limited for the whole of Tianyu, it was more than enough. With the Earth Dragon Claw on his left and the Qilin Arm on his right, no enemy could contest him in Tianyu. Shuifan grinned, awfully full of himself. Now that he took notice of the others, their minds had taken a vacation, it seemed, betrayed by their dumb looks, while the four demons were shaking like leaves. With a demonic smile, Shuifan swished his right hand. You four said to keep em coming, right? Want another one? No, Steward Zhua, you're too awesome. We don't dare to play in front of you. How about you use the blood infant to punish us? That punch of yours will splatter us. You wouldn't want the Luo clan's last 5 years of investment to be for nothing, would you? The four demons' heads were pounding and snot was coming out of their noses. Shuifan smiled. Ha. You for just keep begging for mercy. Fine, I'll let it slide just this once, but you better get this straight. If I find you slacking on the job again, there won't be a next time. I'll flatten your heads on the spot. Steward Zhua, worry not. It won't happen again. The four demons shook their heads and vowed. Only then did Shuifan nodded and looked in the distance. Good. It's time we go to the imperial capital and regroup with the others. Yes. Everyone cupped their hands as they accepted the order. Even the playful and sly demons turned respectful on the spot. Imperial capital, the imperial palace's gates. There were 360 copper inlays in the 9 heavy 3-meter-tall gates. Set in the shape of macrocosmic orbit array, it was an everlasting symbol of peace and imperial power. Guards strapped in golden armor stood before each grand gate with grace and dignity, releasing a heavy pressure on anyone who came close. Even fresh cultivators could feel the presence of 1,000 of these profound heaven experts. The imperial family's power had always been the strongest in Tianyu. A crowd had gathered outside these gates since the crack of dawn, now in awe of such a display of power. How long had it been since the imperial family had held a ceremony? No one knew, since this was their first. On such occasions, delegates were to come from every clan in Tianyu, from the biggest houses to the smallest. The last time such a gathering took place was centuries ago, when everyone banded together and repelled invaders from their border. It was quite plain to see how much weight the imperial family had attributed to the bestowal of the 8th noble house title. The Luo clan, a mere third-rate clan, was now going to be wallowing in honor. They had simply won the esoteric debate, but was it that great an achievement to have the whole of Tianyu take part in its award ceremony? Some small clans, waiting in the biting cold outside the gates, begged to differ. Why don't we get that kind of treatment? The many clans gathered before the imperial palace's gates were feeding the rumor mill as they discussed. Some were envious and some were in awe, but what predominated everyone was reverence. It had never happened before, and the difficulty could be imagined. A third-rate clan was, in their time, entering the rank of houses and even receiving the imperial family's approval. Since a third-rate clan could be so hard-working, the other lowly clans had no reason to stagnate and contend with the status quo. Why, young master, wait! Among the tight crowd, a proud and dashing youth, wearing a scholar's hat, kept on walking even as the apprentice scholar behind him yelled. He only stopped when he reached the front of the throng of people, his eyes shining like stars, looking all around him. I'm finally out. Why, young master, we have to go back or I'll be punished. The child squeezed in front as well. Her cute and squishy face made him so adorable. The young master only smiled. I've been stuck home for ages. Now that I'm out, time to have some fun. Why the hell would I go back now? This is the Imperial Palace's 8th House Award Ceremony, the event of the millennium. The last time this happened was at the Empire's founding. I want to see with my own eyes what makes this 8th house so great, so powerful to make Ugh. His Majesty break the 1,000-year-long convention. Looking about, assured that no one noticed his slip of the tongue, the youth stuck out his tongue and smiled. The child was even more distraught. Why, young master, you've had your fun for 4 hours already. It's time we head back, or with your temper we won't get away with a simple punishment if anything happens. Stop yapping. The young master bopped the child on the head, annoyed. You dare talk to me this way? When I get back, It's the cane for you. Then why did you bring me with you? To punish me? If anything happens to you, my life's on the line. You! The young master glared, angry. Was he that weak to not survive one hit in front of so many people? Seeing how he wanted to slip away all the time, he was just like a human trafficker. Was he that useless? His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. With a sharp cry, a refined sedan chair entered everyone's eyes. Once it stopped, an elegant and dignified youth wearing a golden robe with 4 dragon claws on it stepped out. The purple golden guards rushed forward to steer clear the clans, forming a 3-meter-wide path. The Crown Prince walked in front towards the Imperial Palace's gates. Damn, its eldest brother. Don't let him find us. The young master lowered his head and pulled the child into the crowd. The child could only follow. The Crown Prince suddenly stopped, then bowed to his surroundings in apology. Before the 7 houses arrive, we are unable to open the gates. I am dreadfully sorry to have everyone wait out here in the biting winds and piercing cold. Please accept my sincere apology. The Crown Prince gave a half bow. The crowd was frantic in returning the bow. Their hearts went to him. He was such a proud and wise figure. He was sure to go places. Ha ha ha, eldest bro is making nice again. Did you earn some sympathy points? Some rather sharp and venomous words resounded. The people whipped their heads to see who dared be so crass towards Tianyu's Crown Prince. What they saw was a glum youth bearing a striking resemblance to the Crown Prince. He wore the same dragon-clawed robe, just that he only had 3. The people realized he was Crown Prince Yuan Bo's brother, second Prince Yuan Yong. Crown Prince eyed him coming over with a trace of anger. Second brother? What are you suggesting? Every clan in Tianyu has gathered at our great imperial capital at the invitation of the imperial family. Shouldn't I, the Crown Prince, show these people gathered here in the biting winds and piercing cold some care? Humph, a mere act. You think they're worth inviting? That was the imperial decree. They had to come. Yuan Yong sent a mocking glance to the ants. Eldest brother, how can an irresolute man and sympathizer like you be the next leader of this nation? Second brother, by treating Tianyu's people like this, how are you going to rule with justice? How are you going to earn their respect? This is why the imperial father didn't make you Crown Prince. The Crown Prince glared. Yuan Yong's eyes were spitting fire at this point, his face barely stopping itself from exploding. Yuan Bo, don't patronize me. Based on wisdom and approaches, I'm no different from you. Isn't it all because you came into this world a year before me that you've earned such a glorious title? Isn't it because you are firstborn? Other than that, I am just as capable as you are to be Crown Prince. The Crown Prince stammered, but sighed in the end. Second brother, so this is what's been bothering you. This is why you've always looked at me with hostility since we were young. But what would you have me do? This is the work of Providence. I cannot change the world. If I could, I would have long since given my brother this Crown Prince title. Humph, sophistry. Who doesn't want to be emperor? Even that regent estate has been stirring for centuries. Yet you, pansy, wish to give it up. Yuan Yong snarled. But I don't need you to hand it over. I'll take what's mine for myself. The Crown Prince looked long at him and sighed, feeling vexed. Then, a very familiar voice came. With it, the people began to feel the earth throbbing. A mountain of a man, panting and sweating, was rumbling over with a thundering gait. He was sweating buckets, but was mighty happy. Elder brother, second brother, it's been ages since we last saw each other. I missed you so much. He was the one, the only Tianyu's third prince, Yuan Kong. He was a rarity in this world of cultivation filled with trained, fit bodies, one of the very few fatties. The young master hiding in the crowd and the child held their heads. Sigh, third brother, can't you sweat that fat off a little? Every time you come out, you scare everyone. I don't even want to be seen around you. Yuan Yong glanced at the tub of lard with loathing. God damn it. Hasn't this pig left the imperial capital yet? What's he doing back here? Ha ha ha. He must have finished his mission and the imperial father had him return. With the 8th Noble House Award ceremony of great importance, it's imperative for the 3rd younger brother to be present as well. The Crown Prince came out with open arms and a smile. Ha ha ha! 3rd brother. Welcome back, eldest brother. With a cry of joy, Yuan-song jumped into the Crown Prince's arms and landed with a bang. At the same time, a snapping sound marked the wincing of the Crown Prince as the pavement beneath him cracked all over. Your Highness, Crown Prince. Crown Prince's guards rushed over, seeing him hugging the hulking slab of meat. I'm fine. Shaking his head, the Crown Prince put on a reassuring smile. I am a 9th layer bone tempering stage cultivator after all. But even I can't hug my younger brother. Crash. With another sound, Crown Prince's face paled and he looked at his 3rd brother with glistening eyes. Old 3rd, did you get heavier? Just a bit. Last month I weighed 375 kilograms. But this week I'm 400. It must be all that traveling getting to me that I gained so little. Everyone's face twitched. The 3rd prince sure is an oddball. Where can you find so much fat in the world? Oh, right. Eldest brother, are you okay? Yuan-song asked, seeing his brother's sweaty face. With a pained smile, Crown Prince begged, 3rd brother, could you get down first? My waist is killing me. The crowd blanked out for a whole 2 seconds. Ha ha ha, my dear 3rd. They say Huangpu Qingtian is a monster, but I think you're the biggest monster among them all. I've seen you be constantly on the move these few years, so how come you've gained more weight instead? Yuan-yong looked at the 2 brothers get out of the hug and mocked the one with the creaking waist. What about you, Crown Prince? Always posing around has finally taken its toll. The Crown Prince grew angry but sighed in the end, emphasizing that the younger brother didn't understand his pain. Yuan-song glared. 2nd brother, I know you don't like me, but leave the eldest brother out of it. Save it. I don't like you because I find that blob of yours an eyesore. Moreover, Humph, it's absolutely revolting. Yuan-yong's eyes glinted with bloodthirst. Crown Prince and Yuan-song wanted to respond, but sighed instead. The young master hiding in the crowd flushed, wanting to go out there and give him an earful. 2nd brother is too much. Eldest brother is always modest and thinks about the good of the people. Yet my 2nd brother is always complaining. I need to go out there and give him a piece of my mind. Young master, stop causing trouble. If anyone finds out you've sneaked out, I'll take the fall as well. The child pulled him. Just then, a cry came from the crowd. Look, Hell Valley has arrived. Everyone turned around to see a group of men in gray robes with Yu Wanshan in the lead. He was flanked by his elders and a striking young man with stern eyes. He was Hell Valley's brightest mind, Yu Geeki's last disciple, Yu Ming. Behind them were 4 strong elders that struck fear in the hearts of others with a mere glance. A single thought from them could annihilate them all. These were Hell Valley's 4 venerables. There used to be a 5th, but that one fell in the Battle of Windgaze City. This made Yu Wanshan's hatred for Zhuofan reach bone deep. He had not only killed so many elders but even murdered one of their venerables. The only reason they weren't marching on Windgaze City to kill the Luo clan was because they knew it would be foolhardy. Who the hell cared about some imperial family's restrictions? As weak as they were, they could only endure. Valley Lord Yu, long time no see. Please forgive me for not welcoming you here in person. The Crown Prince cupped his hands. Yu Wanshan returned the greeting with a smile. Your Highness is too kind. Valley Lord Yu. How have you been the last 3 days? 2nd Prince Yuan-yong walked over with his head held high. Crown Prince's eyebrows twitched and Yu Wanshan frowned as he gave a mirthless laughter. Ha ha ha. Thank you, 2nd Prince, for your concern. I have been well. Oh, it's almost time for the gates to open. I am going in first to prepare. Afraid of saying more than necessary, Yu Wanshan came up with an excuse to extricate himself and made his way to the gates. The 9 gates had a particular importance, the 9 Dragon Guard. In every major event, Tianyu's clans gathered in front of these gates and the 9 gates opened at the same time. The emperor walked through the middle one, while the others were reserved for the houses and princes. It displayed to the public that the 7 houses and the imperial family were equals, with the rest of the clans following behind. This time the emperor was about to appoint the 8th house, so of course the sealed final gate was now reserved for the Luo clan. At the time of opening, the clans making their choice of which house to follow would stand before their respective gates. But since most of the 8 houses were running late, Yuanshan saying that he was going to get ready to enter was an obvious excuse that he was avoiding them. When they arrived before a gate, Yuanshan looked back at the second prince in anger. That rotten bastard. Has he lost it to be so impulsive? Wasn't he clearly pointing out to everyone that there's something going on between him and us? Ha ha ha, Valley Lord. Relax. If he were shrewd, our partnership would have been in danger. It's his rash attitude that makes him an excellent pawn. With a twisted smile, Yuming said, he just wanted to show off his power before the crown prince. Let him be. But what about our secret plans? Won't they get exposed? Yuanshan snorted. Yuming shook his head. Valley Lord, no need to be angry since it will all be revealed anyway. And in the current situation, the rest of the clans will take the same path as us. Once the Luo clan becomes the 8th house, they will turn into the last power and will turn the empire into a tripartite nation. At that time everyone will be tied down. To break the stalemate, vying for the throne will be the only option left. The side that controls the future emperor will be the one to use the imperial family to destroy the other houses. The last step will be removing the puppet emperor and taking hold of the world. Is this what you mean by playing for the future? Yuanshan squinted. Yuming nodded. Correct. Yuanshan gasped and nodded. So even with the second prince being impulsive, it was this impulsive nature of his that made him grade A pawn material. As for the crown prince, no one could gauge him. Yuanshan was finding Yuming more trustworthy now. In another location, Crown Prince frowned at Yuan Yong. Second brother, Imperial Father has warned us not to get too close with the houses. You, Crown Prince, you are the rightful emperor, so of course you'd listen. You only need to wait for the throne to fall in your lap. But without any power behind me, how can I fight for it? I told you. I'll take everything from you. Ha ha ha. Yuan Yong cackled. Crown Prince's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, though hidden deep behind his facade. Yuan Song came beside the Crown Prince and grumbled. Second brother? How can you say that? Openly going against the Imperial Father's decree? I'm going to tell on you. But the sight of a certain mesmerizing beauty left him speechless. He forgot all about his brothers and ran towards her laughing. Sister Kuei, you're here. It's been so long. Did you miss me? The two brothers were dumbstruck and sighed. Our third brother truly is a rare fatty, a rare starry-eyed one. The girl has shot him down 108 times, yet he still can't face the music. Veiled Dragon Pavilion's detail approached. Pavilion Lord was in front, flanked by his elders, 5 venerables following them, and lastly the younger generation. One of them, of course, was the target of young tubby Yuan Song's fantasies. Long Kuei. Yuan Song was hammering the earth with each step, barreling onward like an out-of-control mountain. After a quick hi to Long Yifi and the rest, he went to Long Kuei's side, making her sick. This guy got even fatter. He's inhuman. Ha ha ha. Sister Kuei, have you been well? Yuan Song fumbled his thick fingers, looking bashfully at her. Long Kuei glared at him. I thought I told you last time that I like someone else. What are you sticking around me for? You mean Brother Zhuofan? Haha, we talked it out. You were only using him as an excuse. We even became sworn brothers afterward. And brothers don't go after another's wife. Yuan Song licked his lips and giggled. Long Kuei mocked. And what if what I said was all true? Yuan Song froze and stared her in the eyes, but couldn't find a single lie. Ignoring him, Long Kuei left him there and returned to her house. After exchanging greetings with the other 2 princes, they walked towards a gate. Only Yuan Song was left there lonely and lost. Then his brows furrowed. The rest of the houses arrived one by one with their elders, venerables, and extras. The only difference was that the 3 houses had 4 venerables, while Drifting Flowers edifices only had 3, making them the weakest. And for some reason, Edifice Lord Chu was nowhere to be seen, with Iris Overseer and Grandmother leading their house. The people had no time for assumptions as the guest of honor showed up. They instantly drew all eyes. Even with plenty of clans seeing the Luo clan's performance in the esoteric debate, the great majority hadn't. They all wished now to catch a glimpse of the Luo clan's might and what made it the 8th house. Especially that youth hiding in the crowd. He watched excitedly. They say the Luo clan steward is a hunk. Which one is he though? Tap. With a steady gait, the Luo clan walked forward. The first were Luo Yunchang and Luo Yunhai, the leaders of the Luo clan. Right behind them were Captain Pang, Lei Yuding and other important people. And finally Li Jingtian and Lei Yuntian, the elders. It was clear as day that the Luo clan hardly had any elders, merely 2, and their strength was far weaker. Only Li Jingtian's power stirred the hearts of men. Yet the way Lei Yuntian, a profound heaven expert in the 5th layer, stood next to Li Jingtian. It was like an ant marching side by side with an elephant. Yuan Yong only had disdain for them. Humph, weak. Does that look like an 8th house to you? Don't they barely qualify with just 1 peak radiant stage expert? Second brother, don't say that. The Luo clan had been a 3rd-rate clan recently. But in the last 10 years they have grown so much to reach here. What do you say to that? Yuan Song returned to his brothers, and although downcast, he admired the Luo clan. Crown Prince frowned a bit. Third brother, I must say, this is some very rare and hard oddity to come by, but the way they've developed seems skewed. Do you guys think the Luo clan only has 1 radiant stage expert? When the day comes that they have to fight other houses and their only defense would go into battle, wouldn't they be left wide open for attack? Compared to other houses, the Luo clan will be the quickest to fall. This clan truly is a marvel, but far too soon to be called a house. Yuan Yong watched the approaching group and sighed. This is not our concern, but for that kid Zhuofan to think about. Zhuofan. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince raised an eyebrow. The former was quite excited. I've heard about him. Luo clan has managed to see today all because of him. He is a genius not unlike Zhuge Changfeng and Lang Wuchang. Staring at the Luo clan, Yuan Yong spat. I've heard of him too. Ever since he showed up, he has turned Tianyu upside down and even fought against the 7 houses. In the esoteric debate, he alone fought against Huangpu Qingtian's team of 4, making a name for himself. The Luo clan can now stand abreast the 7 houses all because of its 2 pillars. The sharp steward Zhua and the mighty Li Jingtian. Who is Zhuofan anyway? Yuan Yong scrutinized the Luo clan in search of his query. The Crown Prince was also on the lookout. Only Yuan Song, who had become a sworn brother with the man, said after a glance. He's not here. What? On the eve of their award ceremony. Their steward still won't show. The 2 cried. Shrugging, Yuan Song said, That's just how he is. With that last word, he went to Luo Yunchang and cupped his hands. The 2 were puzzled and even more curious about Zhuofan. But the Crown Prince still went to greet the Luo clan. Only Yuan Yong disdained them from afar. He did not care one bit if the Luo clan was becoming the 8th house. He just knew one fact. Their odd discrepancy in ranks assured that it was only a matter of time before they crumbled. And he had no intention of making nice with a soon-to-be-dead clan. The young master in the crowd stuck his head out and scanned the Luo clan's detail. Who's Zhuofan? Why does none of them look anything like the rumor? Is he perhaps that guy? The youth pointed at Yan Fu. The child next to him looked in disdain. Young master. That guy sure looks fair but nothing alike. How come? I overheard my clansmen say that Luo clan's steward is vicious and fiendish, not like that pretty boy. Not to mention that he is the highest person in the Luo clan that even that radiant stage expert listens to, while that kid only knows how to bob his head, not speaking a word to the 2 elders. How is that fiendish? If he were indeed the rumored monster, the Crown Prince wouldn't dare neglect him. The young master was stunned, then nodded. Why, you're quite good at deductions. Who knew you had a good head on your shoulders? Young master exaggerates. The child giggled, her cheeks rosy. But if he isn't Zhuo Fan, then who is it? The others don't look the part either. Seeing her young master so focused, the child shrugged, unsure as well. Look! Regent Estate is here. A shout caught everyone's attention. Even Crown Prince's attention, who was chatting with the Luo clan. That one look left everyone gasping and drove fear into their feeble legs. A group in golden garb strutted with Huangpu Tianyuan in the lead. Next to him was their steward, Tianyu's second greatest mind, unwanted contriver Lung Wuchang. Following were the profound heaven elders, 50 in number, releasing their mighty auras. Yet that was hardly impressive. What got everyone so shocked was the venerable contingency. A total of 30 people radiating incredible power. Any one of their gazes was enough to raise everything to the ground. Crown Prince gulped at the ostentatious display. He never imagined the Regent Estate's power would reach such a height, almost catching up to the imperial family. Second Prince was dumbstruck, his jaw hanging, eyes popping, forgetting himself as he spoke. Dang! Now that's what you call a 1,000-year-old legacy. How can that upstart Luo clan compare? Li Jingtian watched them with a cold gaze. He was very clear on the Regent Estate's power. 15 of the venerables were below the third layer of radiant stage, 10 of them between third and sixth, and 5 above. In this aspect the Luo clan wasn't falling short. The Luo siblings glanced over and nodded. It all came down to Steward Zhua and the rest if they reached in time. The Crown Prince excused himself from the Luo clan and greeted the Regent Estate. Estate Lord Huangpu, I trust you have been well. It's only thanks to your blessing, Crown Prince, that I am well. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. Just then, the second prince skipped the Luo clan and rushed over to Regent Estate with a smile. Royal uncle, it's been a while. Hiding the disdain, Huangpu Tianyuan put on a smile. Thank you, second prince, for your concern. The Regent Estate and the imperial family were distant relatives at first, but the imperial family had its dignity. That wouldn't change even among relatives. If anybody wished to get close and use such a way of addressing, it had to be peers. Just like how the emperor called him cousin while never lowering himself. Yet this second prince had walked up and called him royal uncle, his tone thick with flattery. Anyone with an ear could tell he wanted Regent Estate on his side. Not to mention the guy had made a beeline for the Regent Estate, slighting the Luo clan and earning their malcontent. The prime example of the worst ruler. The Crown Prince glared at his brother, then sighed. Huangpu Tianyuan's group only had contempt for the second prince. Narrow-minded, brash, blind ambition, all talk, and unable to accomplish a single thing in his life. Glancing at Lung Wuchang, the two's minds connected and they smiled. Hi Venerable, your old friend is here. Why don't you go greet him? Lung Wuchang pointed at the Luo clan with a smile. Huangpu Fenglei nodded and grinned, making his way to the Luo clan. The Regent Estate's top expert drew gazes as he walked. Li Jingtian knew his purpose and stepped out as well. Everyone knew the strongest of two clans were now facing off. With Li Jingtian turning his back on the Regent Estate, the latter had to settle this disgrace or it would become a stain on their name. People watched with rapt attention as the two got closer. How were they going to settle this? Even the other houses watched. It seemed like a problem between two men who represented a conflict between two clans. Any side's loss meant shame for their clan. Regent Estate couldn't afford to lose. Regent Estate had lost the esoteric debate, but that was pertaining to the younger generation. While losing here meant their 1,000-year-long legacy would crumble. As would they. Yet the Regent Estate was still willing to do this confrontation, confident of their success. Eyeing Li Jingtian, Huangpu Fenglei snickered. Mad Dipper Li Jingtian, you had lost to me once. How about showing me your progress from these past years? Ha ha ha. The two stopped 20 meters from each other. Huangpu Fenglei started off with mockery. Ha ha ha, Li Jingtian, when you first came to Regent Estate, it was for the Imperial Tyrant body art. For you to betray us in favor of the Luo clan, it must have been over something similar, right? Quite. Li Jingtian was blunt. My entire life, I've always been obsessed with martial arts. all in pursuit of power. But you guys are too selfish, not willing to impart me the complete Imperial Tyrant body art. So why would I ever give my all to you? Humph, our Imperial Tyrant body art is a second-to-none profound ranked cultivation method in Tianyu. Training even a fraction of it would have benefited you for life. But, fortunately, I was right to judge you untrustworthy and refused to give it to you. Or today would have been another story entirely. Huangpu Fenglei snickered. Not to mention that I heard you join the Luo clan for the same thing we didn't give you. A cultivation method. Right? Li Jingtian admitted. Among other things. Humph. Absurd. In the whole of Tianyu, the quality of our cultivation method is second only to imperial families. Can a third-rate clan give you something like that? Ha ha ha, only a fool would believe that. Haven't you heard? Luo clan has a miraculous steward. He gave me something you can't even dream of. Li Jingtian talked back. Huangpu Fenglei's voice dropped. Zhuofan? Humph, what can a glib punk ever achieve? He is only a king among scamps. And since you hold him in such high regard, you've made me curious to watch him myself. But first, let's see what you've received from the Luo clan. Huangpu Fenglei's power surged and 9 golden dragons roared as they twisted around him. He was glowing with might and devastating power. The Imperial Tyrant body art of the Regent estate was revealed in all its glory and trained to the max. Ha ha ha, perfect timing. It's time I pay back for the resentment from all those years. Laughing, Li Jingtian became enveloped in dark energy, swallowed in the belly of a huge dragon with red eyes thirsting for battle. The two were moments away from a death match. The crown prince was shocked and rushed forward to stop it. But a man in golden robes stopped him before he got the chance. Huangpu Tianyuan smiled. Crown Prince, they are peak radiant stage experts. For your safety, please stay away from our venerable. Crown Prince shuddered and noticed his brothers were also behind some venerable from the Regent estate. All he could do was sigh. It was obvious that the Regent estate wanted no interference. Before the award ceremony even began, he wanted to show the Luo clan the might of the head of the houses. But with a full-blown battle raging over here, what about the imperial family's reputation? At this critical and dire moment, a divine dragon would usually interfere. No? The crown prince shuddered all of a sudden. How come there were no divine dragons around? It goes on to show that they've planned for this all along. Is the imperial father behind this? Crown Prince's worry eased as he looked at the two fighters, puzzled. The emperor was clearly intent on praising the Luo clan for their exemplary conduct. But letting Luo clan and Regent estate fight at the gates, he was unclear if it was directed at humiliating the new house or stomping Regent estate's cocky attitude. Even so, attacking the Regent estate was impossible at this point, which meant the crown prince was even more puzzled. Just what are you up to, imperial father? Only Lung Wuchang was calmly tending to his beard. He had easily surmised that the emperor's stance with the Luo clan changed from the moment Zhuofan got the dragon vein soul. Hence this award ceremony was the perfect time to test the Luo clan's waters. With how Zhuofan's actions in the past years were shrouded in mystery so that not even the emperor knew, he was feeling a little more than mere unease. Case in point, only God knew when Li Jingtian had switched sides, yet only now did he show his face. And the emperor wasn't about to let a viable threat fester. Thus today's show was all set up courtesy of His Majesty, with Regent estate as the main actor. Since the two's interests aligned, to fish out the Luo clan's dirty little secrets, in the heart of the imperial capital, on the top story of the tallest restaurant, Fang Qiubai and Sima Hui sat. Their eyes never left the 9 gates and the waves of power coming from there. Old Fang, the two are as strong as us. Leaving them to fight will spin this out of control. Sima Hui frowned, fiddling with a chess piece. Fang Qiubai held a brand new flute as he shook his head, smiling. It's His Majesty's order. Let them fight. And even if it blows things out of proportion, we have young Sanzi to deal with them. Ha ha ha. True. In the end it all depends on the little monster. Shaking his head, Sima Hui sighed. But won't that make us utterly useless? Look at us, the invincible divine dragons, jade flute, divine sword, and monochrome chess sage, now reduced to mere relics of the past, obsolete. Huangpu Fenglei aside, for even a third-rate clan's venerable to outclass us, we won't be having such an easy time going wherever we want in Tianyu now. Sima Hui's mood sank and Fang Qiubai shook his head. You're right, but even so, be it Huangpu Fenglei or Li Jingtian, they were both powerful men of ambition back in the day. Getting caught up is normal. But if a new and upcoming expert suddenly reached our level, I'd smash my head and die. Sima Hui found wisdom in his words. They no longer chose to dwell on it and resumed to watch the act unfold. The clans in the audience were thrilled at the prospect of a good show, but now they were downright terrified, scurrying to and fro for cover. Of note were those particular clans present at the esoteric debate, who were positively dreading the aftermath. They knew better than ever what a clash between colossi entailed. Getting near was suicidal, and getting a stray hit would bury you. If they didn't flee now, they would never get the chance. That said, while the two were measuring their auras and powering up, the crowd went wild in hightailing it out of there. The young master in the crowd stumbled in the confusion but stayed put. The ignorance in him had no clue what was coming. Then his robe was yanked by the rushing crowd, revealing a fair hand and a dazzling jade bracelet. The young master cried, trying to cover it, but it was perhaps a bit hard with the frantic mob running around. Pa! The bracelet fell and started rolling on the ground. The young master panicked and chased after it. Imperial Mother's bracelet. Young master, don't. It's too dangerous. The child saw him rush after the rolling bracelet, towards the two experts' battle. It was impossible to reach him in time as the mob dragged him further away. Finally, the young master squeezed out between the last people and finally picked up some speed, catching the bracelet with a smile. But just then, the two experts moved. With a boom, they charged at one another. While the youth stood there frozen, in the middle. Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Soaring Demonic Dragon. As they roared, their power reached the masses before they even clashed. The youth had no time to dodge, feeling the godly pressure bearing down on him, and coughed blood. Sharp winds slashed at him, ripping his robe and revealing a lavish garment. The scholar hat fell, draping long flowing black hair. He was a she. Yongning! The three princes cried, "Stop!" Not that it did much good. The two only heard their own roars. When an expert attacked, he had no reason to stop. Fang Qiubai and Sima Hui jumped to their feet. "Princess!" They rushed to the rescue. Even though they knew the futility of it. Not even them could save her, trapped in the maelstrom of power born of two clashing peak radiant stage experts. Li Jingtian and Huangpu Fenglei never even registered the girl there. To them, she was as important as an ant. All they saw was their enemy. Roar! Roar! With two dragon roars, the two sped up. The princes and the two divine dragons watched on with bloodshot eyes. They couldn't understand how His Majesty's beloved daughter had ended up here. The danger of the situation finally dawned on Yongning as blood trickled from her mouth. She was akin to a dinghy in the middle of a storm, with the two waves coming down on her any minute to render her void. Fear gripped her heart as she shook like a leaf. "Mother!" Hugging the bracelet, Yongning cried and cried, her lips trembling as she pleaded, "Someone has saved me." But who could save her from the jaws of death brought on by the might of two clashing peak radiant stage experts? The princes were beside themselves in fear. The two divine dragons knew it was hopeless but still tried to reach her, and the child in the crowd was wailing, "Princess!" Yet none of those acts was of any help. The two experts finally reached her with bloodthirsty eyes. Their gaze pierced her heart as their punches drew closer. A fierce wind snapped at her face. She knew her end was nigh, at their hands. Her heart was in deep regret for slipping out of the imperial palace and ending up here. But in her final moment, all she could think of was her mother watching her from above as she raised the bracelet and prayed, "Mother, you said there's someone who will protect me. Please, come save me." Whoosh! Then the gale and pressure vanished, to make way for the cold voice drifting in her ears. Lass, a rabbit has no place wandering where savage beasts are on the prowl. Shivering, Yongning realized that she wasn't torn apart by the two mighty powers, and was in fact caressed by a breeze. She cracked her eyes open just a hint, but what she saw made her cry out and fall down in fright. Before her was a man in every sense of the word, with broad shoulders, white hair floating in the wind and a deep gaze looking down on all creation. But the greatest shock was how this man actually put a stop to the raging tempest the two-peak radiant stage experts unleashed. His left hand was twisted into a savage dragon claw, holding Li Jingtian's wrist unscathed by Li Jingtian's black energy trying to eat it, while his right arm made a simple block with his palm. Yet this plain act seemed to contain endless power as Huangpu Finglei's 9 golden dragons couldn't budge an inch. The people cried out in shock, seeing the situation take an impossible turn. Two-peak radiant experts were handled like a bunch of chickens. Huangpu Fenglei and Li Jingtian were overwhelmed watching the man. Then the once-lost feeling of fear slowly crept into their soul. They were peak radiant stage experts, fearless against any adversary in Tianyu. But now they were reacquainted with this feeling of dread a century later by this man in front of them. The fact that these two-peak experts couldn't match their enemy brought a deep sense of loss to them. They had roamed Tianyu all their lives and reached the peak of power, so where did this guy come from that could trump them? Not to mention he was young. Who are you? Watching the youth sent from the heavens holding the evil dragon claws at bay, Yongning's cheeks flushed. A single question plagued her mind. Did the Imperial Mother send you to protect me? Ignoring the shell-shocked princess, the youth's right hand moved and Huangpu Fenglei was forced back with a groan. Rumbling. The pavement crumbled as Huangpu Fenglei skidded back, leaving deep scars. He only stopped when he was in his original spot, 10 meters away. Raising his head, his face was pale. He had just used Imperial Tyrant body art, a profound ranked martial art to attack, yet the opponent easily took it and even pushed him back. Just what power did this man have? Who the hell is this guy? Not sparing him another moment, he looked at Li Jingtian and pushed back the black dragon claw of his. Elder Li, you're still not backing down? That woke Li Jingtian right up. What had happened was too shocking and he withdrew his attack only now. Then he showed his respect. Steward Zhua. What, Zhua Fan? As if rehearsed, the Crown Prince, Second Prince and Huangpu Fenglei cried out. They looked at him like a zoo animal. They had all heard of Zhua Fan's glorious name, but never thought he'd be so much of a freak in person. Was there anyone in the world who could take on two-peak radiant stage experts' attacks? Lung Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan were dumbfounded. How could that monster grow so much in little under half a year? He was a completely different being from the one they saw in the esoteric debate. Then their faces turned heavy. With how true power could topple anything and the more Zhua Fan grew stronger, the more futile Lung Wuchang's attempts were to deal with him. To say nothing of what a treacherous knave Zhua Fan was to begin with. Add to that his power and they felt as powerless as when facing Gu Santong. Fang Qiubai and Sima Hui stopped dead in their tracks, watching dumbstruck for 2 seconds before their faces sank. Old Fang, should we bust our heads and keel over? The youth of today seem to have overtaken us. Hard days await us. Sima Hui sighed. Fang Qiubai's face twitched. One thing had to be said though. Following Zhua Fan's explosion of power, the emperor would have to change his plans for the Luo clan. The two of them were sure they'd be seeing Zhua Fan far more often in the future. For the imperial family, they were ready to face any danger, endure any psychological torture this youth stronger than them might subject them to. And since the inception of the great divine dragons, this would probably be the hardest thing yet. Zhua Fan, you came. Luo Yunchang moved with the Luo clan to his side. Watching him come down like a god filled her with joy. Then she glanced at the dumbstruck Yongning and asked, Miss, are you all right? Yongning blinked for a long time at Zhua Fan before she could find her words. Are you that, Zhua Fan? You're 10 times more handsome than the rumor goes. Zhua Fan's face twitched, but Luo Yunchang got ahead of him as she said coldly, Miss, please mind yourself. Steward Zhua isn't someone you can casually address. But the way he casually dropped was unlike any human. Ha ha ha. A laughter came followed by a mountain of flesh running over in excitement. Brother, I missed you so much. With one last step, he jumped on Zhuofan. Glancing over, Zhuofan only kicked the meatball 2 meters away as it landed with a boom. Face covered in dust, Yuan Song put on the look of a kicked puppy. Brother, what did you do that for? I'd rather not get crushed to death, thank you. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Humph, who are you trying to play here? You stop 2 peak radiant stage experts but can't take a bit of my extra weight. Zhuofan cocked his head and ignored him, which only worked to enrage him. Yongning looked at them for a second before saying, Third brother? You know him? Third brother. Everyone looked at her stunned. Luo Yunchang gasped. Then you're the princess? Yes. Yongning held her head high and revealed a proud face. But when she glanced at Zhuofan and found him not at all interested, her mood sank. Yongning, how did you get out? What are you doing here? Do you realize how dangerous that was? Yuan Bo rushed over and chastised his sister, then bowed to Zhuofan. Thank you, young Master Zhua, for your timely rescue. I am. Zhuofan had already left, leaving the crown prince in an awkward position. He then noticed that Zhuofan was going in the regent estate's direction. What is he going to do, fight? Everyone grew excited and nervous. What they saw when he stopped Li Jingtian and Huangpu Fenglei was positively incredible. How would the regent estate, the unrivaled head of the 7 houses over the past millennium, cope? The people were eagerly awaiting the good show. This was unprecedented. Anyone messing with the houses got annihilated. But a few years ago, Zhuofan began chipping at the 7 houses' power. Outside of the 7 houses, Tianyu now had an 8th Luo clan, and their steward, soaring demonic dragon, was someone neither house wished to test, all while he was more than delighted to step on their toes. What was more, the Luo clan was about to be officially acknowledged, setting up Luo clan's roots for all eternity. After a long 1,000 years, the ranks of the houses would finally be redefined. Whoosh! Huangpu Fenglei flashed before Zhuofan with a grave face, his eyes staring down on him. You're Zhuofan? What are you trying to do? The rest of the regent estate was on high alert. Zhuofan merely smiled. Oh, nothing. On this auspicious day, the Luo clan is receiving its title, and I hoped everyone would keep to themselves, or a war might break out. War? Humph, Luo clan only has Li Jingtian, what can you possibly do? An upstart clan like you with no legacy dares fight a house? To me, Luo clan has only 2 people. There is no war. What a joke! Ha ha ha! Huangpu Fenglei mocked. The rest had to agree. The Luo clan's biggest problem was being short-handed. Zhuofan and Li Jingtian were great experts and strong to boot, but take them out and the rest would be easy pickings. They weren't even useful as cannon fodder. Luo clan's weakness was clear for anyone to see. Second prince snickered. Ever heard the saying, short-handed? You 2 are great but the rest are junk. Once surrounded, the rest will fall like flies. Zhuofan mocked. Dumb bigot. You think I don't have a way to fight that legacy of yours? Zhuofan pointed at the sky. Feast your eyes on the Luo clan's power. A power to crush any house. Pa! With a crisp sound, powerful surges came from the heavens above. Whoosh! 7 figures dropped down like meteors, spreading their savage energy around Zhuofan. The overflowing power got even regent estate to shirk back. With a startle, they realized that all they could do was endure the pressure. People went pale on the spot. Regent estate had 30 venerables, so why couldn't they even fight back when they had the numerical advantage? However, upon closer look, they got the shock of their lives, with their hearts threatening to burst out of their chests. Of the 7 newcomers, only one was a peak profound heaven expert, who they didn't recognize. But the other 6 had fiendish reputations. Even as rogue cultivators, no one dared to touch them. Raging Ancestor Qiu Yanhai, Ice Moon Witch Xue Qingjian. What are you 2 doing beside Luo clan? Lung Wuchang's eyes flashed with regret. It was the regent estate who wanted them first, and Lung Wuchang found their power impressive. An art to harmonize fire and water was rare. It would have been such a shame burying such an asset. He thought it was better to let them go and think of another way to have them join, since the two hardly posed a threat to the regent estate. But who'd have thought they'd side with Zhuofan instead, becoming their bitter enemies? If he knew, he'd have culled them when he had the chance. But who could have seen this one coming? Not even he, unwanted contriver with his foolproof plans, had thought it possible that what regent estate couldn't recruit, it would be done by others. However, it was far too late for regret. Xue Qingjian easily spotted his dilemma. Sir Long, are you regretting not killing us? Hi. A shame it's all too late now. Steward Zhua is far stronger in this regard. He truly was vile in his recruiting. I get the chills just thinking about it. Xue Qingjian played coy and put on a knowing look. This got on Lung Wuchang's nerves. A pair of masochists that don't know how to accept a favor. I realize I've been too kind to you. Yes, what you can't obtain you destroy. The more precious the item, the more this logic stands. Since there is a high chance it might come back to bite you, ha ha ha. Elder Xue is right. This is where you are beneath me. Zhuofan cackled. If one day you fall at my hand, you will experience complete failure. That is why, as a fellow steward, I can lead the Luo clan to new heights, while you can only assist the regent estate by cooking up some elaborate schemes. Humph, this is the difference between rulers and their ministers. And this is what you lack, bringing your downfall. Grinning, Zhuofan stared at Lung Wuchang and laughed. Lung Wuchang was about to explode from anger, his eyes bloodshot. For the first time, someone had dared to taunt him. Not even Zhuge Changfeng dared talk to him like that. Zhuofan, though, jabbed at his wisdom in his mockery. Yet the man couldn't even retort. Who was it that caught him off guard in the esoteric debate and killed everyone? Zhuofan said it was a draw at the time, but it was plain as day that Lung Wuchang lost. What could he possibly say to that? Lung Wuchang's anger grew and grew, gasping yet unable to speak. Everyone looked at him stunned. The second greatest mind in Tianyu, Lung Wuchang, was being pushed back in a verbal contest with Zhuofan. Huangpu Fenglei's face sank, and seeing the Luo clan's forces, he trembled. But when he caught sight of the four pygmies, his eyes grew serious. The abominable four scheming demons. Weren't you in the Thunder Swarm Mountain, locked away by the demon scheming sect? What are you doing with the Luo clan? Hi. Foggy, are you talking to us? Violent Demon held his chin up. How could a mere mountain hold the four demonic heroes? Here, the mountain can't hold us. That goes double to you, hi. The other three jumped up in glee. Squinting, Huangpu Fenglei said, Oh? And what if I tell the demon scheming sect? Success. The four pygmies shivered on the spot, filled with fear. Huangpu Fenglei smiled inside as he mocked. Humph, you must have escaped your prison, right? If I report you to the demon scheming sect, not just you, but even the Luo clan will. I'd like to see you try. Zhuofan cut him off with his derision. These four twerps are here to help the Luo clan by the order of demon scheming sect's sect leader, Xiaowu. Go ahead, report. I won't stop you. Ugh. Huangpu Fenglei choked on his words. It was because Zhuofan's information was too credible. Knowing who demon scheming sect's sect leader was, proved the four scheming demons were sent to help the Luo clan. Did that mean the Luo clan had one of the Empire's three guardian sects, demon scheming sect, on their side? What hope did they have in fighting the Luo clan then? Not a snowball's chance in hell. How could a house fight a sect? Yet he was still unwilling to believe all of Zhuofan's words, staring him in the eye for any trace of lies. The four scheming demons looked at him in shock. Wimp Demon couldn't hold his curiosity in check as he whispered, Steward Zhua, is it true? Zhuofan nodded. It was all fiction, of course. Xiaowu had no idea the four shits were with the Luo clan. But he was sure Xiaowu wouldn't object anyway. The demon scheming sect's sect leader was even waiting 3 years before taking him to his sect, yet wouldn't give this little bit of help. The four scheming demons, having got their answer, were ecstatic. They suddenly gathered around and pooled their tiny minds for a little chat. They nodded, and a savage glint sparked in their eyes. The four turned into black smoke and charged at Regent Estate. Huangpu Fenglei jerked and shouted, "Look out! These four are hard to deal with. Too little, too late." 4 trails of black smoke shot at Regent Estate's venerables. In a blink, a venerable in the 4th layer of radiant stage was taken to the skies. In the sun's glaring rays, the black smoke squeezed in on the venerable, despite his futile struggles. Snaps were clearly heard as the venerable wailed and broke in for. The blood sprinkled everywhere to the horror of everyone. Since when did a 4th layer radiant stage expert get dismembered so easily? Those things are abominable. Let that be a warning. Their unity tactic is hard to defend against. Don't let them get the drop on you. Huangpu Fenglei shouted, his face grave. He had roamed Tianyu back in the day and knew of the 4 demons' dreadful power. They were few but vile and insidious like fiends, not to mention stronger than an average radiant stage expert. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian's fire and water combination art could hold back 10 radiant stage experts. The 4 demons' unity tactic could deal with another 10. And with freaks like Zhuo Fan and Li Jingtian in the mix, he reckoned they'd handle 10 as well, each. Luo clan could now deal with 40 radiant stage experts, 10 more than Regent Estate had. This was something no one in the Regent Estate saw coming. In just 10 short years, this clan had reached such an astonishing height. The Crown Prince, Second Prince, and many others were dumbstruck. Who the hell said Luo clan had no legacy? That it was made of only 2 people? In a blink, all their elders were on duty and freaking radiant stage experts at that. What upstart? They were clearly a clan hiding for 1,000 years. Hi. Geezer. Weren't you about to report us? We're no longer scared of you. If you still have the guts, run away from us 4 demonic heroes and snitch. The black smoke in the air let out violent demons cackle. Huangpu Fenglei felt a headache. He stuck close to Huangpu Tianyuan, as the latter and Lung Wuchang looked on with worry. The 4 demons were notorious. They were madmen, doing whatever whenever, regardless of circumstances and orders. They were a bigger threat than even Zhuo Fan. The Crown Prince ran to Zhuo Fan and cupped his hands. "Steward Zhuo, today is Luo clan's award ceremony. You can't shed blood. Please cease hostilities, and call back your elders. A red sky is an auspicious sky. We should make it so in reality as well. We shall turn the ceremony into a sign of prosperity." Zhuo Fan waved him off with his trademark evil grin. "Elderly, who was it that struck first? We did it at the same time. But he taunted me first," Li Jingtian answered. "In that case, we can't turn back as cowards." Zhuo Fan laughed. "Elders, it's showtime." Zhuo Fan gave the start with his left hand turning into the Earth Dragon Claw, while his right shined. Li Jingtian grinned and black energy roamed. Xue Qingjian and Xiu Yanhai held hands as fire and water fused, releasing waves upon waves of power. At such a display of power and glancing at the 4 black spots in the sky, Huangpu Fenglei felt like crying. What is wrong with today? They only wanted to cut some of the Luo clan's momentum and curb the new house's development. So how did it turn the other way around with us getting curbed? Not to mention this had stopped being a mere beating. They already had a casualty. If this went on, Luo clan's fiends would kill them all. They were all hoping their allies would back them up, but Hell Valley, Pilking Hall and Merry Woods, who usually cheered them on every chance they got, now looked anywhere but here. No help was coming from them, that was for sure. The Luo clan and Regent Estate's war had had them loose too much already. And now that the Luo clan had come in full force, they'd be dumber than a rock getting caught up in that maelstrom of carnage. Glaring at those houses, the Regent Estate's people looked around tensely. They were in a real bind here. They had the numbers, true, but the enemy had the quality. Albeit less than 10, but against them they didn't dare make rash decisions. More importantly, they were being singled out. Alone they'd be easy pickings. Not that going as a team would make much of a difference when the enemy used a unity tactic. They were at a severe disadvantage. Looking at the 4 balls of blackness in the air, then at the grinning Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Tianyuan's heart shivered. The four demons moved like ghosts, elusive and deadly. Raging Ancestor and Ice Moon, which united, had their power multiplied, with hardly anyone hoping of getting near them. Mad Dipper Li Jingtian needed no introduction from the astonishing display earlier, and was on par with their High Venerable. While the last, Zhuofan, was the freakiest of all. He clearly had a power beyond Huangpu Fenglei. In this particular hopeless situation, the best outcome would be with both sides sporting heavy losses and neither getting a clear advantage over the other. Especially when the Regent Estate's 1,000-year-long legacy was on the line here, about to be burned to the ground. He never thought nor hoped to be in such a crisis. That beside the imperial family, Tianyu had another house who could push them back. Huangpu Tianyuan's heart was torn with anxiety. He kept giving Lung Wuchang the eye. He just wasn't about to let Regent Estate fall under his leadership. He just couldn't accept it. The Crown Prince was tense as well. These two houses were about to jump at each other's throat, with no one to mediate. Where in the name of all that's holy had those damn divine dragons gone off to? What would become of the imperial family's public view when an all-out skirmish took place in their backyard? Or front yard, to be precise. Right under the emperor's nose. Fang Qiubai and Sima Hui were watching from afar. They were in awe of the Luo clan's military might, but stayed put, waiting for the spark to blow this place sky high. As for the audience, they were smart enough to clear the heck out of there. And only after all safety precautions were taken, and a very solid cover in front, did they begin to enjoy the bustle. In one corner, they had a house with 1,000-years-old history, and in the other was an up-and-coming behemoth. It doesn't get any better than this. As for who would ultimately be crowned head of houses, clans, and the like, they were very much looking forward to seeing it. The common clans weren't the only ones. The other houses looked tensely at the standoff as well, observing as the situation devolved, or evolved. Luo clan's power blew their minds, which had made the future house contest all the more confusing. Who would be the final winner? Earlier, the odds were 70-30, in Regent Estate's favor. But now they looked pretty much even. Luo clan had given them the shock of a lifetime. Lung Wuchang's eyes roamed about and then settled on his target. Steward Zhua, is it all right to do this? We both know how this is going to end. You're not the one to go to war knowing there's a third party involved and risk losing everything. Perhaps not. Zhuofan taunted with his cryptic smile. His eyes flashed. Sir Lung, there's a difference between me, you, and Zhuge Changfeng. I'm not all brain and no brawn. Sometimes I go a little nuts, you see. It's normal. I'm sure you understand this by now, having felt it on your own skin. Ha ha ha. Lung Wuchang's face twitched and anger spiked. He understood all right. Zhuofan was hinting at the esoteric debate where he went berserk. At the time Zhuofan, in his madness, carried out his vendetta regardless of tricks or the bigger picture. He was quite conceited of himself back then, but now it somehow became Zhuofan's cover, rendering all his readings of the Steward void. With enough brawn, one would lose their head so much so they didn't care about their own lives. They'd be willing to take the fall as long as they could take down the opponent with them. Against a man without restraints, the crazier he was, the more horrifying he became. With nothing in this world to chain him down, you'd have no idea what insane idea he'd come up with next. And that was Zhuofan. If his revenge had yet to cool down back in the esoteric debate, he might really engage in this battle regardless of a third party. Then they'd both lose. To the Luo clan, a new house, that was quite a good ending. While for Regent Estate, having a long history behind them, the resentment couldn't be imagined. Lung Wuchang sighed. Then what would make you step down? Regent Estate's people were stunned. The great Lung Wuchang was actually negotiating his terms of surrender? This has never happened. Not even Regent Estate's people had experienced a case like this. He'd never submit even in front of the estate lord. With a creepy grin plastered on his face, Zhuofan held his head high and began. To be perfectly honest, our two houses are now in a standoff because of your taunt. If you want to give up, it couldn't be easier. Apologize. Apologize? Regent Estate shivered to the very core as every one of them glared back. Regent Estate had been the head of all clans for 1,000 years. All its actions were beyond reproach and righteous. Even if they weren't, who would do anything about it? Yet now they were being asked to apologize? Wasn't that a poorly disguised surrender? How would they get the nerve to get out into the world after this? Not that Xuefan gave a hoot about how they fumed. As for your sincerity, just wing it. Humph, you take that apology and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. We'd rather choose death before dishonor. You and me, little demon, we're gonna settle this right here. An aged voice spat as he charged. Going by the readings on his power surge, one would place him in the 6th layer of Radiant stage. Don't take him on by yourself, Lung Wuchang cried, for naught. The man got to Xuefan. His golden glow revved up, dragon roars in the background and even the space fizzling out as he punched Xuefan. Any other guy out there would have been a smear on the ground long before he was even hit, but he was dealing with Xuefan. Lifting his right arm, the red glow flashed for a second and Xuefan stopped the attack just like that. That mighty fist softly landed in his palm. Before he could get another swing in, Xue Qingjian and Qiu Yanhai attacked with their hands united. Life and death art. Fire and ice combined to release an unspeakable power. It shot a blinding white light swallowing the man and catapulting him into the sky. With a fairly loud bang, the sky itself shook, and the Radiant stage expert was robbed of his last chance at wailing, pulverized. Not a sign of him was left that he ever even existed. One blow. Success. Gasps resounded everywhere. Everyone knew of the might of this old couple, but their expectations were blown at the display of a unity tactic. Fear was etched on their faces, especially on Huangpu Fenglei. Not even he could take that. Why is the Luo clan a den of monsters? Li Jingtian grinned, taking on a cocky air as he heckled Huangpu Fenglei. High Venerable. See that? That's why we side with the Luo clan. Huangpu Fenglei was floored. Did the Luo clan have much stronger cultivation methods than the imperial family and regent estate? They'd have to reevaluate their power if it were true. This also snuffed out the last hope of victory regent estate had. Huangpu Fenglei paled as he nodded to Huangpu Tianyuan. Yield! Huangpu Tianyuan gasped, his fists clenched, nails digging into his palm. But in the end, he shouted, Everyone, listen up. With a trembling lip, Huangpu Tianyuan found it unbearably hard to open his mouth and spoke those humiliating words. All he could do was make a deep bow. It was plain to see his meaning, and even the rest felt a little humiliated too. But when they saw their estate lord lower his head, they couldn't say anything and bowed as well. Lung Wuchang felt his heart bleeding, but he was all out of options. This was the only way out. Giving up before the madman found a reason to go crazy was the best outcome. Lung Wuchang bowed as well, speaking for Huangpu Tianyuan. Steward Zhua, it was I who offended you. Please forgive me. Every clan looked at them stunned. The head of houses, regent estate, surrendered to a new house. This had never happened ever. The regent estate was stuck up even before the imperial family. But before Xuefan they had completely yielded. The three princes were speechless. Luo clan's fame had reached an all-time high. So you can learn. Xuefan nodded, satisfied. As long as you know your faults and keep them in mind for the future. The 7, no, from today it should be 8. The head of the 8 houses is no longer the regent estate, but Luo clan. Xuefan finished with a laugh, a snap of his finger and a spin on his heel before leaving. The 4 scheming demons landed, along with the other elders. Everyone walked on victorious towards Luo Yunchang. The people witnessing this miracle felt hope surging in their chests, while the rest of the houses were utterly speechless and stunned to even react. The head of the 7 houses, regent estate, had humble pie shoved down their throats before the entire empire, and even had their head title stolen by the new house. Elder Chu, is that our ally? A lady among Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples asked Chu Bijuan. Grandmother nodded happily. Venerable Bing, it is. Good Elder Chu, we truly bet on a treasure this time. There's hope for drifting flowers' edifices to rise again. Grandmother smiled. Cheers exploded at Veil Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis abode houses as well, while only Pill King Hall and Mary Woods looked positively glum. Regent Estate's decline meant the fall of their backer. As for Hell Valley, they looked on with a cold eye, having already found their path. Who'd have thought that secretive kid from Luo clan would reveal his entire hand only now? A truly unpredictable man. In the Imperial Palace, Zhuge Changfeng stood on a 100-meter-tall gate tower, watching, sighing. Next to him were the Yin Yang elders. With a frown, the white-haired elder's eyes turned hard. How did he reach such an inconceivable level? It's mind-boggling. It makes me recall that man. You mean? The black-haired elder's eyes flashed and he shuddered at the mere mention. Invincible scamp? Gu Santong? The other nodded. Besides that little devil, I've never seen anyone in the profound heaven stage capable of taking a peak radiant stage expert's attack with such ease. It used to be only him, but now. Ha ha ha. Shuafan is far worse than Gu Santong. Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Gu Santong is but a humble man. With a bit of trickery he'd fall for anything. With the Imperial Palace trapping him for 300 years, it makes his godlike feat back then look like a lie. He is but a mere child. Zhuge Changfeng's eyes squinted and he turned to the white-haired figure. But Zhuafan is a true master of cunning and trickery. To play or con him is harder than taking the throne. Now that he has Gu Santong's power as well, no one in Tianyu can deal with him. The Yin Yang elders looked at each other puzzled. The white elder paused then. Prime Minister, didn't you say everything was put in place by the Emperor? He wanted to incite the Regent Estate and Luo clan to sink further into killing each other. The two were so close to doing it as well, with Zhuafan's high and mighty display, and killing 2 of Regent Estate's venerables. Doesn't that mean he fell for it? As far as my old eyes see, Lung Wuchang just had to endure and the 2 houses would be tearing each other apart by now. Ha ha ha, you guys only see what's in front and not from every angle. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. The Emperor might have set the stage, but couldn't care less about how this drama played out. Be it Zhuafan or Lung Wuchang, both are wise enough to see it. Neither of them wishes to fight and to let the Emperor win. But with this, Zhuafan has found Lung Wuchang's limit. Because of what transpired in the esoteric debate, Zhuafan's actions had gone beyond human understanding, leaving Lung Wuchang in the dark about his next move. It had robbed him of his initiative in this situation, ending up getting smacked around like a child. Even if Zhuafan had been stronger, he'd still not do it. A trained eye would see that the Emperor wanted to use this excuse to force Luo clan to show its hand and thus was a partial winner. While Luo clan used the stage to push back at the Regent Estate and shake their public image, also winning some. While only Regent Estate, suppressed by a new house, suffered the worst, ha ha ha. The 2 elders shivered, eyes stunned. A mere scuffle between the 2 houses actually had so many implications and consequences, fighting over interests below the surface. If humble people like them were caught up in it, they reckoned they'd be toyed with and spat out mangled. The complexity of the ploys were mind-boggling. Now they understood why Zhuafan was more dreadful than Gu Santong. If Gu Santong had but half of Zhuafan's smarts, no one could have been able to fool him into ending up trapped. Zhuafan was a combination of Lung Wuchang and Gu Santong in one. Prime Minister, it's best this threat is dealt with fast, before it affects Sir's plan. The Black Elder cupped his hands. While the kid isn't invincible, we too can still handle him. Please let us cull him and spare you the suffering. Zhuge Changfeng waved. Now, he isn't my enemy yet. Quite the helper, in fact. Taking him out earlier will only benefit the others. I don't take kindly to letting others enjoy the fruits of my work. The elders were puzzled. Zhuge Changfeng merely shook his head. I have figured out that old bean's mind. 8 houses. 1,000-year-old secret order. They have all been long in play. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng stepped down the tower. Come. The ceremony is about to begin. The elders followed in silence. In another area, Fang Qiubai and Sima Hui saw the 2 houses cease hostilities. But even with Regent Estate losing 2 venerables, the 2 were cursing them for being useless and running scared on their way to the imperial palace. Zhuofan had rejoined Luo Yunchang with the elders and went to the 9th gate. Watching the aloof white-haired figure not once glance over, Yongning glared at him annoyed and pouted. "Humph, what's with being all pretentious like? You're nothing but a steward of a no-name clan." "Yongning, he isn't your normal steward. In his hands, the Luo clan has become Regent Estate's equal. You know what power the Regent Estate has, even we have to show respect. Keep in mind the next time you meet people from the Luo clan to show some courtesy," Crown Prince instructed. Yongning was having none of that. Second Prince came over and looked at Luo clan as he said, "Luo clan isn't to be taken lightly. Their steward is a man to befriend. Second brother, don't forget about our imperial family's rules. Leave me be." Second Prince didn't give a damn about the Crown Prince's warning. Princess, are you all right?" A shout revealed the child coming running from among the crowd. The princess smiled while the Crown Prince sighed and face-palmed. "Almost forgot. Yongning, how did you get out?" Snooping." Yongning and the child hanged their heads in shame. Crown Prince turned blue from anger and barked. "Yongning, you not only snuck out of the imperial palace by yourself, but even dared to snoop to do it? You're only making it worse for yourself. How's it my fault? The entire imperial palace is filled with tunnels with no guards around them. How else did you expect me to get out with my 5th layer of bone-tempering stage cultivation?" Yongning grumbled. Crown Prince was royally pissed now. He couldn't vent as Yuan Song came laughing. "Ha ha ha. Eldest brother. Breathe. Sister likes to mess around. The 9th gate will soon open and we'll take her back. What's the point of making the matter worse than it is? Third brother, you're the best. Your head looks like a pig, but your brain is sharper than one." Yongning giggled. Yuan Song turned cold. "Eldest brother, I think handing her over to Imperial Father is best. Ground her for half a year and seal all the tunnels in the Imperial Palace. See how she'll get out then." "No, third brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't tell the Imperial Father. You're the most handsome man ever. Even more than Zhuofan." That had all of them laugh and look at her with a shaking head. They were all brothers and sisters and had no reason to hate each other. After 15 minutes, with a sharp creaking sound, all the gates rumbled open to reveal the refined interior of the imperial palace. Open! The 8 houses each had a gate, while the 3 princes and Yongning took the center one. The other clans walked behind the houses as they entered. But this time Regent Estate had far less people following them, even less than the other houses. While Luo clan, a newcomer, had the longest trail, making it hard to even pass the gate. The previous fight had done wonders for the Luo clan's prestige. They all knew Luo clan was above Regent Estate as the new head of all clans and houses. Only around 10 elders, but each was valiant and hardy like true warriors. This also meant that Luo clan cared about quality not quantity. Following the entrance of the 8 groups into a wide hallway, the 2 sides were lined with guards. From their bearing it was easy to see that they were hardened soldiers and one could even detect arrays all over the place. Looking ahead, one could guess them to be above 1,000 in number. Zhuofan's eyes trembled and he nodded inwardly. Based on every house's legacy, the imperial family's legacy ruled supreme. Once they passed the 8 golden bridges, they arrived an hour later before a lofty palace. There, the second of the 4 pillars, Marshal Xianxia, was standing guard on the right side of the throne with dragon-slaying crescent blade in hand, while on the left was Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng. The 2 looked at Luo clan, Zhuofan in particular. Xianxia took a deep breath with a calm gaze as Zhuge Changfeng tended to his beard with a faint smile. With another loud shout, an old man in yellow gown entered their sight. His Majesty has arrived. The 8th Noble House award ceremony was about to begin. The man in yellow gown walked slowly towards the throne as the servants on either side followed with deep bows. He looked quite thin, but his bright eyes looked at everyone present, lingering ever so slightly longer on the Luo clan. This man was the current emperor of the Tianyu Empire. May your majesty live a long and prosperous life. The instant he took his seat, the 8 groups bowed. The emperor waved. As everyone knows, I have called you all here today to bear witness and rejoice, by the grace of Tianyu's ancestors, to the rise of a new house in our empire. Tianyu has survived the past 1,000 years in no small part due to our 7 houses' assistance, bringing stability and prosperity, safeguarding peace along the ages. In all these years, the imperial family dared not neglect its duty, looking for talents to defend the well-being of its people. That is the purpose of the esoteric debate, to see a clan rise up and make Tianyu great. I am sad to say that this has never happened. We are fortunate that the heavens finally took pity on us and my rule, and presented us with a new house, working alongside the 7 houses in strengthening our foundation. This is a blessing to myself, to the nation, and to everyone else. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The land shall grow even stronger. Everyone bowed. Luo clan did the same with humility. We dare not accept Your Majesty's praise. Everyone present knew this was just a high-class act, and thus was shortly ignored. Even those who had never seen this new house knew that the 7 houses never stopped fighting among each other since the empire's foundation. What working together? More like stabbing each other's backs. With the coming of the 8th house, the fights would only grow bitter. A prime example was the 2 houses duking it out at the ruler's gates. While the emperor was saying all that, the empire was in fact on the verge of collapse, hanging by a thread. He didn't believe what he himself said, and neither did those people who were bowing. It was all make-believe. Despite all of this, neither side was about to unravel the white lie. These were appearances and decorum that had to be maintained, or poking holes in the paper-thin charade would lead to Tianyu going up in flames. Something no one wanted. The emperor looked at them one more time and smiled. Praise heavens! The imperial palace guards came forward and prepared the incense. The emperor bowed before it and even began reading a prayer. It was more or less being thankful to the heavens for the prosperity of Tianyu. While every paper was perused, an hour passed by and the rest rose up along with the emperor. He took his rightful place on the throne with traces of sweat on his brow, a clear indication that he was reaching the limit of his life. He knew that, yet he would still put on a cheerful face. Good, after we showed our respects to heaven and earth, we then have the son of heaven, which is myself. Luo clan's head, Luo Yunhai, stepped forward. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Yunhai stepped down on one knee. Young Luo Yunhai, your father has been taken from you at an early age. Yet with your bravery and resolve, you have led the clan forward alone. You have followed Marshal Dugu in battle and showed marvelous skill in the esoteric debate. You are a true model of Tianyu's heroes. I bestow upon the Luo clan the title of the 8th noble house. Wingay City shall be your domain along with the 100 cities around it. You shall be known as Regent of Prosperity, allowed to own a prince's manor in the imperial capital. Raising his head, Luo Yunhai was bug-eyed and so were the rest, looking at the emperor in disbelief. None of them expected for Luo Yunhai to actually become a nobleman and even have a title. Among the 7 houses, only Regent Estate had the marquis title because they were related to the imperial family. But Luo clan was a run-down third-rate clan, and it had just jumped in front of everyone with the title of prince. Only Zhuge Changfeng, Zhuo Fan and Leng Wuchang understood. The emperor wanted to place the Regent Estate and Luo clan on opposite fronts. Since the world couldn't hold both of them, so too the 8 houses could only have one boss. 2 kings was 1 king too many. The emperor's title came with vile intentions. Not that Zhuo Fan gave a hoot, since his sole plan for Regent Estate was to drag it out. And Regent Estate wasn't about to sway under the emperor's taunt. So when the tripartite division took shape, all those titles became empty words. On the contrary, the 100 cities offered made Zhuo Fan pleased as a punch. What was of greatest importance in the cultivation world? Resources. 100 cities included the mountain range close by and the tens of spirit mines and endless herbs it offered. And all of that was the house's private property. Adding to that a part of the empire as well, Luo clan would soar with so many resources. It would no longer need its allies' support. It had finally gained independence. This was why many clans wanted to curry favor with the houses. Without resources, they'd wither and die. And these resources were either the empires or the houses. Monopoly on the resources controlled Tianyu's clan's development. With Luo clan having 100 cities to its name, if the clans wanted to join it, they'd have to move to the border. Zhuofan finally showed a twisted smile. 2 servants came before Luo Yunhai, offering him a golden cape, embroidered with a majestic dragon. It only missed the 4 claws, or it'd be just like the prince's. This was a symbol that showed the house was equal to the imperial family, not to mention Luo Yunhai was a regent. "Thank you, your majesty." Luo Yunhai bowed. The emperor nodded and turned to his sister. "Young Miss Luo, come forward." Luo Yunchang was stunned. A male would take on the mantle of clan head along with titles, so where was he going by calling her? Luo Yunchang still kneeled. "May your majesty live a long and prosperous life." Luo Yunchang, dignified and virtuous, strong and loyal. After the misfortune that befell your clan, you held strong against all adversity, raising your little brother and guiding the clan. You are a model of virtue to all of Tianyu. I take you as my goddaughter, naming you Princess Yongnan, and expect you to become a good sister with my daughter Yongning in safeguarding Tianyu. Luo Yunchang turned to Yongning hiding behind the princes, who stared blankly back at her. Neither expected that from the emperor. They were to be sisters. Your majesty, I would never. This is an imperial decree." The emperor cut her off with a stern face. Luo Yunchang sighed. "Then I shall accept." The emperor beamed and Luo Yunchang withdrew. Luo clan steward, Zhuofan, stepped forth. When everyone thought the award ceremony was over, the emperor called one more time. Zhuofan was puzzled. He was just a steward, not the Luo clan head. Why is he giving me something? But since the emperor decreed, he could only oblige and gave a half bow. You dare not bow before his majesty? A sharp cry pierced the ears of everyone. Zhuofan looked on with a frown at the servant next to the emperor and his face grew cold. "You're the one with the nerve calling it to attention when the emperor said nothing, trying to kiss someone's ass. Do you think of yourself better than the emperor?" No, his majesty." The servant panicked. They had always been next to the emperor and basked in second-hand glory, getting used to pushing others around. They were proxies dishing out the emperor's orders, but as long as the emperor didn't say anything, anything went. Perhaps they were even doing what his majesty intended. While other scared people never dared to refute in fear of the emperor's anger. But Zhuofan was a tough nut to crack. Would the grand demonic emperor from the sacred domain kneel before a no-name emperor from the mortal domain? The servant was way out of his league messing with him, especially when he knew the emperor needed him and wouldn't sweat this particular detail. The emperor waved and smiled at Zhuofan. Then, "Zhuofan, why do you not kneel?" "My knees are wounded. With your majesty's brilliant and wise character, I'm sure you won't pressure the future house's steward." Zhuofan's words were a work of art, throwing the emperor's words right back at him. "In layman's terms, you just called us irreplaceable, in order to strengthen the nation's foundation. So why the hell would you nitpick? Only a poor ruler would do that. Won't that shame you? Won't you lose Tianyu's respect?" Those words even contained a hint of threat. Luo Yunchang lowered her head, filled with worry and anger at Zhuofan's crass act. "Before the mighty emperor, you kneel when spoken to. What the hell are you doing looking for an early death? Offending the imperial family will give us a death sentence." She was unaware that this was a fine balance not even the emperor wished to break, since he didn't want to let regent estate come out on top. Hence Zhuofan's leverage was very much real. Giving him a long look, the emperor smiled. "You truly are a worthy steward for the Luo clan, Zhuofan. Your reputation precedes you. Then, Zhuofan will receive your title." The emperor coughed and shouted, "Steward Zhuofan of the Luo clan. You are a man of bravery and wisdom, holding your clan together through hard times, loyal and caring, a pillar of the empire. I bestow upon you the title best steward under heavens." wielding the power of the three armies and the bearer of my authority. Success. The people gasped in shock. Even Zhuo Fan,